hours tonight. Going into your Tuesday and into your Wednesday, we transition from all of this talk of snow to quickly transitioning and talking about much colder air that will be in place. Wake up temperatures in the single digits as we go into the middle part of the week.
Hardee's 2 for $5 breakfast bake goodness into your morning. Choose a biscuit with sausage and egg, biscuit and gravy, or a country fried steak biscuit. And now, enjoy breakfast till noon every day. Hardee's, goodness in the making. Get exclusive offers on the Hardee's app.
Mark, we gotta go.
Just 5 more minutes.
Continue to see that snow falling around East Tennessee. It's definitely accumulating. That means driving conditions are worsening as we approach the afternoon hours. So hopefully if you're home, you can stay there. Rebecca Sweet joins us now to talk about what we can expect. I couldn't believe it when you said we had 2 inches of snow just on our weather porch.
Yeah, Abby, we've been outside. We've done some measuring. You know, it's one thing to be inside the studio, but it's another thing to get your pictures and your video and your input over on our social media pages, because truly you are the eyes and the ears outside of our studio. Now, keep in mind, folks, we have been seeing this pretty consistent snow now for, gosh, almost 2 hours. And outside on our weather porch, again, here in North Knoxville, we're sitting at 2 inches of snow. But we've had reports across our area of seeing close to 3 inches plus just from what has already made its way through the area this morning. We had that brief little break move through early this morning, and now we're going to continue to see a fairly consistent snow from now overall into the next few hours heading into the afternoon. Again, you've heard some of our snowfall totals, 4 to 8 inches plus across some parts of the area. And considering this snow is already coming down at a pretty good pace, I wouldn't be surprised if some of us did see those snowfall totals on the higher end. I do want to take a little bit of a closer look at the satellite and radar at this moment. You notice that kind of purple shade that we're seeing over the southern corner of Knox County heading into parts of Blount County. We've had quite a few viewers send us information saying that they're actually seeing sleet in their area, and that is a little bit of a concern with a nice little warm nose that we have in the Southern Valley. Not saying that this is completely out of the question. Again, we are getting reports of it across the area, but this could also make travel concerns a little bit more on the slippery side. Now, again, we're hearing bridges and overpasses will be a little bit more of an issue, and we're already getting reports of that this morning. Traffic is moving very slowly across the area, but also on-ramps, off-ramps, back roads, secondary roads going to be an issue with this winter weather that we are seeing right now. Again, most of us, key word there is going to be most of us are looking at this precipitation coming down in the form of snow. Now, you're looking at one of our TDOT cameras. This is I-75. It's going to be right near the Callahan exit, and you notice, look at how slowly some of those cars are moving. We want to remind you folks, when we do have snow in place, winter-like weather, yes, TDOT had done some preparations as of yesterday, but you do want to make sure that you are giving yourself plenty of time to get to your current location. This is not going to be a race. You want to make sure you take things nice and slow, especially on the on-ramps, the off-ramps. As you notice, you can even see here on the camera, some of that precipitation is actually hitting the surface and it's turning into more of a liquid, which can be a concern. Again, bridges and overpasses, when you get that cold air underneath, you can sometimes get refreezing on the top of those surfaces, and that can lead to more of those slick spots. And so do use caution. Again, right now we do not have any current wrecks that we know of, but we are going to continue to track that and kind of watch your traffic a little bit closer to home. But drive times all across the region right now sitting in the yellow and oranges. Again, if we look at your radar right now, we do have that little bit of a warm nose that we're tracking through parts of Blount County. That is where we could have a little bit of a wintry mix, and we're hearing reports from some people that we are seeing sleet at this moment. So you may be seeing some sleet in a mixture with some of that snow that is coming down, but most areas continuing to see the possibility of up to 2 to 3 inches of snow already. Winter storm warning is going to be in effect until tomorrow morning at 7. The winter storm warning is in effect for the impacts that we have of snow. Driving concerns. If you're going to be out on the roadways today, again, you do want to allow yourself plenty of time to get to your destination. Do not be in a hurry today. So the winter storm warning is in effect primarily to deal with perhaps some of the snow concerns that we're going to have. If we quickly look at some of your snowfall totals, again, we're forecasting in some areas up to 4 to 8 inches of snow. That's going to be primarily for areas into the Central Valley, areas primarily north of I-40, right along the Tennessee and Kentucky border. Could also see quite a bit of snow, considering we had in some spots close to 3 inches of snow last night. I mentioned it before, Abby, but one of the spots that we are seeing some of the heaviest snow is going to be right now in parts of Knox County. It is really coming down, and we actually have some of our reporters who are going to be out live during this broadcast, giving you a glimpse of what it looks like outside of the studio. So, Abby, I'm going to send it over to you.
Yes, thank you, Rebecca. We appreciate it. We have reporters heading out all over East Tennessee to bring you live coverage of the roads, the snowfall, anything you need to know this morning as it turns into the afternoon on your Monday, your Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Schools are out across East Tennessee, thank goodness, because today is certainly messy. Vinay Simlot is live this morning for us. Tell us where you are and what you're seeing, Vinay.
Abby, we're on Baxter Avenue. This is the Knox County Public Works Center. So all of the plows that are cleaning county roads and are treating county roads are leaving from here. That is where they hold all of their salt behind me over there, and they're going to be using a lot of it. I want to tell you what we're seeing right now, Abby, because the snow is coming down so quickly. This car that left these tire marks probably left here about 10 to 15 minutes ago, and you can see it's already covered up in snow again. The snow is falling so quickly here in Knox County right now that if a plow goes through, it's likely going to get covered up in the next 5 or 10 minutes. So if you're going to be driving on the roads, just keep in mind you want to slow down. Know that you need to keep a lot of distance in front of you, and traffic is going to be moving slowly. It's not a time to be going anywhere fast. And then one more thing I wanted to show you, Abby. Right now, where we're standing in North Knox County, you can see under my feet that under all of this powdery snow is a lot of ice. And I think what happened overnight is when the snow started falling first, it melted when it hit the pavement. And now the snow is on top, so there's this little sheet of ice that I've noticed on the roads. I also noticed it on my car when I was clearing it off this morning, so it needed a little bit of scraping. So just keep in mind, even if it looks like powdery snow on the ground, there may be a layer of ice underneath it when you're walking around, Abby.
All right, thank you so much, Vinay. Stay safe, stay warm. It is certainly cold too. I can never forget the effect that has on your face as you're trying to put words together. So Vinay, God bless you. All right, we're gonna send it back to Rebecca Sweet to check the forecast and the snow totals. Boy, look at this sky cam, Rebecca.
It's absolutely beautiful. We'll give you a couple different views as to what we're seeing across the area. Now, keep in mind, folks, we've started to have some of this pretty consistent snow move in really early this morning. And while it is so fun and it is a day off for most people across the area, it's not the best driving conditions. So please be smart. Let's take a look at some of the totals that we've had across the area. And this is just a great example as to how you should be measuring snow if you want to share your photos with us. So this is a photo that we had from the Tazewell community. Ethan McDaniel shared this photo with us, and you can see almost 3 inches of snow. Would not be surprised if we were close to that at this point as well. You can see the ruler right into the snow. You want to go into an untouched area away from buildings. This is another view that we had in Scott County. Nancy Chambers shared this photo with us, and this was from earlier this morning where we did have 3 inches of snow, and most of that moved in the overnight hours. This is another view from the Speedwell community. This was shared to us by Nancy Cook. This This was shared earlier this morning where we had close to about 2 inches of snow, which is similar to what we had out on our weather porch here. And then from Maynardville, Joyce Anderson, again, likely seeing more snow than what we have at this current moment, still continuing to accumulate across the area. And again, as I mentioned, the snow is absolutely beautiful, and it's so fun to have a great day outside. Check out this cute pup. This was shared to us by Luann Fosterhag, and you can see that her dog is just having the best time outside. I want to remind you folks, when it comes to cold weather, we want to keep the 4 P's in mind: pets, plants, pipes, and people. Make sure you have your pets in a proper location, staying nice and warm depending on how much fur they have. Make sure they have a jacket on. Make sure their paws are covered up. If it's too cold for you to be outside, it's likely too cold for them. And then also just a reminder, have a water source for them that does not freeze over. If they're pets that do typically stay outside, you want to give them a nice warm shelter as well. But look at this cute photo or this video as well. This was shared to us by Jenny Thompson of just having so much fun in the snow. I know my kiddos are at home making snow cream and just having the best day. Look at this view from our Market Square camera, and the snow has really been accumulating since early this morning. Now, when I came into work this morning, you could still see the pavement. Everything just had a nice little dusting of snow on it, and things are really starting to accumulate. Again, keep in mind it is a holiday, so a lot of spots are going to be closed, but we're also going to be seeing a lot of spots closed today due to weather. It's not necessarily one of those days where you just want to get out and you want to run some errands. It's kind of one of those days where you just want to stay put. As we give you a view from our downtown camera looking across the interstates, you'll notice traffic is actually moving very slowly. Not a whole lot of people going in and out of the downtown Knoxville area, and it's those bridges and those overpasses. Let me see if I can zoom in on this. It's those areas that are going to be even more concerning as to where we are expecting to see some of those slowdowns. So it's those higher elevations where we continue to see the possibility for some slowdown. So as we zoom on in, we're kind of looking at some of these cars that are going nice and slow on the interstate. If you do not have to be on the roadways at this time, we do highly advise that you can stay off the roadways and stay home. Now, we're actually seeing a little bit of that wintry mix, as we mentioned before. That little warm nose is pushing its way into parts of Blount County. We've had countless people from Blount County say, oh, we're having a little bit of a sleet mixture, which is not the best news, folks. When it comes to snow, that can accumulate. It can kind of pick up into more of a crunchy nature, and it's actually not terrible to drive on. And most of the main roads have been pre-treated, but when you get that sleet mixture, it can actually kind of refreeze once it hits more of the surface, and it can create some of those slippery spots, especially across bridges and overpasses. So if you are driving in the Blount County area, maybe to and from Alcoa Highway, not necessarily going to be the best situation at this moment. Now, we've had a lot of people ask, how long is this going to last? Well, Futurecast models are really showing a lot of this snow staying with us through the afternoon hours. So we're basically right on track for where our models are at right now. It shows pretty consistent snow through the afternoon. That's a look at 1, 2 o'clock this afternoon, and it's really not up until around dinner time tonight, between 4, 5, 6 o'clock, that we start to see things taper off. So maybe you went out to work this morning and you left anywhere between 5, 6, 7 o'clock, and you had some really smooth sailing driving conditions. It will likely not look the same as you are heading home from work. And this is just a reminder, folks, if you are going to be heading out during this type of weather, you always want to pack that to-go bag just to be on the smart side again in case you do end up having to spend the night somewhere. Winter storm warning is going to be in effect until tomorrow morning at 7. And a lot of this is primarily due to the impacts that we're going to have with the snow in place. Let me give you a better idea as to what we're looking at on more of a regional view. So it's this axis of snow that is stretching across the state of Tennessee. We have primarily snow moving through the area, but you notice that quick little blurb of purple right there, right over Blount County. Again, there is that chance where we can get a quick little warm nose, just a quick little warm mass of air that could give us that transition into more of a sleet mixture. Again, that's not necessarily the best news. Hopefully it is short-lived and we can get this transitioning back over to snow. Temperatures have been right on the edge in some locations of upper 20s and lower 30s. So this axis of snow is going to continue to stay with us as we go throughout the start of the day. It'll last through the lunch hour, and we're expecting to see pretty consistent, steady showers similar to what we have at this moment, staying with us all the way through the afternoon hours. And there's actually been a little bit of a trend where we could see potentially some higher snowfall totals along the foothills and going into the higher elevations of the Smokies, which at one point wasn't something that was looking to be the case. It was almost geared a little bit further north, and now it's kind of geared more towards the Central Valley. So it's moving right up the Chattanooga area, and it's continuing to bring in more of that snowfall coverage into the Central Valley. You notice on the tail end of this system, watch as we see that transition in the far Southern Valley late tonight, early tomorrow morning. We may see a quick little transition into a wintry mix across the higher elevations and down into the Southern Valley. That could also create some travel concerns going into the early hours of your Tuesday. So even though the snow will be coming to an end tonight, travel concerns will still likely be a big issue tomorrow. And then guess what? We transition into our talk of much colder temperatures sliding into the area. That's a look at where we're going to be for your Wednesday afternoon. Let me back this up. Look at where we're going to be at tomorrow, or excuse me, Wednesday morning. Wake up temperatures down into the single digits with wind chill factors getting down below zero. And when you have temperatures that cold, there is that chance in less than 30 minutes you could develop frostbite. So we are going to be watching some of the coldest air we've had so far this season. Again, when it comes to the 4 Ps of cold weather: pipes, plants, people, and pets. Make sure you have those in mind as we go throughout the next few days. Again, we're going to continue to talk more about this. I do want to see if we can show our TDOT cameras. That's going to be over on Max 2. It does look like we have one crash that we're picking up now on our TDOT camera. Let me get more information on this for you. So this is going to be I-40 westbound. The road is going to be blocked from exit 352 to exit 350. This is a camera that we have there. This is going to be, again, something that just happened, and this is going to be on I-40 westbound. It's going to be a road blocked from exit 352 to exit 350. We'll try and see if we can get a camera in that area, but it does look like we are going to see some pretty big slowdowns from this. We're trying to find more information. If you notice, drive times as soon as we get into the reds and into the oranges, that's where we indicate those slowdown, those major slowdowns that we're seeing across the area. But this looks right around the Harriman area, near the Midtown area, right near Kingston. We actually did get photos not too long ago, again, unconfirmed, of potentially a car accident in this region. So we're going to continue to watch that, but it does look like perhaps maybe we could be seeing a road closure on I-40, and that could potentially be because of an accident. Again, still waiting to get some confirmation on that. Drive times all across the region going to be sitting in the yellow. It is going to be slow going, folks. If you work today or if you work this afternoon, give yourself plenty of time to make it on the roadways. Right now, from the 40-75 split into downtown Knoxville, we're looking at over 30 minutes. And that's not even due to a crash. That's just due to slow moving traffic. It is not a race. You do want to make sure you give yourself plenty of time as you head outside. Now we're going to continue to highlight more of your traffic, more of your weather coming up in just a little bit. But ladies, we're going to send things back to you for more of an update.
Boy, such an interesting day, and it's the first of maybe many interesting days, as we are just in the beginning of the crazy winter season. So we will keep you posted on that.
And of course, I don't think it's a bad thing to remember that we have not driven in conditions like this for a very long time. Some people are not used to driving in these conditions at all. So as Rebecca was just talking about, you got to stay safe on the road out there, folks. Just go slowly. Many of us don't need to be out today because of the holiday. The children are out of school. Just go sledding in the front yard, right?
Yes, we are here for you. You don't have to go anywhere. You just need to watch us, right? Let's take a look at some of the pictures that you guys have sent in. It's so fun to see them, and some of the tweets that we're getting into our newsroom as well. This is from the Tennessee Highway Patrol about driving slow on the interstates. This is TDOT posting their snow plows, their salt trucks have been everywhere trying to pre-treat the roads and then treat them as the system moves through.
And as you see Mark Nagy tweeting there, the hashtag #MoveOver, that's so important to remember. The plows plows need a lot more room than you might think. You know, just hang out behind them, because then you're going to drive through pre-treated areas, right? So
Prime
just go do
driving
that.
conditions
Exactly.
behind a snowplow. And then this is just some of the information we're getting. Cat Bus, of course, operating on their snow route. So if you are using a Cat Bus today, check their schedule ahead of time. Zoo Knoxville is closed. We should mention that. Post offices and banks were already closed due to the observance of the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday, but you might have additional closures and delays impacting your day due to the weather.
Some of the stores, you know, Mass General downtown, I saw happened to tweet that it was closed today. So places you might think are open might actually be closed. The Great Smoky Mountains National Park is closed today. So, you know, there's not a lot of places you can go today. So just stay home, as you see there from THP.
It's also going to get really, really cold as this weather system moves through. We're going to be left with single-digit temperatures at night by the end of the week. So it's important to remember to bundle up, pack your emergency kit in your car to be ready for whatever comes your way. Here's our QR code with all of our coverage, any kind of closings you need to know, any kind of issues with your commute. Of course, the weather forecast can all be found there. You can also watch us live on your phone if you're headed out somewhere.
And if you potentially lose power, you always have it there on your phone as well. Well, we want to find out what it's looking like in your community. So let's
look at our buddy about to do a snow angel for us.
Vinay Simlot, how's it looking out there? Pretty snowy.
We are in North Knoxville on Baxter Avenue. This is where the Knox County Public Works Center is. And I want to show you how much snow we've seen in just the last half hour. We've gotten close to an inch of snow. This was below an inch when we got here around 10:30, 10:45, and now it's at about an inch and a half. So that's how quickly the snow is falling. So if you're out on the roads, they may be treating the roads, they may be plowing the snow, but it's falling more quickly. This ruler, obviously courtesy of the Seymour Volunteer Fire Department, only you can prevent wildfires. That may not be an issue today because of how quickly the snow is falling, but just remember there's a layer of ice underneath the snow as well. So the snow is falling quickly. A lot of these crews right now are coming back here to refill their salt here in Knox County and then heading back out on the roads to put some of that ice melt down and plow the roads away from you. And Abby and Brittany, I guess you guys requested it, so I have to do it. A snow angel, my first of 2024. It's been, I think, 2 years since we've had enough snow that we can do this.
First live reports that Vinay did for us on the morning show, he did a snow angel, and it's like it's been living in my mind just how joyful that moment was. So we got it again for you.
I love the repeat. Did that live up to the original?
It did, actually, yes.
Okay, good.
May even be even better. He's more experienced with snow angels by this point. All right, we're going to send it to Rebecca Sweet now to check that forecast for us. The snow totals, my goodness, it's really piling up, Rebecca.
So who's going to top that? I saw Katie Inman had a sled earlier, so maybe we're going to have to do a little fun competition to see who can have the most fun in the snow. Now we're going to continue to talk a little bit more about snowfall totals. If you look at what we're seeing right now across the Harriman area, you'll notice that we have 3 inches of snow that we are seeing across the area. This was shared to us by Sierra Sky Johnson. And this is just the start of what is going to be a very snowy day across the area. She said we have 3 inches right now and more is continuing to come down. And we've been showing you some of those snowfall totals since early this morning. Some areas, especially north of I-40, already seeing close to 3 inches of snow. And I'm trying to get more videos in for you folks. I know that Vinay is out making snow angels, but check out this video. This was shared to us by Tiffany Dresser in the Hardin Valley community. And look at this guy just out there doing some snowboarding in his backyard. I know that these are the days, folks, that we all live for, just to get outside, have a little fun in the snow. And I'm curious, folks, to see if we can get close to really seeing the most snow that we've had in quite some time. This is Loudoun County. Melody shared this photo with us, and you can see her pup just having a blast out there, just getting a chance to run around. We have a little corgi at our house too, and Titus, boy, he loves the snow, same as our kiddos who had a chance to make some snow cream. So hopefully you're getting a chance to enjoy some of this snow across the area. And as we kind of give you another update, if you're just joining us right now, we do have a winter storm warning that will be in effect until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Clearly, we have a lot of snow that that's pushing into the area at this moment, and it is creating not only some travel concerns, yes, it's creating some beautiful views, but if you're having to actually get out in this snow, folks, it's really not going to be that much fun to be a part of. So that's a view from Market Square. Before we toss it back to you, ladies, I do quickly want to show you where we're at right now with the radar and give you a quick glimpse of your Futurecast model. So this is the big picture. This is what we have moving into our area. The blue here is snow. And we have a lot of it that's going to be streamlining its way into our area, pushing right up into the valley. Unfortunately, as I zoom on in a little bit closer, the one concern I have in place is where we do have a little bit of a wintry mix that is possible, and it's just this warm nose of air that is giving us a sleet mixture across parts of Blount County. So that could be a little bit of an issue. Again, we're going to talk more about that and show you our Futurecast model coming up in just a little bit. But again, ladies, winter storm warning will be in effect until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Ladies.
Rebecca, thank you. And you were talking about that issue on I-40. We have a little bit more information about that from TDOT now. It actually is a crash involving a jackknife semi-trailer blocking I-40 right now. So if you can avoid that area, certainly do. We'll try to get some more information, but that is what the situation is that we were seeing earlier.
Not what you want to hear.
No, not at all.
All right, as I mentioned earlier, we have crews spanned out all over East Tennessee. Shay Smith is with us this afternoon, and she is in Sevier County right off exit 407. How are the roads for you, Shay?
Hello, ladies. Hello. Yeah, so the roads were a little slushy, of course, whenever you get snow or any sort of rain, sleet, snow in the sky. The roads will be a little slushy, so they weren't too bad. Whenever we were in Knoxville, though, the snow was pretty fluffy. The snowflakes were pretty large, but now that we're in Sevierville, it looks like the snowflakes are a little icy. Again, the roads are not too bad, but I will say that whenever this snow gets packed down, that is when it can get slick. So things don't necessarily need to be icy to be slick. Right now, right below me, I'm standing on this snow, and I keep kind of slipping on these little rocks just because the snow is so packed. You can kind of see my foot slipping. But the caveat is also, this is perfect snow to build a snowman. Snowballs, go out and play. I built one little snowman. He's missing an eye right now, but we'll just try and stick that back on him. There we go. See, his little mouth is also falling off. Oh, it fell off fully, but that's okay. No one's perfect, not my snowman either. But it's starting to slow down. A few minutes ago, it was really coming down from the sky. Again, the snow here in Sevierville, it's a little icy, not as big and fluffy as the snowflakes we are seeing in Knoxville, but it is definitely chilly. It seems like it's getting colder and colder by the few minutes. So I'll send things back to y'all.
So much. We appreciate it. Boy, what a beautiful scene behind you, and great job on the snowman.
I think it's adorable. It's a perfect size.
We needed to equip all of our reporters with carrots and some charcoal. You got to complete the whole look, right?
And sleds and rulers, all of those things.
Absolutely. All right, we're checking that forecast again with Rebecca Sweet. She's keeping an eye on the roads for us, and boy, it's not pretty.
No.
Yeah, so we do want to talk a little bit more about your traffic whenever we can get that pulled up, as we do have, again, that jackknife tracker trailer that we have on I-40 westbound. And then we do have, again, that road that I believe at this moment is blocked. We'll show you that more information. Again, that's your drive times that we have. So it's going to be right now, right around the Harriman area. And we did get reports of this, some photos over onto our Facebook page. We're going to try and get more information on that for you. It does look like I-40 westbound is going to be blocked right now. This is right near exit 352 to exit 350. Again, I-40 westbound. It's right before you get to the Harriman exit, right after the Kingston exit. If you're heading closer to the Rockwood area, you're going to be running into some delays. So the westbound lane on I-40 is going to be blocked, and this is due to a jackknifed tractor trailer. And again, the roads out there, folks, if you are planning on traveling, you notice all of the yellows and the oranges. Traffic is extremely slow moving. If you do not need to be on the roads at this time, I would just highly advise staying home at this moment. We are seeing drive times primarily in the yellow all across the region. Where Shay was at, actually going into parts of Sevier County, we're actually seeing, again, drive times not necessarily as slow, but so far it does look like we're going to continue to see drive times in and out of the downtown Knoxville area into the yellow and into the orange, and we're still monitoring that jackknife tractor trailer. Again, if you are planning to get on the roads this morning, I-40 westbound, we are looking at that jackknife tractor trailer. That's going to be at exit 352 to exit 350. 50, and that is currently blocked at this moment. Now, as we give you a glimpse from over on our Max 1 computer, we do have quite a bit of snow that's continuing to make its way into the area. You notice the interstate off in the distance and how slow moving traffic is going, especially on some of those overpasses. You have to remember, folks, when you have that cold air underneath those overpasses, any moisture that is there has a slightly higher possibility of potentially refreezing and becoming a little bit more on the slippery side. And with temperatures kind of hovering right around that freezing mark, there is that potential, as we're looking at right now, for seeing snow, maybe a little bit of a wintry mix, as we do have that little pocket of warm air right now that is sitting right over parts of Blount County. I mentioned it before, but I do want to talk about how long we're expected to see this snow. So this has been really going on now for almost 2 to 3 hours when we started to have that snow pickup in coverage. We've had reports of areas seeing close to 3 inches of snow already, and with it lasting between now into the afternoon hours and then carrying on as we go into the evening hours tonight, I wouldn't be surprised again, folks, if we still see multiple inches of snow across the area, and most of this precipitation will be in the form of snow. There is that chance on the far southern half of our viewing area late tonight. We may have a little bit of an opportunity for a wintry mix. That's going to include parts of Monroe County, maybe the southern half of Blount County going into the higher elevations, and again, that could create some slippery conditions, but a lot of the roads that we have right now are going to be shut down across the Smokies just due to this inclement weather that we have in place. Winter storm warning in effect until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, and this is primarily due to the tough travel conditions that we're going to have with that snow. Back roads, secondary roads going to be slippery even as we go into the early morning hours of your Tuesday. So yes, while it is all fun and games and hopefully you are having a blast in this snow, you will want to think ahead to your plans come tomorrow morning. I do want to show you some of these fun videos one more time, and we'll switch these out as we can. But look at that, Hardin Valley getting a chance to stay home today and have so much fun with the family, do a little snowboarding, and then another view that we have again this morning of just getting to have some fun with the pups out in Loudoun County. A reminder, folks, the 4 Ps of cold weather: pipes, people, pets, and plants. Make sure you are finding a way to keep a lot of those special things nice and warm. We'll have much more coming up in your forecast in just a little bit. Ladies.
The 4 Ps. I've never heard that before. I think my plants are done for, though, so thank you for caring about them. But I think they're done.
I definitely did not cover mine, so bye-bye plants.
All right, we are now checking in on the phone with Scott Erlin from KPD. He is the spokesperson and always here to give us the right information that we need to plan our day.
And Scott, I know one of the most important things is KPD is on a snow plan right now. Can you just remind viewers what that is?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me on. The snow plan is just our contingency plan, obviously, in the event of these emergency weather incidents. Right now we have officers in tandem, all-wheel, four-wheel drive vehicles, and we also have supervisors who are closely monitoring our calls for service, and they will be, we will not be responding to certain non-emergency calls and closely screening those calls to see if we can divert those to other areas. Maybe do an electronic phone report or something of that nature. But anybody who calls in the 911 will be advised of how their call will be handled as we navigate this weather event.
And so people need to be aware of that when they're out and about. If they do get into a small fender bender or a non-injury crash, don't call KPD at this point because you aren't able to respond to that. So do what you need to do, get off to the side of the road, maybe exchange numbers, information, things like that.
Yes, please. Well, you can still call because we want to know about that information for situational awareness, but just be aware that an officer might not be coming to you because of these current weather conditions. So we always advise anybody who's involved in a non-injury, non-emergency crash to just exchange information, document it, and then deal with that with your insurance as you normally would. But you can continue to call us and just know that an officer may not respond to that crash due to the weather conditions.
Scott, what are you seeing around town, or what are your officers seeing around town as they are out responding to those emergency calls? A lot of snow and dicey roads?
Yeah, what we're seeing right now is the major roads are remaining mostly passable. The most heavily impacted have been on the secondary and side streets. The interstates are looking a little bit clearer than they were an hour or so ago, But what we're really wanting to strongly encourage people is we know that this weather system, we're just really in the middle of this weather system, and this is going to be something that continues throughout the day. So we're really strongly encouraging anybody, don't travel, don't drive unless you absolutely have to, unless it's absolutely necessary. Best just to stay inside, stay out of these conditions, and the more traffic that we can get off of the roads, the better this will be.
Are there any particular trouble spots you want to remind people of, something specific you've seen, areas people should avoid?
There's no travel spots that we're aware of immediately that are really, really sticking out at this point. We're going to continue to update of any particularly problem areas on our social media. We want to direct people to our Twitter account, the Knoxville Police Department's Twitter account. We're trying to share information as quickly as we can and as accurately as we can there. So, but there's no immediate areas right now that we're aware of that are particularly problematic, but we expect there will be some that pop up as this system continues to develop throughout the afternoon.
All right, Scott, thank you so much. And we just want to send our best wishes and safe travels to all of you working to keep us safe at KPD. We certainly appreciate you being with us this afternoon.
No problem. I expect I'll talk to you later today. You stay safe as well.
Yeah.
I expect we will as well.
Keep your phone handy. Thanks, Scott. Now we want to check back in. Thank you so much. Now we want to check back in with Rebecca Sweet, who's certainly keeping a close eye on that snow making its way through our area today.
Yes, I am. And I'm trying to make it fun at the same time, so I do have to change this name on here because this is not going to be from Tiffany, but this is going to be from David out in Farragut. And look at that. I mean, they're having so much fun in the snow, and that's hopefully what you're getting a chance to do right now. So let me change this name. Sorry, Tiffany, you sent us in that beautiful photo of someone snowboarding, and now we're going to switch it out a little bit. So again, this was shared to us by David out in the Farragut area. Just kidding. Tiffany, we're going to keep it on your name. I promise, David. We'll get you the credit here in just a moment. But we are going to continue to see some really fun conditions for playing in the snow today, and hopefully this is something that you're getting a chance to take advantage of. I do want to remind you folks, if you're going to be out and about today, please, if you could, have a way of receiving that weather information, have your devices charged, perhaps have your snow gear ready to go if you're going to be driving and just trying to get a chance to enjoy this fun snowy weather. But just be smart. If you do not have to get on those roadways, for many people it's a day where you get to stay at home, and I would highly encourage that. Check out that view from our Market Square camera. Look at those brave souls just going for a little cruise, acting like it's not even snowing, just getting a chance to enjoy some of this nice snowy weather. We all decided that this would be perfect weather if the ice skating rink was still up, but nope, it's over with. And as we look in the downtown Knoxville area, again, we are continuing to see a very slow moving traffic as that snow is continuing to come down. To be honest, folks, when it comes to our forecast, basically what we've had since this morning around 8 o'clock is going to be fairly persistent throughout the rest of the afternoon. The one update that we're hearing from the National Weather Service, and that's something that we're clearly seeing here as well, is the big picture point of view. So we look at this axis of snow, and we're looking at multiple waves of snow that'll be moving into the area from this morning, lasting through now. And you hear a lot of the times people who have lived here long enough, they say when it moves up through Chattanooga, that means the worst case scenario for us here. And well, it's coming true today. We have that snow that's moving right up into the Central Valley, and it's continuing to bring in very steady snow across the region. However, if you look at this, do you see that little blurb of that wintry mix that is popping up right now over parts of Blount County? Not necessarily the best case scenario. Just going to throw that out there. That is what we have, is a little bit more of a wintry mix. We've had multiple people report that they are seeing some sleet in this area. So at this moment, we look like we are seeing, again, some sleet in Maryville, Seymour, and in Gatlinburg. So that's right along the Tennessee, right now North Carolina border, also right along the Tennessee and Georgia border. The biggest question that we have in place is how long will this kind of sleet mixture last? Because if it lasts longer, that is going to impact our snow totals because it is coming down in more of a liquid form. So right now we do have that warm air aloft, which again is keeping a lot of that precipitation as it hits the surface in liquid form rather than freezing over and making snow. And I'm gonna be honest, folks, sleet, way not as much fun as seeing some snow across the area, and it's certainly gonna create some concerns. Now, once this does potentially transition back to snow, it is going to be a little bit of a wetter snow. So keep in mind, some slushy conditions could be possible in parts of Blount County, which is going to make for tough travel. Please use extra caution if you can do that. And again, we are starting to get reports of that jackknifed tractor trailer that we also had on I-40 westbound. So we'll continue to have more of a traffic update in just a little bit. Winter storm warning will be in effect until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. This winter storm warning was put into place last night. As you can remember, a lot of us woke up this morning to snow on our surfaces, our grassy surfaces, and for some of us, even on our streets. We're going to continue to see that snow carry on as we go throughout the day today, and this winter storm warning is in place for the impacts of the snow that we will have in place. At this point, I'm really not going to overemphasize the amount of snow that we're going to have in place, because most of us are already sitting at close to 3 inches of snow and we're just getting started. The one incident, as I mentioned before, that could impact our snow totals is going to be that kind of that little sleet mixture that we have moving into parts of Blount County. Now again, this snow is forecast to stay with us as the day moves forward. You can see heavy snow with us up through the morning and into the afternoon hours, and then this will persist even as we go into the evening hours tonight. So we're going to continue to watch this as we go throughout the next 24 hours, but by all means, folks, if you can stay at home today, have a nice cozy day with that cup of coffee, relax, go for it, because guess what? Parents, you better buckle up, because we've got colder air in place on Wednesday. We'll see if we have school. And then at the end of the week, we've got another system that could potentially move into the area, bringing in even more cold air as we go into the weekend. So ladies, it's been one round after another, and yeah, it's going to be an interesting couple of days ahead of us. We'll send it back to you.
Oh.
They may go back to school on Thursday.
Yeah. Maybe.
We'll see. We will see.
Well, we've been talking about the road conditions getting worse and worse, so let's talk about some other travel issues that people might face. CAT has completely suspended service, so if you were planning to ride the bus today, that's not happening. They say for the safety of obviously both the drivers and passengers, everyone on the road. So CAT buses, no service right now. Also, if you were planning to fly out, McGee Tyson is reporting some delays and cancellations, so definitely check the flight schedule. They're also advising that you arrive at least 2 hours early. They are treating the runways and everything, so things are okay, but there are some delays and cancellations when it comes to that.
Well, and there's going to be delays and cancellations across the country because this weather isn't good in a large part of the United States.
Right.
I saw over 100 million people are under some sort of weather alert today. Think about that.
Well, misery loves company, right? Even though we're not miserable, but we're all in the same boat today.
I think we're getting the nice part of it. Thank
true.
goodness. All right, Shay Smith has been driving around Sevier County, giving us an update on what the roads up there look like. I know you probably wish you were tucked away in a Sevier County cabin right now, but you get to monitor the roads, Shay.
Hey everyone, yeah, a cabin sounds very nice right now. Actually, it's perfect cabin weather, so if you do not have to get out in the snow, then definitely stay home. It's a holiday. It's a perfect day to just cozy up and eat some chili, maybe go build a snowman. But we just got off of I-40. We're in Sevierville on the Parkway, and as you can see, the roads are a little slushy. Now, we did just see the fire department pass us. They might have been responding to an accident, but it does look like, surprisingly, there are a lot of people out on the roads. I'm going to try and zoom in a little bit. Okay, so you can see some of this slush. So again, it doesn't necessarily have to be icy for things to be slick. This snow, it seems like it's the type of the snow that once it kind of packs down, it can be pretty slick. And whenever it slushes up as well, it can get very slippery. So definitely drive at a safe speed. If you look over to the left, you can see a lot of traffic here in Sevierville on the Parkway. And if you look out into the sky, I mean, just a blanket of gray. It's hard to tell kind of where the mountains are and where the sky is because it is all just one color. And you can see right to the right, this van in front of me, you can see the slush too kind of coming up behind the tires. Again, it's chilly out there. It has kind of not stopped snowing, but it has let off a little bit. So we're not seeing those big snowflakes that we were seeing earlier, and it's not coming down as hard as it was. However, as our meteorologists have been saying, that this is just going to continue throughout the day. So this is definitely not the worst of it, and just because it's slowing down right now does not mean that it's about to stop. So definitely, if you're out, just be safe while you're driving, be careful. And I will say, everyone, I am not driving, okay? I'm not a good driver in the snow as is, so I would not be holding a camera as well. So my photographer, David Rayborn, he is driving right now. He's driving us. So I will send things back to you, but we will continue to just monitor the highway, Sevier County, and over here in Sevierville.
All right, you guys stay safe. Thank you so much, Shay. And now we get a better picture of the roads and the viewer pictures that you've been sending in. Let's just take a moment to observe these. How
Is that Smokey?
cute. It looks like it. It looks like it. But a lot of people showing off their cars that are snow covered. This obviously taken in the dark. This was early this morning, and look how much snow is on the side of the road.
Oh, look at that cutie. I love the wonder of children when it comes to the snow. I mean, seeing the snowfall through children's eyes, that's the best part of all this. And I love, as we've been talking about, we've only seen that one major issue on the roadways. So for most of us, this is a fun snow day. And so we can't forget that as well. We're seeing beautiful pictures, fun pictures in the snow. Plenty of dogs really out enjoying the snow, that's for sure.
I went to bed last night singing to my daughter, "Do you want to build a snowman?" Getting her all excited about the snow. Look, the rooster's excited too.
I love that.
All right, we're going to move on now and talk to Mark Nagy with TDOT, who has been obviously keeping a close eye on the weather situation and the roadways. He doesn't get to just watch his dog play in the snow. He actually has to do business today. Good afternoon, Mark. Thanks for being with us.
Yes, good morning. Remember, I can do both. I can have videos of Bailey playing in the snow and update you guys on the road.
Lucky you.
Well, Mark, we know that today is not the day that things started with TDOT. You all have been out on the roads trying to pre-treat and prepare and sort of transitioning operations throughout the last several hours. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. We had our crews pre-treating statewide on Saturday, did that throughout the day on Saturday. And then they all reported for work late last night here in Region 1 in East Tennessee. They've been on their routes. They'll stay on their routes. And it looks like this snow is going to continue for a while longer. So I think it's going to be a long 24, 36 hours for our folks. We'll make sure that they get the appropriate rest. But I think that this one's going to last a while, I think.
Mark, obviously your priority are the interstates and those main roads. Are your trucks even able to get close to those secondary roads at this point?
You're right. The main priorities are the heavily traveled interstates and the main state routes, but they will still get to those secondary routes. The local roads obviously are the city, the town, the county, whatever it may be. That's their responsibility. But our crews will be on all of these roads. Remember, we've got 9,000 lane miles, over 9,000 lane miles in our 24 counties that our crews are responsible for. So, but we're in good shape in terms of our equipment, in terms of our supplies. This is something we prepare for all year round, and we're ready to go.
About how many crews do you have out and about on the roads right now?
Right now, I'm not sure. I do know that we have over 200 salt trucks at our disposal, about 100 brine trucks. This is certainly an all hands on deck kind of situation. This is the most snow it looks like that we've got in East Tennessee in a few years at least. We're also, what I always try to also stress to folks is if you don't have to be on the roadways, stay at home. Not only does that keep you safe, but it allows our crews to do their jobs more efficiently when they have more room on their routes to operate. And the most important thing is it keeps our crews as safe as possible as well.
Well, Mark, I know you're going to be monitoring this developing situation throughout the day. I'm certain we will check in with you in just a few hours, but thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Absolutely, no problem.
And now we want to check back in with Rebecca Sweet for more on our forecast. You've also been seeing some fun viewer pictures as well.
Yeah, so we've been trying to mix in a little bit of fun along with some information, and so we are are continuing to track again. Snowfall totals right now that are almost close to 4 inches across parts of Oak Ridge. As I was mentioning before, we're trying to factor in this snow, but we're also trying to really hope and relish that you guys are making the most of the day today. We'll get to more of those traffic concerns that we're seeing across the area, but keep photos like this coming in. Again, you are our eyes and our ears outside of the studio. We would love to be out there getting a chance to see the snow as well. I do want to remind you folks, just like Jewel did here in this photo, you want to get a ruler like this one, and if you can, try and go in an undisturbed area away from your house, and you can just stick that ruler right into the snow and then get a camera straight on like this so we can kind of get a better view as to what the measurement marking is going to be. Now, I have not been showing your snowfall totals as much considering we're already now in the midst of this event taking place, but I wouldn't be surprised if we had some areas seeing on the higher end some of these snowfall totals. The thing that could change this, again, could be the opportunity for us looking at a little bit of a wintry mix across the far southern valley. Look at this fun group of kiddos again in Farragut. David, I finally got your name on there as well. Hopefully you're having a blast with everyone outside today, getting a chance to make snow cream, playing in the snow, making snowmen, snow angels, as you saw Vinay earlier, and just relishing the beauty of a lot of this snow. And you heard from Mark and Aggie, it's not very often that we get a great snow like this. And check out a lot of those people, again, just going for a nice little cruise in Market Square. What a winter-like scene at this moment. When I first came into work early this morning, we had no snow on those harder surfaces, and now everything is going to be snow covered. It's one of those days, folks, where you almost wish you had that nice scraper to clean off your vehicle, or if you had a shovel perhaps to clean off a little bit of a walkway if you have a business, or if you have a driveway in your house that you need to get cleared off. It may not be a bad idea to pull that out as well. So that's a view from our Market Square camera, and then over downtown Knoxville as we see the interstate off in the distance there. We'll get more of a traffic update in just a moment, but traffic is certainly moving nice and slow as you step outside. So that's a view from our downtown camera. Let me give you a glimpse. This is from our Sharps Ridge camera overlooking downtown. Now, typically with this point of view, you can see many more buildings and structures in the downtown area, but now with that snow that is in place, everything, as you heard Shay talk about earlier, is just kind of gray and a little bit more on the gloomy side. And then we take you out into Smoky Stadium, where you can see that snow continuing to come down. So that's not our downtown camera, that's out at Smoky Stadium, but nonetheless, I did want to give you a glimpse of what it looks like across the area. One of the concerns that we're continuing to watch at this moment is that quick little warm nose that we have in the far southern valley. You notice that we are seeing a little bit of that transition into a wintry mix across the Tennessee and Georgia border. That's going to be closer to the Chattanooga area, but also across parts of Blount County. We are seeing that transition into some sleet. Now, we've had quite a few people join us on social media and go, wait a minute, this is not snow, this is sleet that is coming down, and they're curious how long this is going to last. Well, that's one of the biggest questions that we have as well. We have this warm layer in the atmosphere right now that is melting a lot of what will potentially be snow if we had that nice cold mass of air, but it's actually coming down as water, in the form of water. I guess I should say more of a frozen water pellet in the form of sleet, which could create the opportunity for perhaps some slipperier conditions, and that will also unfortunately impact snowfall totals, because when it's not snow, you can't count it as snowfall total. So again, in that area in particular, we are watching the possibility for perhaps a little bit of a warmer nose of some air in place that could be transitioning this into some sleet. Join the conversation over on Facebook, folks, too, and let us know what you're seeing across your area, as most of us are looking at just snow at this moment, but there is going to be that chance, again, as we mentioned, in the far southern valley, for seeing the opportunity for a wintry mix. So that's a glimpse as to what we are seeing right now across the region. We have a winter storm warning that will be in effect until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. This is going to be something that we continue to watch as we go throughout the evening hours tonight. And even though that snow is going to be tapering off as we head into the start of the day tomorrow, there still is going to be some of those big concerns across the area when it comes to driving conditions. Looking at some of the temperatures that we have in place right now, this is where we have some of those concerns. Again, remember how I said we have that warm nose of air? Right now across parts of Fentress and Scott County, we're sitting in the teens, so snow is almost a guarantee. But you travel further down into the valley and into the higher elevations, we actually have temperatures right now sitting in the 30s. And so that little bit of a wintry mix is going to be a possibility. We're over on social media. We have meteorologist Cassie Nolan here is also joining the conversation. We want to remind you folks that if you don't have to be on the roadways at this time, please just be smart, stay home. Again, until we really go throughout the next few days, travel concerns will definitely be an issue, especially on some of the back roads and the secondary roads. We'll talk much more about what you can expect for the rest of the day today and have another traffic hit coming up in just a little bit. Ladies.
Rebecca, thank you so much. And we're talking about colder temperatures as we head throughout the week as well, along with this snow. So there are some warming shelters open right now in Knoxville. You can go to Cokesbury Church on Kingston Pike. That one is open from 7 at night until 8 in the morning.
Vestal United Methodist Church on Ogle Avenue opens at 5 in the evening and closes at 10 in the morning. And Magnolia Avenue United Methodist Church open between 5 p.m. and 10 a.m. as well. All the churches will close their doors at night at 8.
Also, we do want to bring in now Riley, one of our producers, and the reason is you have never seen snow in real life before?
Never. Outside today, that was the first time I've ever driven in snow,
no.
seen snow.
Wait a second. Okay, tell me where you're. I need to know more on your story. Where are you from?
So I moved from Florida about 2 months ago, lived in Florida my entire life, so this is all brand new to me.
Oh my gosh, Riley, I cannot imagine. So was it like a kid on Christmas morning, like walking outside and seeing the snow?
Yeah, pretty much, pretty much. I had to buy my first ice scraper at Walmart this past weekend.
I was going to say, when you get behind the wheel, though, are you a little bit nervous coming into work today?
I was a little bit nervous, but thankfully everybody was very safe.
Yes.
So that helped a lot. The roads were very clear, so no issues.
Did you even own a jacket before you moved to
well,
Tennessee?
notice he's sort of wearing just a puffy vest.
It's just a vest, yeah. That doesn't count.
I have spent too much money on winter clothes since moving here, more than I've ever spent in my entire life.
You probably don't even know what this cold air even feels like. I'm sorry in advance because it's going to get down into the single digits later this week.
Please don't remind me.
Did you not ask for a snow day today, though? I think this should be a holiday for you.
I just went out there and started touching snow for the first time. It was like a kid on Christmas morning.
I hope somebody took pictures of this.
I really wish. Okay, good, because this is what I want to see.
Yeah.
That is exactly.
You know what that means. Now you do. Riley, thanks for being with us. We appreciate it. I think we're going to get you out on the weather porch with the actual snow and talk to you here in a little bit.
I need to bundle up right now.
Yeah. Do you have a hat?
I do.
Gloves, all of that? All right. You go get ready for that.
Okay.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
You're not allowed to stay in the warm studio with us. Sorry. We're sending you outside.
Too funny. Riley, that was a pleasure. I just love that. And honestly, I remember when I moved to West Virginia to report for my first job, and I was coming from Arizona, I didn't even own a coat.
Oh my gosh.
And I did a parade during the winter months during, December, and I was like, whoa, I need a coat.
You know plenty of what to do now after all, is that right?
Yes. All right. A reminder, too, that TVA Communications is working to answer any questions that you might have. And we are, too. Here's our QR code. If you need anything, any information weather-wise, your 7-day forecast to see when those cold temperatures are really going to take heed, please join us here.
And it's so nice that you can take it on the go. You don't even have to be sitting in front of your television right now.
Yeah.
Love that, love that. Well, we've been talking a lot about the roadways, how conditions are in various communities across East Tennessee. So we want to check back in now with Shay Smith. Earlier, we were seeing what things look like on the roadways in Sevier County. Now, it looks very wet compared to what we were seeing earlier, which was very snowy, Shay.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So whenever we first checked in about half an hour ago, we had just gotten off of I-40 and we were on the interchange, and big snowflakes, and then it kind of turned into a little bit of icy snowflakes, but definitely snow, and you could tell that it was snowy outside. Now that we're further into Sevierville, we're near downtown Sevierville. You can see Madison Square. So this is the area we're in, and it's a completely different story. I mean, if you see on this side, there's very little snow accumulation, and if you look on the roads are just wet, not even slushy. Whenever you typically have snow and there's a lot of traffic on roads, the roads may get a little slushy, but that's not even the case here. This far into Sevierville, we're passing Little Pigeon River, and again, I mean, not a ton of snow accumulation. I'm going to try and turn the camera here again, and just so everyone knows, I am not driving. I'm with a photographer, and he is driving, so I am manning the camera. But let me try and get a little bit in focus. Sorry, everyone. Here we go. Hope I'm not making y'all car sick either. But as you can see, I'm gonna zoom in over to this median, not a ton of snow accumulation. Again, look at the roads and there's not any slush either. So it looks like the sleet or the frozen rain has kind of slowed down a little bit. It was really coming down a little bit ago, but not so much anymore. But again, over here, closer into Sevierville, it's not the beautiful winter wonderland that everyone in Knoxville and probably Blount County are enjoying. It's not too much of a snow day over here, but that is yet to come because again, everyone, this weather is going to continue to move in, and so this is not the worst of it. But I'll send things back to y'all.
Hey, we certainly appreciate it. Thank you. Do be safe out there. And we're showing you a picture of our weather porch where that snow's coming down in North Knoxville. You can see the temp it looks like it's somewhere in between 20 and 40, but we'll just tell you it's below 30 degrees at this point.
Yeah, I love that view though. It just shows, that's the pretty snowfall we love to see. We've been going all out and about. This is right here in North Knoxville.
I know. Rebecca said earlier, she was like, this is the perfect snow to make snowmen and snowballs. And really, that's all we need to know.
That's really, that's all the kiddos need to know today. They just want to go sledding and build snowmen and play out and about. So let's send things back over to not only Rebecca Sweet, but Cassie Knoll joining her now.
I just have to say, it is the ladies' hour, my friends. We got 4 ladies up here for you.
That's right. I wore blue because I was like, oh, it's cold, it's snow. I'm going to match the maps behind me.
There you go.
Coordinated lovely, and your pinks today.
The weather warning is pink, right?
That's right. The winter storm warning. You guys are matching that. We got you covered here.
We planned it.
We planned it. So when we were just talking to Riley about coming from Florida and that this is his first snow here in East Tennessee. When I moved up here, this was also my first time living in snow, like 8 years ago. And Becca took me to stores and was like, you need jackets, you need layers, you need boots, you need hats, and like introduced me to winter weather. So thank you for being
wonderful. Got you covered. And then she moved to Colorado. And so she really went into the midst of all of that snow.
Yeah, but if someone from North Dakota helps someone from Florida. So if you have a friend out there who hasn't seen snow yet, give them the welcome, teach them how to do this, and we have more snow coming.
Yeah, so Cassie, you were just updating this map, and so what we're looking at right now is additional snowfall.
Yeah, that's what's behind me here. I'll step out of the way so you can kind of see it a little bit better. So we have a long band of snow that extends all the way still back down into parts of Arkansas, Mississippi, and all of that is still streaming in our direction, so that's why we're going to see these totals continuing to add up. The important part to remember too is this is a dry, fluffy snow, so those totals add up really, really fast. And these snow bands are pretty heavy too.
Yeah, they are certainly heavy. And you know, we kind of talked about it before. In some spots we're seeing, especially in parts of Blount County, where we could see that impacting snowfall totals, where we do have a little bit of that sleet mixture at this moment. So there are some concerns, especially across the far southern half of our viewing area, where this could impact snowfall totals. Hopefully it doesn't happen over the airport, because we want to see as much snow as possible.
That is officially our climate data site. So Airport Observer, if you're watching, go let us know how much you're seeing on the snowpad.
Don't let it sleet out there. But yeah, so this is the additional snowfall. We're going to be posting this over on the social media, but so far it looks like a lot of people, Cassie, have been having so much fun in the snow. What was it like for you and your morning commute coming into work? Because when I came into work early this morning, we had kind of just wrapped up, we were getting on the end of the round number 1. Yeah. When you were coming in, it was kind of starting off the round number 2, right?
Yeah, so I went outside first this morning and cleaned off my car from round number 1, and I had a solid inch on my car. Wiped all that off, started getting ready for work. The second round moved in. By the time I came back outside, it had been snowing for about an hour, and I had another solid inch on my car at that point. Coming in, any road that hasn't been treated is covered. The bridges and the overpasses especially are a mess. They are completely coated in snow, and the on and off ramps are really chunky. It's hard to get traction through there. I think the important thing to remember is you got to slow down. Yeah. You got to leave extra space between you and the car in front of you. And for those vehicles that have the big tires, they throw up chunks of stuff. So you want to stay really far away from them as well. And I mean, also just be courteous to the drivers around you and brush all that snow off your car, because once you get going, it blows off on everybody else around you.
Yeah, you know, and Cassie, you're going to be here all evening. I know we're going to be doing more of this live update, even over on our social media pages. I know we're there right now, but we're going to try and answer all of your questions. So Todd's going to be in here. You're going to be in here. Tavian's out live. We have Mike Simon, who's helping us as well. So our full weather team has been watching this throughout the entire weekend. Ladies, we're going to send it back to you because we have more of our crew getting a chance to actually get out in this snow.
Yes, we do. We have crews all over East Tennessee. We have some in Sevier County, and then we have Olivia Daig in West Knoxville. She's been driving around with Ryan Connors, trying to get a gauge on how the roads are in Knox County. Hi there.
Hey Abby, so we are on Kingston Pike headed west over near Farragut, and there is lots of things going on right now. The snow is falling pretty hard over here, and we are seeing a few cars that have been stopped on the sides of the roads. So it's very slushy, as you can see. There are plenty of cars, but if you're trying to make it off into any of these side streets, if you're trying to go to any of these businesses, you're gonna have a hard time. There is not any real way to see where the roads start and stop. And so if you are taking some main roads, you'll be better off than taking any of these side streets. Just like Mark Nagy said with TDOT, if you don't have a reason to stay on the roads, just go ahead and stay home, because people are driving pretty slow. We are going about 20 miles an hour. And as a reminder, I am not driving. We have 10 News reporter Ryan Connors driving here right now. But we're headed over towards Farragut, and it's kind of a similar situation all throughout Kingston Pike, heading southwest and west. But we're gonna send things back to you guys in the studio. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you, and please be safe, you too. They are keeping an eye on things for us, and we'll stop. We just want to make sure you know we will make them stop if things get too dangerous.
That's right.
Safety
now you can
first.
see Rebecca and Cassie. We want to talk more about the roadways. You all are keeping track of traffic conditions. Just looking at where Olivia and Ryan were, did not look great on Kingston Pike there.
No, and that's the thing to remember. If you don't have to be out right now, just don't be. That's why we're doing this coverage, so you can see what's going on without you having to get out of your house and go check it out yourself. Can we switch over to Max 2 here real quick, and let me give you a kind of an update of the traffic maps that we have around the area. Now, we do traffic coverage in the mornings, we do traffic coverage in the evenings, and this is some of the messiest widespread traffic that I have seen. Not because it's more intense than a normal day, but because it's just so widespread. There's so much yellow and orange and red all over our map right now because the snow is affecting everybody. Now, as Becca mentioned, we've had the slightly lower totals as you head south into Blount County and into Sevier County. But northern Blount County, and especially through Loudoun and Knox counties, where we have I-40 and I-75, that's where we're seeing a lot of the mess right now. Look at these interstates right now around the Knoxville area, the 640 loop, up I-75, going up into parts of Anderson County, up toward Norris, also down to the south along Pellissippi Parkway and Alcoa Highway, seeing that. And as we head a little farther to the west here, notice this triangle that's showing up out here to the west of Kingston. That's along I-40 westbound, and that is where we have a jackknifed tractor trailer. This is what the image looks like right there. So the semi coming down the hill, unfortunately, lost traction and jackknifed and is now completely blocking the interstate, and that is from exit 352 to exit 350. That is, again, just west of Kingston on I-40, and we have not heard an update that that road has been reopened. That's going to be something that takes some time to get cleared, but that just lets you know that we've got all kinds of traffic hazards across the area. As I was mentioning when I was talking to Becca just a little bit ago, especially the on and off ramps and the bridges and the overpasses are particularly slushy right now. TDOT crews are doing everything they can to keep these roads clear and treated. But the snow is just falling too heavily at this point, and it's overcoming any of that treatment that has been down on the roads at this point. Again, if you don't have to be out, please don't be. Some of our travel times that we're seeing right now, they're all in the yellow. From downtown Knoxville to McGee-Tyson, going down Alcoa Highway, I-40 east and westbound, in and out of downtown, and then over toward Paper Mill, also over to 407. We're seeing those drive times significantly delayed. We're also seeing that on Pellissippi, seeing that delay, and taking a look at a couple of our TDOT cameras here. This is what it looks like at I-40 and Cherry Street. So this part of the actual interstate doing okay. But remember, this is where it's flat. It gets a little rougher out toward our western counties where you start to head up on Roane County, on Rockwood Mountain, for example. And there's a look at I-75 southbound at Callahan Road. Notice how the tire tracks are showing up. So we're seeing, oh, there goes a truck right there with a plow on the front of it. So that just shows you that even though the treatment is working and crews are trying to get the roads plowed, it's snowing so heavily that the cars are still leaving tire marks there. And remember, the flat areas are not really where we're worried about. It's the hills and the curves, and especially those bridges and overpasses where we're starting to see more of those accumulations with more of an issue there. And then this is, again, I-40 at Cherry Street with traffic moving along. Please take it slow, and especially if you're not from around here or you haven't driven in snow before, today is not the day to go out and practice. You need to be safe and try to stay home if you can. As Becca was talking about a little bit earlier, we're not done with the snow just yet. That's a look at additional accumulations that are expected as we go throughout the day today. We're going to see possibly an additional 2 to 4 inches on our plateau counties, maybe down in our southern valley counties. It depends on how much more of that mixing we get. We also could see an additional possibly 3 to 5 inches in parts of Knox County, over into Jefferson, Loudoun, northern Blunt, northern Sevier. In the Cock and Greene counties, we could see an additional accumulation there. And the reason why is because that snow band extends all the way back to near Greenville, Mississippi, and even farther than that, realistically, into southern portions of Arkansas. And all that snow is going to gradually work its way up in our direction as we go through tonight. That is why we have the winter storm warning in effect for everywhere that you see shaded in pink right there, our entire viewing area covered in that, all the way through 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. So that gives you an idea of how long the National Weather Service expect to see these roads remain hazardous. And they may extend that a little bit later into the day tomorrow if they need to. The bottom line is, because it's also so cold, everything tonight, whatever does melt as cars are driving over it, is going to refreeze. So the roads are still going to be slick tomorrow, even if it's not actually snowing anymore due to that refreezing process. Through the day tomorrow, we're going to keep those chilly temperatures around, and then into the night, Tuesday night into Wednesday, we're talking about single digits. And so that changes our conversation over from snow impacts to cold impacts across the area. Speaking of cold, it's chilly out there right now, especially up on the plateau. Jamestown is at 17 degrees right now. Huntsville is at 18. Crossville is at 20. So the plateau, very, very, very cold. And then you factor in the wind right now, and you've got a wind chill in Jamestown of 3 degrees. Huntsville got a wind chill right now of 7. And that Arctic air is going to eventually ooze up and over the edge of that plateau and down into the valley as well. So we've got much colder air spreading across our entire viewing area as we go through the rest of the day today, and especially into tonight, tomorrow, and into Wednesday morning. But obviously right now, ladies, our big concern, of course, is the roads and the snow and the impacts that we're seeing across the area at this time.
And not surprisingly, Cassie and Rebecca, but we are already seeing school closings for tomorrow coming into our newsroom. By the looks of it outside, I don't think many schools are going to be in session tomorrow.
No, and what we can tell you first of all is Knox County schools officials are meeting right now to have a discussion about what will happen tomorrow. So there's no official word. We do know that folks are meeting right now. Of course, we'll pass that along to you as soon as we learn more. But several other districts already have closed for tomorrow.
Yeah, this just into our newsroom. Loudoun County and Jefferson County schools are closed Tuesday and Wednesday. They are already preemptively making a decision based on 2 days from now, based on what we're seeing outside. Also, St. Joseph's School of Knoxville is out tomorrow, Knoxville Catholic High School as well. And we will continue to follow this for you all afternoon, as we're sure to see many more school closings come into our system. By the way, here's your QR code. Scan this and you can see all of our weather-related stories for the day. You can also, which we really want you to do, upload your snow pictures right there on our app so that we can show them on air. We love to see these pictures. So many cute kids and dogs, and if you put kids and dogs in the snow, I want to see it.
Absolutely. We want to see all of those cute snow pictures, and we do have a couple of cute ones coming up. We're hoping to show this to you soon. But speaking of the roadways that we've been focusing on a lot because they seem to continue to worsen, Knoxville police did tweet out on X, formerly Twitter, a little while ago that the roads are getting bad. They are seeing now more crashes, more disabled vehicles, whereas earlier today we weren't seeing that quite yet. I think folks were not on the roadways, they were staying home, but now as we're getting more snow and more folks are out and about, we're seeing more problems, which is maybe not surprising, but just something to be aware of out there. And again, a reminder that KPD is on the snow plan right now, so that means they're only going to respond to emergency and injury related crashes. They still want you to give them a call, but they're not going to be able to respond beyond if it's a minor crash. So just keep that in mind as
well. Drive times are in the yellow, and that we stress the yellow. I mean, you have to use caution if you're headed out, and please don't go out if you don't have to. All right, we are talking about flights now, and Becky Huckabee from McGee-Tyson Airport is with us live on the phone, and we know that weather is impacting flights across the country, which will have a ripple effect down to us at McGee-Tyson, but also we're seeing dicey conditions, as you know. Good afternoon, Becky. Thanks for being with us.
No problem. Thank you.
So can you tell us what you are seeing at the airport right now? What sort of operations you're doing?
Yes, we are actually seeing that operations are moving. We have seen earlier today that we had no problems with handling the weather. We implement a snow plan that we practice with the airlines months in advance, and so we have now started to see, as the snow has continued to fall mixed with a little bit of sleet and rain, that we are seeing some delays. The airlines themselves make that decision. The airport runway is operational and the taxiways are operational. So each airline has to make that decision as to whether or not, with working with their corporate, if that aircraft's going to take off or not. So what we're seeing is a couple of cancellations, but mostly delays at this point.
All right. Are you hopeful that those delays will turn into flights taking off today?
We hope so. I think mostly it is just an operational decision for the airline, not only in our market, but depending when the airplane is going. They have to make sure that it's safe on the other end, because this is a larger storm that has weather kind of messing up and down the eastern seaboard. So it will depend on the destination, and we are encouraging passengers, if you're traveling today, to get to the airport at least 2 hours before your scheduled departure, and then make sure that you download the airline app or contact the airline directly, or visit flyknoxville.com for flight information before you leave the house to make sure your flight's on time.
All right. We did mention earlier that 100 million people are under some kind of weather alert today across the country. So I know that complicates your job, Becky.
And speaking of that, Becky, just to give folks an idea, you not only have to worry about de-icing the planes when needed, but also keeping those runways clear. So can you talk a little bit about what it takes to sort of keep operations up and going?
Sure. We have what's an operational plan. It's a snow plan that we meet with the airlines multiple months before summer before winter actually starts, and agree upon how we're going to clear the runway, treat the runway, and how the taxiways work. So with our snow plan, we operate typically one runway instead of two, and we focus our resources on that runway. And then we also have particular taxiways that we use. We don't try to do all of the paved surface all around the airfield, because that would take a lot of time and resources. So we work with our airlines and determine which paths are the best for everybody involved, and we focus our efforts on those so that we can keep the airport moving and the flights coming in and out of Knoxville. So we do that, and we have that agreed upon operational plan so the airlines know what to expect when the snow starts to fall. The biggest complication for airports, though, is the ice. So that's what we're really paying attention to, is the sleet that's mixed in with some of the snow right now, making sure that the pavement and ground temperatures stay above freezing or at or near freezing, and what we can do to really help with that.
All right, Becky Huckabee, we certainly wish you guys the best and safe travels to all the planes and the pilots and the passengers today. Thanks for being with us this afternoon.
Now we want to get another check of what's happening out and about in the community. So let's send things out now to Katie Inman, who's in Blount County today, surrounded by some snow there. Katie.
Yeah, Brittany and Abby, on our drive out here, we're in front of the Blount County Library, but driving out here to Maryville, honestly, Alcoa Highway was not as bad as we had expected it to be. It was very slushy, and standing here in Maryville, their roads are pretty slushy too, but they weren't that hard to drive on. And what's falling from the sky now is more icy than anything. There is still some, snow on the ground here, but it's very icy. It's not as powdery, it's not as soft. It's like whenever you try and make a snowball, it just sort of turns into an ice ball. Of course, it's very cold. We're here near the Greenway, but I want to tell you, who is not bothered by the snow and the cold one bit? Look at these geese and these ducks. They're just chilling in the water, literally chilling. They have been honking and quacking and all of that sort of stuff while we've been over here. And we've seen a few people out. Oh, they're getting out as soon as I talk about it. There you go. But we've seen a few people out here walking, enjoying the snow. But out here in Blount County, honestly, I would say that there's not as much snow as we were seeing in Knox County. You can see a lot more of the grass out here as well. And while we were driving here, it was sort of rainy, turning to icy, and now it seems that it's picked back up. But here in Blount County, we're probably going to drive closer to Townsend as time goes on today. But in downtown Maryville, 321, the roads around here, they were looking pretty good to us, and we weren't seeing a ton of people out on the roadways. Also, we saw some road crews with the plows out. They are ready and they are prepared. But again, stay safe, stay warm. And I gotta say too, I am keeping my head on a swivel looking for those sledders, those kids outside playing. Haven't seen a ton of those yet. So that's on my bucket list today for snow coverage. Lauren Davis and I are paired up out here in Blount County. So you'll see her and I out here today giving you updates on the conditions, and we're excited to not just have some fun, but also to keep you updated on how things are looking over here in Blount County, Maryville, Townsend, Alcoa, that sort of area. But I'm going to go ahead and send things back to you in the studio, and I will say happy snow day, happy Monday, and all the things in between. Brittany and Abby, we're excited.
Sounds like you need to get a sled and break in some of that fresh powder.
Well, we've been talking about fun photos that we have been asking you to send, and this is one of my favorites. It was being described as a goat in a coat. It's probably more of like a goat in a sweater, but it sounds so much better when you say goat in a coat. I think that one's so cute. So thanks for sending in the goat.
That just makes me laugh, like drooling over the snow. That's so fun. All right, we are seeing some pictures into our newsroom from areas around East Tennessee that could be complicated. This is a look at the roads. This is Cumberland Avenue. This is UT's campus and what it looks like, and hopefully kids are safely in their dorms or apartments, not having to get out in this.
No, which is a good thing. And speaking of getting out in it, we were just seeing Katie Inman out and about in Blount County, and she was mentioning sort of the difference in conditions there, actually seeing more rain in some areas, not as much snow. So we want to send things over to Rebecca Sweet. Rebecca, you can talk specifically about that.
But yeah, let's talk a little bit more about that in detail. We actually got a viewer question who was asking about why we were seeing more of that rain mixture in parts of Blount County. And a lot of this has to deal with the temperature profile that we have aloft. Now you have to think, in order to get snow, we have to have the right temperatures going from the temperatures aloft going all the way down to the surface. And so what we're looking at right now is potentially a little bit more of a warm nose. So with that warm nose, it looks like we're actually seeing temperatures a little bit warmer aloft, where we're getting some of that melting of that precipitation. And it looks like it's actually bringing down some of that warmer air closer to the surface. And so therefore, most of the precipitation that we're actually seeing, where Katie Inman was out live, is actually coming down in the form of hopefully maybe some rain, but there is that chance for maybe a rain snow mixture, perhaps some sleet, and so that could create some concerns. Now, as you heard Katie talk about, so far it's not creating any major travel concerns, but as those temperatures continue to drop tonight, and when you're looking at more of the precipitation in a liquid form, this could create some concerns, especially as those temperatures continue to drop. So again, thank you so much for that viewer question. That's going to be shared to us by one of our viewers that we had into our email area, Don Schaffner. So Don, thank you so much for sharing that question. Again, we're trying to get all the answers out there, and we're trying to provide the very latest information, but it does show that we still have that warm pocket of air. The question that we have with this warm pocket of air is, how long will it last? We need Katie Inman to do some sledding, and so we need this to transition back over into snow. We also want that because that's going to help with some of our snowfall totals. Speaking of snow, I got to share this. I know we've been sharing all these great photos across the area. Our WBR Weather Facebook page has been packed with snows. It's Oakley's 6th birthday today, and it looks like they're all getting a chance to go outside and enjoy some of this nice, fresh snow and get a chance to go outside and play in it. And speaking of snow, some areas have had close to almost 5 inches that we've had reported, and it's not even noon yet. So this is the Harriman location. Kim Webb shared this photo with us, and then we take you out into the Oak Ridge area. pretty close to the Harriman location. Both going to be moving into parts of the western area west of I-75, and we're looking at almost close to 5 inches of snow. I guess I should say closer to 4 inches of snow in this point of view, but by now we could be seeing close to around 5 inches of snow. Had to share this photo. Scott shared this with us. Remember Dave playing football with his daughters? They shared that video. He said, yeah, his daughter just couldn't get her hands out of her pocket, so he had to share this photo with us as well. And he said in reaction to Dave's photo, he had to share that photo. And then Michael shared this awesome video with us of having so much fun in Hardin Valley. I love seeing everyone having so much fun in this snow. But make sure, folks, again, if you don't have to be on the roadways, you're just getting a chance to stay off of them. Now, Cassie had more of an update as to what we were seeing temperature-wise, snow-wise. We are tracking primarily snow across the area. We do have that warm nose where KDMN was out live in Blount County, where we are seeing a little bit of that wintry mix. Some of this is coming down in the form of sleet. Now, we're going to be watching additional snowfall. So basically from where we're at through the remaining part of this system, we have the chance of some parts in the Central Valley seeing close to 3 to 5 inches of snow. So that's going to be additional snowfall on top of what some areas already have. So in total, folks, some areas could see close to around 8 inches of snow when all is said and done with. You notice those darker shades of blue throughout parts of Blount County. Again, we're watching that because we still have that wintry mix in place that is going to factor into our snowfall totals, because some of it is coming down in liquid form at this moment, but we are going to continue to see temperatures tonight cool back down and drop. And again, please be prepared for the potential for some slippery conditions as we go throughout the start of the day tomorrow. Winter storm warning is in effect until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Our whole crew is going to be watching this as we go throughout the rest of the evening. But we had that answer again as to why we are seeing that little bit of a wintry mix across parts of Sevier County, and it all has to deal with those warmer temperatures aloft being dragged right down to the surface. I would say, ladies, I prefer snow rather than sleet. How about you, right?
Yeah.
Hands down. All agree.
Yeah, and here's your QR code. Scan it right there and it'll take you to all of our coverage at WBIR.com. You can upload your pictures, check out the school closings, because there are still school closings. And oddly enough, they encompass 2 days, not just one, tomorrow and Wednesday for several districts. So do keep an eye on your district today.
We want to transition back to Sevier County. We've been talking a lot about the conditions there. A couple of things to mention, if you hadn't heard yet, Great Smoky Mountains National Park is closed today, but Sevier County is also opening a warming center. We just got that information, so I wanted to pass it along to you. It will be opening today at 8 at Sevierville First United Methodist Church, and that is on Cedar Street in Sevierville. So a warming center as we prepare for those colder temperatures we're going to see after this snow comes through. But taking a look at what's happening in Sevier County right now, we have our Shay Smith on the roadways once again to give us an update.
Under the spur.
It's just rough.
Hello. Okay, so on the Parkway, it is such an interesting case on the Parkway here in Sevierville. Now we're in Pigeon Forge, but just about a mile back, we were seeing that frozen rain, that sleet. It was mostly just damp. There was very little snow accumulation. Fast forward a mile in front of us, look at this snow. So now we're going through the spur in Pigeon Forge, and just look how absolutely gorgeous this snow is. There's so much more snow accumulation here than there was a mile back on the Parkway. It's so interesting how that can happen. But look at the beautiful trees, and over to the side you can see just the snow starting to accumulate. You know, we've been wanting snow over here. When we were driving through the rain, we were hoping for snow, and we just drove up the road a little bit and then we got it. So again, just looking so beautiful here. Let's see. You can see some slush on the roads just a little bit, but definitely not as bad as what we were seeing. Again, the parks are closed. We're driving on the road. The road right here does not look too bad. It's not very slick either, but again, something to think about and could be a little concerning is whenever it gets cold tonight and tomorrow, all of this slush, all of this water could freeze. So definitely something you want to keep in mind if you're going to be out in this area. I'll send it back to y'all.
We're hearing from a lot of businesses that want to be added to our closing system. Our team is working hard right now to keep you updated, and we cannot add new businesses into our system at this time.
Yeah, we really go through a long process to verify each business early in the season. We're not going to be able to do that during a snow event like this one, so we apologize for that. But obviously, for businesses that are already in our system, you can check our website for those.
All right, we are going to send it to Rebecca now to keep checking that forecast. It is still coming down there across East Tennessee, Rebecca.
I mean, ladies, I am constantly looking at these views across the area, and truthfully, I am in shock across the region. So we're just going to continue to watch some very heavy snow that's moving through the area. And as you've heard from Shay, you've heard from Katie, and we're still watching that warm nose that is right now right along the Tennessee and North Carolina border, right along the Tennessee and Georgia border, where we are seeing that potential for a little bit of a wintry mix, perhaps even coming down in the form of sleet. But look at this snow over our Market Square camera. I'm not sure if the director in the back can take our weather porch camera. Not at the moment, but we'll get that to you in just a little bit, because holy cow, it is coming down like crazy. As we overlook your downtown camera right now, we're certainly seeing some very heavy snow that is continuing to move through the area. Right now, temperatures for most of us right around freezing. Again, it's the reason why we are seeing the potential for snow, maybe a little bit of a wintry mix across parts of the Southern Valley. I do have some concerns in that spot where we could have perhaps some slippery road conditions, especially when things are coming down into a little bit more of a liquid form. Bridges and overpasses could be a concern. So please, folks, I know it's beautiful. Hopefully it's a day off for you, but hopefully you can just have the chance to stay home today. We're going to have much more with your Futurecast model talking about the additional snow we'll see for the rest of the day coming up in just a little bit.
10 News in High Definition is sponsored by Premier Family of Dealerships. 10 News on WBIR starts now.
Thanks so much for joining us for 10 News at Noon, everyone. I'm Brittany Bailey. We certainly are having a lot to talk about today. It is a 10 weather impact day. We are seeing the snow coming down across our region. That is not only creating some beautiful conditions, it also is creating some problems on the roads. So we do want to get a check of that. We're actually going to send things over to Rebecca Sweet now for more on that traffic.
All right, that's exactly right. Good morning, everybody. Actually, good afternoon now. We've been tracking some of these traffic concerns since early this morning, and we are looking at drive times primarily sitting in the green across some of those major roads, slowing down into the yellows, where you are seeing again traffic that is slowing down. We do have a little bit more of a traffic concern. This is going to be I-40 westbound as you are going into Roane County. Again, earlier on in the day, we did have reports of an overturned tractor trailer. Let me show you this. If you want to pull over Max 1, I can show you that traffic concern that we had on I-40 westbound. This is going to be just to the west. And you can see this kind of jackknife tractor trailer that we had in place. And at one point, it did show that we were seeing traffic closed in this location. And just the update that we've had again from this crash is that we are still seeing right now this crash really impacting traffic. And it looks like we still have the westbound lane of 2 lanes is blocked and the left shoulder is blocked. So it does look like the road is now opening, but it does look like it is down to a single lane. Besides that, it does look like traffic is going to be more of a concern across the area as you go outside. We'll be highlighting that for you as we go throughout the rest of the day. So traffic's certainly going to be an issue as you step outside at this moment. Brittany, do drive with caution if you need to be on the roads. We're going to have much more coming up in just a little bit, talking about why traffic is such a concern, because we certainly got quite a bit of snow making its way through the area. So that's a look at what we're seeing again right now with your traffic. We'll be monitoring that as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon. Brittany.
All right, Rebecca, thank you so much. This afternoon, we are getting an idea of how first responders are handling the snow. These are just some of the posts they've shared to social media. Long story short here, if you do not have to get out on the roads today or get outside at all, just hunker down and stay home if you can. Now we want to turn to Blount County as we monitor some snow conditions across East Tennessee. We want to check in with Lauren Davis now live to get a look at what's happening there. Hi, Lauren.
Hey Brittany, so as Katie talked about, we aren't really seeing as much fluffy snow. We are seeing a lot of sleet, a lot of ice. I made some snowballs earlier, but they're very, very hard, so you would not want someone to throw this at you. You would not want to be hit by this because it's mostly ice. And as we're on this bridge, it's also ice. So it just goes to show when you're driving and you see those signs that says the bridge ices before the road, that's true because out there it's very light, but here we're getting a lot of ice. And then even if you come on the railing, it's covered in ice. So, Brittany, I'm gonna send it back to you. Hopefully we can find some soft snow. We want to sled, we want to do some snow angels. Hopefully you get to have fun in the snow.
Yeah, although I was making a sort of cringe face because I can hear what it's like out there. That's not the nice fluffy snow. That sounds bad out there. And as you mentioned, it's turning to ice, so that could create some dangerous conditions. So I'm sure we'll keep an eye on that as well. But Lauren, thank you so much for that update. Now we want to look toward the mountain counties. We want to give you a live look. If you can believe it, I believe that is a live look at Gatlinburg, just socked in today. And you can see some of that precipitation if you look down in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. That's about the best way you can see what's coming down out there. But we want to check in now with Shay Smith. She is joining us from the roads of Sevier County. Shay, what are you seeing right now?
Hello everyone. So Lauren just said that she wanted to see some soft snow. Well, head on over to Gatlinburg because look at these snowflakes. These snowflakes are huge. They're fluffy. They're definitely the type of snowflakes and the type of snow that you can make snow angels and snowmen and snowballs that will not hurt if they hit you. But we are on the spur and we are headed into Gatlinburg. And I mean, just look at how gorgeous this is. The Smokies are kind of hard to see because it is so gray out and the snow is so thick, but just look how beautiful it is. Just a few miles behind us though, over in Sevierville, it's pretty damp, so we're not seeing a ton of snow accumulations in certain areas on the Parkway. It looks almost rainy. There's not really any slush. However, here when we're heading into Gatlinburg, you can kind of see the roads. They're a little wet, but again, not super slushy, and so it kind of seems like as soon as the snow is hitting the ground, it starts to melt and dissolve. But we're heading into Gatlinburg, as you can see. Again, absolutely gorgeous. I know I keep saying it, but I just moved to Tennessee a couple months ago, so I am blown away. I think this is beautiful. So I'm happy that everyone on TV, watching TV, is getting to share this experience with me. But I will send things back to you. We'll continue to monitor the weather here in Gatlinburg and this gorgeous snowfall that we are getting.
We can feel that excitement coming through the screen. This is the perfect assignment for you today, Shay. Thank you so much for that update. Well, we do want to let you know that warming shelters are open throughout our region. In Knoxville and Knox County, there are 3 sites set up in churches. Knoxville Mayor India Kincannon talked about the weather headed our way and the importance of those warming shelters. She says she's thankful for the churches that are opening their doors for those in need of a warm place to stay.
We're very grateful for the faith community for stepping up as they always do, but this year it's in a more coordinated manner. They will all be open, all those warming centers will be open, and the 3 churches are also okay with accepting pets, so people shouldn't stay outside just because they have a pet.
Those warming shelters are looking for donations as well. Right now, Knox Area Rescue Ministries is looking for sleeping bags, bedding, and toiletries. In Knoxville, you can go to Cokesbury Church on Kingston Pike. It's open from 7 at night until 8 in the morning. Vestal United Methodist Church on Ogle Avenue opens at 5 in the evening and then closes at 10 in the morning. And Magnolia Avenue United Methodist Church is open between 5 p.m. and 10 a.m. as well. All of the churches will close their doors for the night at 8 p.m.
What is it?
Oh, you heard her. East Tennessee. Yep, it is currently a winter wonderland out there. And it looks like some of you are definitely taking advantage of the snow today. And boy, do we love to see it. Just take a look at some of these pictures. That looks to be Pee-wee out there enjoying the snow. We've had plenty of dog pictures. Here's maybe Smokey. How cute is that? We love that all of the kiddos and the animals are enjoying the weather, and even the adults as well. You can see that wreath there says, "Let it snow," and I guess Mother Nature agreed with that. A night shop, because of course we saw the first round of this weather come in overnight. Some more doggos out there enjoying the snow. We think that it's so fun right now because the kiddos and the dogs can get out there and enjoy the snow. They're not having to shovel the sidewalks or scrape off the cars like some of us adults do. So let's just enjoy this through the eyes of the children, right? Take a look at that cutie, checking the snow out the window. And there's a look at a beautiful snowy scene here in East Tennessee. We love to see those photos, and we want to see more of your snow pictures. If you spend any time outside in the snow today, or even if you're inside where it's warm, we want to see what you're seeing on a day like today. You can upload those photos in our free 10 News app. Now, speaking of all of that snow, we want to send things back over to Rebecca Sweet in the Weather Center for more on our forecast today.
All right. Thank you so much, Brittany. Now, we talked about some of the traffic concerns that we're seeing across the area moments ago. Let's explain why we're seeing some of these traffic concerns. As we overlook from our downtown camera, we're looking at very much reduced visibility. Right now, traffic is moving so incredibly slow on the interstate, and with every good reason. We've kind of gone from a little bit of a mixture from some sleet, now transitioning back into snow, and a lot of this is going to vary by location and some of the temperatures that we have aloft. We've had quite a few people join the conversation, and if you've seen, some of our reporters have been going into parts of Blount County where we've had a little bit of that sleet mixture. Again, a lot of this has to deal with temperatures that we've had aloft. When we have this warm air of moisture aloft, it can lead to the potential for sleet rather than snow. This is a great little comparison that we like to use when it comes to the different types of precipitation. So you notice freezing rain, when it freezes upon the surface, it's coming down as rain, and then it freezes on surface and it creates these kind of slippery looking locations. Sleet is something where it can start off potentially as snow, get back into rain, and then refreeze before hitting the surface, and it comes down as more of these kind of ice pellets and it bounces upon surface. And sleet is kind of where more so you can grab it, you can mold it, you can move it, and it kind of seems like more of an icy snowfall that is coming down. So sleet, freezing rain, although they can both bring in their own concerns, it's just kind of a variation of what we're seeing right now in that temperature profile aloft. But this is just always a fun little example to show maybe some of your kiddos if they have a question as to why they may not be seeing as much snow as other areas. And boy, we've had some pretty good snow across the region. Winter storm warning will carry on until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. And the reason why we have a winter storm warning is because we have all of that snow that is in place. And this snow is going to be sticking with us as we go into the evening hours. So this is a look at additional snowfall already on top of what we've already had across the area. There is that chance in those darker shades of blue where we could have close to another 3 to 5 inches of snow as we're continuing to watch a whole lot of snow continue to slide its way up into the valley. So that could put the grand total in some spots close to around 8 inches of snow. Would not be surprised. We're looking at 2 to 4 inches of additional snowfall across parts of the plateau. And then across the higher elevations, as you've seen, we've had Shave Smith, one of our reporters, out. She is driving into the Smokies. So we have some variation as to what we're seeing in the Southern Valley as we are comparing into the higher elevations. There is that chance, again, we could see more of that snow continuing to fall across the higher elevations as well. So this is a system that we're going to be tracking as we go into the evening hours tonight. It'll be with us throughout the entire afternoon. If you don't have to be on the roadways, folks, again, we're highly advising that you can just stay put, and this will last again as we go throughout the rest of the night tonight. Temperatures will continue to stay on the cool side, only looking at highs near freezing, so bundle up. And guess what? After today, we have another 10 weather impact day tomorrow. Not necessarily because of falling snow, but more so the impacts of the snow we could have in the morning hours, and then those chilly temperatures we'll have as we go into your Wednesday. We'll have more details on that in your extended forecast coming up. Brittany.
Rebecca, thank you. And all afternoon, we are sticking with our snow coverage as we give you a live look outside today. This view from our tower camera. Stay with us, everyone. We'll be right back.
Your Premier family of dealerships, we give you total transparency, not like those cheesy other guys. You can see right through their nonsense.
Secret City in North Knox, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram.
Attention homeowners in Knoxville and throughout East Tennessee. Ultimate Bat Solutions by Wilkerson started with 50. Now we're looking for 30 homeowners to participate in our winter savings event. We want to evaluate our custom bathing solutions in real homes for safety and convenience. We're so confident that our baths and showers provide easy access and remain free of mold or mildew that we're offering promotional pricing for 30 homeowners. For more than 55 years, Southern Industries has been building relationships that last a lifetime. And now, during our winter savings event, 30 homeowners will save 75% on installation of a new walk-in shower. Ask about 12 months, no interest, no payment financing, senior and military discounts. Plus, call during this program for a free $50 Walmart gift card with estimate. Have your zip code and location ready to qualify. Call 1-800-660-2842. That's 1-800-660-2842.
Weather on WBIR is brought to you by Brown Squirrel Furniture. Come see our custom made-to-order solid wood bedrooms.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. We're giving you a glimpse from our Sharps Ridge camera where it is gray across the area. Happy snow day, everybody, as we're going to continue to talk a little bit more about some of the interesting weather we have across the area. It's a snow day for most of us, and hopefully get a chance to stay home and stay in your comfy pajamas and drink hot chocolate, make some snow cream, and make the most of it, and just stay safe, folks. As we talk about the next few days, we have a 10 weather impact day today, a 10 weather impact day tomorrow. Tomorrow going to be because of the roads in the early morning hours, but also look at those temperatures that we're going to have on the back half of this system. We're dropping down into the single digits as we go into your Wednesday morning. Wind chill factors below zero, which again, frostbite can develop in as little as 30 minutes. So that's going to be a concern. As for the day today, yeah, it's clearly evident as to why we have a 10 weather impact day. We've got chilly temperatures in place. We're right on the borderline for seeing some of that warm air aloft. Cassie's going to have more on that wintry mix in just a moment. But for most of us, we're seeing some snow. In fact, we're seeing quite a bit of snow that is making its way through the area. And we're watching this axis of snow that is going all the way from Mississippi and Arkansas, continuing to push up into Tennessee, and it's going to stick with us, folks, for the next few hours. What we're looking at right now, this consistent snow that is continuing to come down, we're going to see that again all the way through the evening hours tonight. Finally, around dinner time, we'll start to see a lot of these snow showers taper off, but even into the overnight hours, heading into the early hours of your Tuesday, we could still see a few of those flurries lingering on. And then, as I mentioned before, we transition to talking about much colder temperatures. Look at those wake-up temperatures as we go into your Wednesday. We will likely start off in the single digits, and we're only going to see highs near freezing as we go into the middle part of the week. Again, we'll be watching this for you on a much closer view in just a little bit. We'll have more on that wind chill value. As you head outside, again, we are tracking some big concerns across the area. Again, East I-40 near Cumberland is going to be closed at this moment as we're continuing to get an update on our TDOT cameras. We are watching a few crashes across the area at this moment. We're also watching another crash that's going to be in Roane County, I-40 westbound, also watching a little bit more of an issue across that area. It looks like I-40 westbound really turning into a mess. So drive with caution. We'll have much more in just a little bit.
Rebecca.
Brittany?
Thank you so much. And speaking of those roadways and problem areas, we want to check in now with Scott Erlin with Knoxville Police. And Scott, I right away want to ask you about some issues that KPD was tweeting out about Cumberland Avenue. Can you tell us what was going on there and if that is still a concern for you?
Yeah, that's one of our biggest areas of concern right now that I wanted to highlight in this briefing is the whole UT campus area around Cumberland Avenue. The Fort Sanders area is one of our biggest problem areas we've seen pop up. A lot of congestion, a lot of traffic issues because of the weather that is the snow that's covering those roads in that area. Also wanted to bring up one of the other big issues we've seen since our last briefing is on Alcoa Highway, particularly the northbound lanes near Cherokee and the UT Medical Center. So those are two of the bigger issues that we're seeing right now.
So you're talking about those issues. Have we seen any major crashes with injuries or disabled vehicles? I believe you were putting out information like that as well.
Thankfully, we're not aware of any significant injuries that have been caused, but we have seen an uptick really citywide in crashes as well as disabled vehicles. It's hard to really pinpoint the exact area where we're seeing the highest volume of those calls. It's really been a citywide issue. But when you look at the roads and the kind of traffic issues we're dealing with right now, Alcoa Highway and the Cumberland Avenue, Fort Sanders area are really our two biggest concerns at the moment.
And before we let you go, can you remind viewers what the snow plan means for KPD?
The snow plan, of course, means that we have gone to a close monitoring of calls for service, in particular, where we are not going to respond to certain non-emergency calls. Where possible, we'll try to divert those to other avenues to get a report done, whether through our teleserve unit or the supervisor will, or the officer will give, dispatch will give advice on how to handle that call. And of course, some of that includes the non-injury crashes, where we still want those calls to be made to us for situational awareness, so we know what's going on, we know what's happening, and where we need to have resources. But we might not have an officer that comes out to that scene. So just document that and handle with your insurance as through their protocols.
All right, Scott, thank you so much. I'm sure we'll be checking in with you again throughout the day, but we appreciate that update.
No problem.
Now we're going to get a check of the conditions out and about in East Tennessee with our field crews. We want to check in now with Vinay Simlot in Knox County. It looks like it's coming down where you are, Vinay.
Oh, it's been snowing steadily for the last couple of hours, and look what we've got. We've got the powdery, fresh snow, and people here at Lakeshore Park are enjoying it. You can see all of the sledders that are out now and going down the hill. I do want to tell you, on the drive over here, it's important to know that a lot of these roads are getting covered with snow quickly because of how quickly the snow is coming down. We've gotten about 3.5 to 4 inches of snow here in West Knox County right now, Brittany.
Vinay, behind you, it looks like there are some folks sledding down the hill there and having some fun.
Oh, you might see us doing that in a little bit too, Brittany.
I like that tease. All right, thanks so much, Vinay. Now we want to turn back to our forecast and show you just some of what we're seeing throughout the region. This was the scene in Clinton this morning. As you can see, some snow accumulating there on the deck, and just a beautiful scene out on the water there as well. So thanks so much for that video. Oh my gosh. It just gives us a look at what's happening all throughout. And we've seen really kind of a little bit of a range of conditions depending upon where you are in East Tennessee.
That video was probably pre-craziness, because now everything, Brittany, is just getting so much more hectic across the area. I mean, you saw that video from Vinay and where he is at. It is just hard to see a whole lot at this moment, folks. Now, what we're tracking is primarily snow across the area. Meteorologist Cassie Knoll is going to be out on the weather porch talking a little bit more about that sleet mixture that we're seeing in parts of Blount County. Now, I do want to let you know, this is a look at our additional snowfall. So this is what we could potentially see on top of what we already have in place. Some areas throughout the Central Valley could have another 3 to 5 inches of snow. Again, folks, this is going to be a huge snowmaker. 2 to 4 inches across parts of the plateau, and a lot of those areas have already picked up 2 to 3 inches of snow. Keep those photos coming, folks, of how you're enjoying the snow, but first and foremost, please stay safe. If you don't need to be on the roadways today, by all means, just stay where you can. We have a winter storm warning that will be in effect until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. That just goes to show how long lasting these impacts will likely be felt. And then guess what? We talk about much colder weather as we go into the early hours of your Wednesday. More details on that. We'll hear more from Cassie coming up on that little bit of a sleet mixture we're seeing in Blount County.
All right, Rebecca, thank you so much. And as you heard, Cassie Knoll will be up next with a preview of what's happening just outside. All right, stay with us.
I have the best taste on this disc.
We've got a show to do.
AGT Fantasy League tonight on NBC and Peacock.
Night Court marches in with an all-new season.
Dan, smile. Don't show teeth.
Full of laughter and surprises.
Daughter of a magician.
Co-worker of lunatics.
A new Night Court Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
New FanDuel customers bet $5 and get one.
at Sevierville First United Methodist Church opening. That is opening for the folks because the cooler temperatures are going to be on the way after this snow passes through. But speaking of all of that, we want to send things over to Rebecca Sweet in the Weather Center for more on our forecast on this 10 Weather Impact Day.
Y'all, this view right now has progressively gotten so much worse as we're going to continue to get a glimpse right now from our downtown camera overlooking the interstate. And I've been trying to see nice and close to see if we do have any of those roads becoming more of an issue. And to be honest, folks, traffic has just been so messy. In fact, I had a viewer who said that on their way back into work, they saw multiple cars off the side of the road. So please, if you do not have to be on the roads, just try and stay home, folks. Again, and just drive with caution if you do need to be on the roads. I know a lot of people probably went to work this morning when we had that little bit of a lull, and now heading home is going to be a much bigger issue. We are tracking primarily snow across the area, and some of these snowfall totals, folks, have been so impressive. In fact, we've had photos of close to 5 to 6 inches across parts of Anderson County, close to 5 inches across parts of Knox County. That little purple blob that we have in Blount County, yes, that is a little bit of a concern as we are tracking the opportunity for some warm air aloft being dragged a little bit closer to the surface, and so there is that chance for perhaps seeing some sleet. Yes, we are watching that closely, and I know a lot of people are curious as to when this will be transitioning back to snow. Please, again, that's just a reminder, folks, why you do not want to be on the roads, and if you are on the roads, drive with so much caution. We're looking at additional snowfall of anywhere between 3 to 5 inches across parts of the Central Valley. That's on top of what we've already had through the area. So if we see an additional 3 inches on top of the 5 inches of snow that has already fallen in parts of Knox County, we're looking at a total of over 8 inches possible in some parts of our area. That's certainly something that we'll continue to track as we go throughout the rest of the day today. Another 2 to 4 inches possible across parts of the Plateau and heading into the Smokies. The Southern Valley, there is a little bit of some question because we do have that concern for a wintry mix. Again, winter storm warning in effect until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. All right, we do want to get you out on the roads with a look at your TDOT cameras. Again, we are tracking some major concerns right now in Cumberland County. That's one of the biggest crashes that we have right now at this moment. Let me get some more information on that for you, as this is going to be close to that crash that we had originally. It's going to be I-40 eastbound. The road is blocked from exit 329 Market Street to exit 338. So again, eastbound I-40 going into parts of Cumberland County. The interstate is actually closed at this moment. We're going to continue to get more information on that crash as we get it. Brittany.
All right, Rebecca, speaking of that, we are joined now on the phone by Mark Nagy, who is a spokesperson for TDOT. And Mark, right away, I want to ask you about a couple of these issues we've been talking about on the interstate earlier. We know there was a jackknife semi, but right now we're hearing about a situation in Cumberland County. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I know the basics. I know that that's a multi-vehicle crash, and it's about 2 to 3 miles from the Cumberland-Roane County line. So for eastbound travel, they are going to have to take alternate routes. In terms of what was going on in Kingston over the past few minutes, that roadway is back open. But yeah, there was a jackknife tractor trailer. It happened a couple of hours ago that had closed the roadway for a bit. So you know, we've seen our share of crashes, and you know, as this winter weather storm continues, that possibility is certainly there that we'll see more of those as the day continues.
So we touched on those two. Are there others that maybe we haven't heard about? Anything you want to pass along right now?
Nothing in terms of on the interstates that I'm aware of. I know that there are crashes taking place on secondary routes, you know, which is why we're stressing the same thing that everybody else is. If you don't have to be on the roadways, stay off the roadways. It's the safest place that you can be, and especially because you listen to Rebecca, we're going to have this snow for a while. I mean, you know, we're not talking about this thing ending in the next hour or two. So it's been a busy day so far for our TDOT crews, and we expect it to be a busy night and early morning as well.
Mark, thank you so much for that update, and I'll just send it this reminder. I know you always do. Move over, give those plows on the roadway plenty of room. I'm sure we'll be checking in with you later today. Thanks again, Mark. Now we want to turn to Blount County as we monitor those snow conditions all across East Tennessee. Katie Inman is joining us now live with a look at what's happening there. And Katie, I know earlier it was sort of more sleet that was coming down than snow.
Yeah, so Brittany, now here in Blount County, that sleet that we were seeing initially, it has turned more to that snow. It is still very very icy snow. It's not the big fat flakes like some places are seeing, but here you may notice, you know, I'm sitting in a hot pink sled and we are near and there are plenty of people here sledding beside me. So they've got the traditional sleds. Someone's got a boogie board out here. There's also a skim board, but you know, I got to get in on the sledding action. Y'all know I like to have fun. So we got to go, and hopefully I don't fall over on live TV and embarrass myself. Okay, here we go, backwards. Okay, thank you. You can't hear it, but the crowd is going wild. Yes, thank you guys. And okay, we're having a lot of fun here in Blount County. We've even got a dog out here wearing a coat, and I think that the snow is picking up now, and it might be time to have a snowball fight with Lauren Davis, who is behind the camera. She's shaking her head at me now. She's like, do not throw a snowball at me. It's kind of hard to pack it. I'm going to be honest. Yeah, snowball disintegrated. Lauren is safe for now, but Brittany, I'm going to go ahead and send things back to you in the studio. How was my form on the sled?
You know, things were dicey there for a second, Katie. I can't tell you I didn't have my hands like this over my face, worried about what was going to happen, but that is some sledding skills. You went around backwards and didn't even fall. So 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. All right, thanks so much, Katie.
Yay.
Good job. Yay. Now we want to take a check outside live at Market Square, and we have just watched throughout the morning the snow pile up there even more and more. It looks beautiful. Rebecca was saying earlier, it's such a shame that the ice rink is closed down for the season, because this would be a perfect day for that. But we saw some folks still getting out and about. Someone was walking with an umbrella earlier. Love to see that out and about. And now we want to turn our attention to Sevier County, where we find Shay Smith today. She's donning the hat and out from the car. We were seeing the road conditions. Now you're out live. Tell us what you're seeing there.
Hey, Brittany. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you could check in with me every 5 minutes here in Sevier County, and it would be a different story. So literally about 7 minutes ago, we were seeing big, fluffy snowflakes falling from the sky, and now it looks like it's just rain. So as you can see, the road is closed, so the park is closed for the day because of these winter weather conditions. I think that Knox County and Anderson County and Blount County are hogging all of the snow, because in Sevier County, it's been snowy, but also pretty rainy. We're seeing that freezing rain, some sleet, and it's not really sticking either. There's not much snow accumulation either, but we're going to stay out here. We're going to continue to cover Sevier County for you all at home, and I'll send it back to you, Brittany. I'm hoping for some snow soon.
You were just loving it. We need to get you into the most snow ever, because you would be the most excited, it sounds like.
I know.
All right, thanks, Shay. Now we want to send things back over to the Weather Center for another check of this forecast with Rebecca Sweet.
That's exactly right. Okay, so Brittany, you heard a wide variety of precipitation types. Most of us seeing snow at this hour. In fact, we've had some really good snow moving through. But as you heard Shay talk about, we are seeing a little bit of a mix across the higher elevations. It could necessarily be in the form of rain. It could be in the form of a little bit of a sleet mixture as well. Katie Inman, where she was at in Blount County, now they're starting to see that transition back into snow. And this all really depends on the temperatures that we have aloft and whether or not that moisture is getting a chance to pull down some of that warmer air aloft. But for most of us, what we're seeing at this time is going to be snow. And as you heard from Mark Nagy, we're expecting this system to stick with us as we go throughout the next few hours, primarily snow. So driving concerns, even after this snow comes to an end, will still be an issue as you go into the early morning hours of your Tuesday. We may still see a few more additional flurries throughout the start of the day tomorrow. When it comes to additional snowfall, some areas in the Central Valley could see an additional 3 to 5 inches. We'll have much more coming up right after the break.
Knoxville Wholesale Furniture proudly presents American Home, a new collection designed by internationally renowned artist Bob Timberlake. The handcrafted Amish furniture features solid cherry wood with several custom finishes, 100% made in America. Visit the new Bob Timberlake Gallery at Knoxville Wholesale Furniture and see this exclusive limited edition collection. Need a new sofa with over 10,000 fabrics to choose from? Design a custom sofa as unique as you are, starting at the low price of $8.99. Knoxville Wholesale Furniture. You just can't do any better.
Attention homeowners, we're looking for 30 homeowners to participate in our winter savings event. Ultimate Bath Solutions by Wilkerson wants to take your bathroom from outdated to outstanding in as little as 1 day. 30 homeowners will receive promotional pricing on a new bath or shower. From walk-in showers with a low threshold entrance to walk-in tubs with you'll be compensated for your time just to determine if our custom bathing solutions are the right fit for your bathroom project. The first 30 homeowners who call now will save 75% on installation of a new walk-in shower. Ask about 12 months, no interest, no payment financing, senior and military discounts. Plus, last chance to call during this program to receive a free $50 Walmart gift card with your free in-home estimate. Have your zip code and location ready to qualify. Call 1-800-660-2842. That's 1-800-660-2842.
You're paying 19% or more on credit cards, 24% on some, 8% on that 72 Gremlin you finance, 29% or more on in-store credit, and you think mortgage rates are high? That's based on today's rate. Now, refinance, have more money in your pocket every month with Fountain City Finance. Don't sign anything until you call 687-8200. You can't do any better than Fountain City Finance.
Best rates, last wait, Fountain City Finance.
Welcome back, everyone. We are tracking the snow falling all across our region, and that includes right here at Channel 10 in North Knoxville. And meteorologist Cassie Nall has stepped outside once again to our weather porch where it just looks so beautiful out there, Cassie.
You know, it looks beautiful here in Knoxville. We've got that fluffy kind of snow falling, big fat flakes. It's adding up very quickly. It's making the roads tricky because you're getting that slush all over the place. Then we have what's going on, as you were just talking about with Shea down in Sevier County, where it's switched over to rain. So the different precipitation types are not only going to vary with the snowfall totals, but it's also going to change the impact. This is a look at the radar, and I wanted to show you just how far back to the southwest that snow band extends, all the way back into southern Arkansas. Then it goes through northern Mississippi, Alabama. Notice around Chattanooga, we've got some of that pink showing up. We have a little bit of that down near the Maryville area as well. Because of that layer of warm air, we're seeing some of these snowflakes melting and either reaching the surface as rain or some sleet mixed in as well. If you're in one of those areas, most of that's happening in our eastern counties, in Monroe, Blount, Sevier counties where we've seen some of that. Please be aware that once that switches back over to snow, you're going to have even more road impacts around the area, and we are going to be watching for the potential of ice being a problem later today as well. For those of you with the snow, get outside and enjoy it in your own yard. Try not to travel if you don't have to. We'll be right back with more 10 News at noon coming up after a short break.
In these great savings.
The opportunities for aging in place have never been easier, especially when it comes to safety in your bathroom. It's Ashton, back with Darren Stiegel from New Bath Today, who's here to explain how his team is creating a safer bathing experience for customers and doing it with style.
Now, Ashton, you hear me talking safety a lot, and creating a safer, aging-in-place solution is what makes New Bath Today exceptional. And with the Kohler Luckstone shower system, tub-to-shower conversions are by far the most common requests we receive.
Why tub-to-shower conversions?
Well, see, our customers express concern with their tub's high barrier, combined with a wet floor, could cause them to fall and hurt themselves. But with Luckstone, safety and functionality don't have to come at the expense of luxury. Now, follow me, because I'm going to demonstrate how people watching can have the best of both worlds.
This looks like the perfect example of someone who wanted to prioritize safety in the shower.
Absolutely, and as you can see, we took out the old tub and replaced it with a low threshold shower. Grab bars are positioned for an easy grip next to the folding seat. Finally, we have our customizable shower head features. This one features removable handheld shower attached to a slide bar. Now the base, bar, seat, and shower head all work in tandem to prioritize your safety and comfort.
I really love this shower wall. Explain more about the options people have for wall surrounds.
Well, this wall surround, the gray and white stone design, is called Calcutta Crema. This is just one of a multitude of wall styles and patterns you can choose from. It's made of 70% crushed stone, grout-free, and has the look and feel of natural stone without the need of hard scrubbing.
What's the next step for those interested in a new walk-in shower?
Well, you call the number on your screen to schedule a risk-free in-home consultation. We'll bring the showroom to your living room with various samples, grab measurements of the bath space, and allow you to completely customize your safer, more luxurious walk-in shower.
Any special offers?
Well, for the month of January, I'm taking $2,024 off your new walk-in shower, plus no payments until 2025 and a $200 Amazon gift card with purchase.
Take $2,024 off your new walk-in shower, plus make no payments until 2025. And a $200 Amazon gift card with purchase. Call New Bath today.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. We do want to give you some breaking news update that there is one lane that is now open on I-40 East in Cumberland County. Again, that was once recently an area where we did have a crash that had I-40 East closed in that area. Now we do have one lane that is open, but keep in mind, folks, traffic is going to be extremely slow moving. And the reason why we're seeing all of this traffic that is slow moving is because of the snow that is moving through the area. 10 weather impact day today, 10 weather impact day tomorrow. Today, it's because of the snow. Tomorrow, it will be those lingering impacts that we have of the snow. And then we talk about the much colder air that's going to be moving into the area as we head into the start of your Wednesday with wake-up temperatures in the single digits. Regionally, we are seeing temps right now sitting right near freezing. We have that nice warm nose of air that is in place, hence the reason why some of us, unfortunately, not going to be the best news, looking at the potential for a little bit of precipitation in the form of rain. So we'll continue to watch that across the higher elevations. Most of us will be seeing this axis of snow continuing to slide its way through the area. It will carry on into the evening hours tonight. We may have that chance on the tail end of this system to potentially see a little bit of a wintry mix in the far southern valley. Roads, folks, even though this precipitation is going to be coming to an end tonight, will still be a concern as we go into the start of your Tuesday morning. So tomorrow morning, please, again, drive with caution. Again, we told you most schools are now, we're getting updates that a lot of schools are going to be closed tomorrow. So if you don't have to be on the roadways, just take it nice and slow. Single-digit wake-up temperatures will be likely as we go into your Wednesday, with wind chill factors potentially getting down below zero. All right, that's a look at your forecast. We do want to take you outside with a look at your TDOT cameras as we head into the afternoon hours. That's a look at I-40 at Alcoa Highway. Drive times, folks, extremely slow. If you don't need to be on the roadways, again, please just don't do it. And it's not a race. This is definitely one of those times where slower may be better. We'll have more coming up in just a little bit. Brittany.
Rebecca, thanks so much. Now we want to turn back to Blount County as we monitor those conditions all across East Tennessee. Today, we are checking in with Lauren Davis, who is out and about where we're seeing a little bit more of the fluffy snow. Well, maybe not. It looks kind of rough out there.
Brittany, we're in the Foothills Mall parking lot, and it's not exactly fluffy. It's a little bit fluffy, but there's still that sleet. We have a decent amount of accumulation. We've been here for about 30 minutes, and as Cassie Knoll was saying earlier, it wasn't freezing rain because when it hit the windshield, it didn't turn into a layer of ice, which is just kind of thin ice. We see on the ground, on top, it's the fluffy layer, but it's also kind of like a slushy, like when you step in it, it's not very fun. But I saw Katie having fun when she was sledding earlier. There's a lot of people out here, they're having fun, they're just gathering around. It's just a whole bunch of people having a good time. We've been told that apparently this is the place to go in Maryville when it snows. So we're just gonna hang out here and hopefully we'll be able to build a snowman. Katie told me someone is building a snowman and I kind of want to join in on the action, Brittany.
Lauren, thank you so much. Now we want to pass along a quick note about closings. We are hearing from a lot of businesses wanting to be added to our closing system, but our team is working right now hard to keep you updated, but we cannot add new businesses into our system right now. We do go through a long process to verify businesses early in the season. We cannot do that during a big snow event, so we apologize for that, but we're working hard to get as many updated as we can. Now we want to turn back to our forecast as we get a look outside at Market Square. Once again, just a gorgeous view. I love that some of the decorations are still up, the bows on the lamps. It just gives us that beautiful feel of a winter wonderland.
Yes.
And not everyone is afraid to get out and about. We saw at least one person walking through Market Square, Rebecca.
And you know what? With a lot of our live shots, we've had a lot of kiddos out sledding, enjoying the snow, which by all means, folks, safely do that. Get outside and enjoy some of this winter weather. In fact, for some locations, we're looking at quite a bit of snow, more than we have had in recent years. In fact, in parts of the Central Valley, we've already had reports of close to 5 inches of snow. You notice there is that little bit of a wintry mix that may be possible across parts of Blount County. It looks like most areas seeing snow, but there is that chance for it transitioning into a little bit of a sleet mixture, as you just heard Lauren talk about. And we're also seeing that potential for maybe a little bit of some rain across the higher elevations. So some concerns in that sense. Now, additional snowfall, we could have anywhere between 3 to 5 inches of additional snow across the Central Valley. That is where a majority of this snow is going to be coming in. We have another big swath of snow that is pushing its way into the northern half of Mississippi, and it's going to ride its way up the valley and make for a little bit of an interesting end to this event. Winter storm warning is in effect as we go throughout the overnight hours until 7 o'clock tomorrow. This winter storm warning is primarily due to the impacts that we will have across the area, especially tomorrow morning. Even though a lot of this snow is going to be coming to an end, it is still going to be quite slippery and perhaps a little tricky on those roadways. Wind chill values as we go into the middle part of the week will be dropping down into the single digits, potentially even getting into the single digits below zero. Now, with temperatures this cold, there is that chance that frostbite can develop as fast as 30 minutes. So you do want to make sure that you are taking caution into the middle part of the week. Dress appropriately. This is a quick look at your 7-day forecast. As we talked about before, today and tomorrow, 10 weather impact days. We get a brief little break as we go into the middle part of the week, and then potentially watching another system by the end of the week. So we'll continue to watch that for you closely throughout the next few days.
Busy week ahead for us. All right, thanks so much, Rebecca. And stay with us. We'll be right back with more 10 News at noon.
The 10 News weather team is always here to help. Download the 10 News app for the latest updates on winter storms.
It's the big fitness energy sale at Planet Fitness. Join today for 24 cents down, $10 a month. Cancel anytime and get energized in the judgment-free zone. Never intimidating. Always free fitness training and equipment for every workout. Join today. Deal extended through January 19th.
Foundation damage can be serious. Cracks that start here can soon appear here and here. Don't let foundation damage jeopardize the value of your home. Considering new floors or home renovations, more settlement can ruin that investment. Your home's foundation comes first. Rely on Ramjack, the foundation repair experts for over 40 years.
Would you buy a life insurance policy if you knew your rate increased every 5 years? What if $9.95 a month bought you less than $1,000 in protection? Sadly, many policies that seniors buy today fail to mention this in their advertisements. You could buy a policy that might not give you enough coverage when you need it most. Call now to receive free information on the Senior Care Plan from Senior Life Insurance Company. The Senior Care Plan guarantees your rates cannot increase. Your benefit will never decrease. There is no medical exam, and you will have lifetime coverage. You could qualify for up to $30,000 in whole life protection, and rates start as low as $5.90 a month. With the Senior Care Plan, your coverage can start immediately, unlike other policies that don't give you full coverage for 2 years. Call now for free information on the Senior Care Plan from Senior Life. By calling now, you lock in the lowest rate possible. You have no obligation. Call now.
Hi, I'm Dan with Closet Factory, where we design and build beautiful spaces at our facility right here in Knoxville. Call to schedule your free design quote, plus right now get 50% off all accessories and 0% financing. The art of organization is at
Closet Factory.
Good job, Hope.
Hot Wheels Monster Trucks Live Glow Party will be at Food City Center January 27th and 28th. You can win 4 tickets for January 27th. Just visit the WBIR contest page and enter a photo of your kids and their Hot Wheels Monster Trucks.
It's the big fitness.
Welcome back to 10 News at Noon, everyone. Well, we talk a lot about seeing snow through the eyes of children, how excited they get, but you don't have to be a kid to enjoy the snow. This is one of our producers, Riley, who is seeing snow for the very first time. I mean, came here from Florida, has never seen it before, and, you know, thankfully has some gloves because he was not prepared. He had to go out and buy all new winter clothing. He says it was just like Christmas. So, I mean, if you're sort of feeling blue about all of the dangerous road conditions out there, just take a moment to be happy about the snow that we're seeing. And let's hear from him.
Started touching snow for the first time. It was like a kid on Christmas morning.
I hope somebody took pictures of this.
I really wish.
Yeah, you heard it. The pictures. We delivered. We said that, and here we go. I mean, it's so cute. That was just outside of our station where we can see it is coming down. You're seeing those pictures, but we want to see more snow pictures from you. If you spend any time outside today or maybe just looking at your window, that's fine too. We want to see what you're seeing. You can upload those photos now in our free 10 News app. So it's been a busy, busy morning for Rebecca Sweet. We're not going to let you go before you give us one more check of the forecast.
Yeah, you know, we are tracking that winter storm warning. That's in effect until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we're going to continue to see these winter impacts across the area, even as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon. Folks, we are just getting started. I'm cracking up because this morning I had so many viewers that were upset thinking that the snow event was done. And I was like, wait, we're not even getting started yet. Today, going to be a messy day, folks. We are tracking the potential for some snow all the way into the afternoon hours. It will start to taper off a little bit as we go into the evening hours tonight. And then come tomorrow morning, we are going to continue to see even more of that winter-like weather, probably in the form of some chilly temperatures and maybe even a few lingering snow flurries. But the biggest concern, again, is going to be some of those chilly temperatures that we'll have. I want to show you some fun, lighthearted photos, though, that we're going to have across the area. Check out this photo. This was shared to us by Ashley Knight Ramsey. It's Oakley's 6th birthday. Could you imagine if you were just wishing for snow, getting a chance to spend some time outside? So excited for Oakley. And then we've had so many great people just sending in these wonderful videos of getting outside, playing in the snow. This was shared to us by Scott in Seymour. His daughter, this is a little video just kind of laughing about one of the other videos we had shared to our area, other family playing football. Hardin Valley, Michael shared this video with us as well of the kids getting outside and just getting a chance to have so much fun. It's funny because I feel like to a certain point, this snow is so fun and so exciting. And then you reach that point where you're like, okay, well, we've got a couple inches. Maybe things could start to slow down just a little bit. That's not going to be the case, folks. We're going to keep this thing cranking as we go throughout the next few hours. So moderate to heavy bands of snow going to be pushing through the area. Yes, we are continuing to watch that opportunity for a little bit of a wintry mix into parts of Blount County, where there is that chance that we may have a little bit of a sleet mixture. You heard it from Cassie Nall earlier. The sleet is when we're going to have those freezing little pellets that bounce off of your windshield. When it's freezing rain, it comes down as rain and then it freezes upon impact. So that is where we could see more of those concerns when it comes to some slippery conditions. Any type of precipitation that is going to be in the form of more of that water-like substance is going to be a little bit more of an issue, especially across bridges and overpasses. So we're going to be watching this again as we go into the overnight hours. As mentioned, we do have that winter storm warning that will be in effect as we go into the start of your Tuesday. Thankfully, folks, we're already hearing that some schools are going to be closed tomorrow and Wednesday, so that is some great news. Tomorrow is also a 10 weather impact day because of the impacts that we will have tomorrow morning. And then Wednesday, we look at those wake-up temperatures into the single digits. So we will continue to watch some very cold weather in place as we go throughout the next few days. Feels like temperatures for your Wednesday in the morning hours will also potentially be below zero. So lots to talk about. And guess what, Robin and John, if that's not enough for you, we may have another round moving through by the end of the week.
And the kids all started shouting.
Yes. Woohoo!
Rebecca Sweet is everyone's favorite meteorologist right now because the canceled class right in the middle of you're right in the middle of it.
Well, welcome everyone. We are happy to be with you at 1 o'clock on this snowy Monday afternoon in East Tennessee. They said it was coming and it has come into the region and it is continuing to snow a lot in East Tennessee.
We are so glad you're with us this afternoon and just want to set the scene in the big picture. Fortunately, as we were talking on our way in, Robin, People have listened. They have stayed primarily off the roads, and thank goodness school is already off. Thank goodness we've seen government buildings were already closed because of Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. So that's a welcome sign, and we want to show some pictures.
That's right. People out enjoying this snow, and let's take a look at this. This is a beautiful, serene picture of East Tennessee. Okay. Just got there. Oh, now the pups have loved this weather. Your pups got out in. Fritz was eating the snow.
Fritz loves the snow.
Yes, and then of course, us with two legs, we love the snow as well, and you can imagine a lot of people out enjoying it. It is good snow too, snow angel type snow.
It is. Really, the only problem we've heard about is what we've been bringing you throughout the afternoon, and that is the problem in Cumberland County with that jackknifed semi. We're going to get an update from TDOT on the roads momentarily, but Robin, as we were coming in, let's just kind of walk viewers through.
Sure.
We've been on primary roads, secondary roads, but when we started, we were on Kingston Pike.
That's right, and just to fill you in, Mr. Becker was my Uber today. Not a good thing if I'm on the roads in this type of weather, but yes, as we were making our way down Kingston Pike, it was definitely slushy, and people were slow going. Not many cars out there, as you mentioned. People heeding the warning: stay inside, don't get out if you don't have to. And then as we are getting on to, okay, this is us right here on Broadway. Now this is actually at Cumberland, and if you can see to the far left, there was a car that
had
stalled.
spun out. Yeah.
And this is on Broadway, making our way in, and once again, slow going, snow coming down, but people heeding the warnings of just taking it easy.
Yeah, just giving each other a little bit of distance, going more slowly than they typically would. And again, we know that some people do have to be out on the roads, and if you do, this is what you're going to see. Again, this is in Broadway at about 11 o'clock this morning. And I can say from what we experienced on I-40, the main roads that TDOT has been working on, the highways at least, were pretty good. It was wet, but not snowy.
Well, with that, we want to reach out to Rayanne Bradley with TDOT. She joins us on the phone. Thank you so much, Ms. Bradley, for being with us. If you would, just give us a big picture assessment of how the roads in our region are playing out right now.
Yeah, of course. Thank you guys for having me. So, speaking to Cumberland and Fentress County specifically, kind of like you mentioned earlier, the interstates and major state routes in these areas are in pretty decent shape. There is a crash on I-40 in Cumberland County near mile marker 335, a multi-vehicle crash involving multiple tractor trailers. So, there is one lane open, more like a path. You're drivers are having to kind of weave through some of the stranded vehicles. So traffic is moving very slowly, but there is a lane open. So just wanted to get that information out to folks. But this crash is a really good example of why it's so important for folks to stay at home, if at all possible, both for their safety and the safety of our crews that are trying to get the roads clear. So we have crews in the area, both in Cumberland and Fentress counties, working around the clock trying to get these roads clear. So just make sure to give them plenty of space and time to do their jobs, and we're going to get these roads clear and open for you guys as soon as possible.
And just returning to that wreck in Cumberland County, I know that there's a lot involved in clearing it. Do you have any sense of the timing of when you may be able to open that second lane, or is it still too early to know?
It's still too early to know at this point. Conditions are changing rapidly. We do have salt trucks in the area that are salting the area as we speak. So as traffic does clear, conditions are safe for drivers to continue en route to their destination. So again, please drive with extreme caution through this area, and if at all possible, please stay at home. For your safety and for the safety of our crews trying to get these roads clear.
For sure. And just as Robin mentioned, big picture wise, that Cumberland County wreck is really the biggest one that you've seen as far as the roads and highways that you're covering at the moment.
So we're seeing several wrecks, unfortunately, across our region, both in the upper Cumberland and in the lower southeast, greater Chattanooga areas, a lot of jackknife tractor trailers. Again, we're responding to these and working to clear the roads as fast as we possibly can, but these are really good examples of why it's so important to stay home. We just cannot stress that message enough. Please stay at home if at all possible. This is mainly for your safety, but also just as importantly for the safety of our folks that are trying to get these roads clear for you guys.
Ms. Bradley, you mentioned, and we certainly know this, crews have been out in force since even before the system pushed through. Weather conditions really dictate, though, how you treat these roads, correct?
So you're correct. We've been pre-treating our roads statewide for the past several days with something that we call brine, and that's a water and salt mixture that we use to pre-treat the roads to kind of act as a layer of protection. So when the inclement weather does come in, that's kind of our first line of defense. And then obviously we have crews out 24/7 once the event does start taking place, salting our roads, plowing the roads, working, doing whatever they can to get and keep our roads clear. So this is an ongoing effort, and we won't stop until all of our roads are clear.
You've done a great job. We heard from Mark Nagy earlier today, your colleague at TDOT, and he said, unfortunately, looking ahead, this looks like a prolonged event. We're going to face, as our meteorologists have said, more snow, more moisture, and also more cold. From your timeline, can you tell us how far out you're looking in terms of having to be out with everybody on the roads?
So you're correct. As my colleague mentioned, he's absolutely right. This will be a prolonged winter weather event. So, and as you're familiar with, I'm sure, these events each one is unique, and the conditions are unique to that particular event. Things change rapidly. So we're constantly monitoring the forecast, coordinating with all of our local law enforcement partners locally and statewide to make sure that we do whatever is necessary to address this event and get those roads clear for drivers.
Before we let you go, any last pieces of advice that you have for drivers who do have to get out?
Yes, absolutely. That's a great question. I'm glad that you asked. Again, please stay at home if at all possible. That's the messaging that we're leading with. Again, this is mostly for your safety and the safety of our crews that are trying to get these roads clear. If you absolutely do have to get out and you don't have an option, just please reduce your speed. So slow down when you're approaching intersections, off-ramps, bridges, etc. These are all candidates for developing black ice. Space out, so leave plenty of room behind or between your vehicle and other vehicles. Obviously, it takes more time and distance to stop your vehicle in adverse weather conditions. So brake carefully, brake early, and brake slowly. And again, if you do have to get out, don't crowd our snowplows. Our snowplows are very big and wide. So sometimes the front of the plow will extend several feet in front of the truck and may cross over the center line of some of our smaller state routes. So give them the time and space that they need to do their job. And then always, give yourself plenty of extra time to reach your destination safely. It's not worth putting yourself and others in a dangerous situation just to be somewhere on time. So another thing I'll mention just really quickly to wrap this up, if a driver does find themselves stranded on a Tennessee roadway, they can always dial star THP. That's star 847, and they'll be connected to the closest THP dispatch officer, and the operator will send a trooper to their location, and that's 24/7. So just some good advice and reminders for drivers if they have to get out on the roadways during this inclement weather event.
Great information to pass along. Rayanne Bradley with TDOT. Thank you so very much. We do appreciate it, and we do appreciate the TDOT crews who are out working hard. They have been working hard for hours, and they have a long stretch ahead of them for sure.
They certainly do. Now we're going to go to Sevier County.
That's right. Shay Smith joining us from there, and it looks like she has hit the road. Shay, bring us up to date. What are you seeing as you traverse the roads?
Yes. Hey, Robin. Hey, John. So over in Sevier County, I mean, it's kind of a different story than what we're hearing and seeing in Anderson and Knox and Blunt. Right now, it is really wet. So unfortunately, there's not a ton of accumulation of snow. There's a little bit on the side of the roads you can sort of see. But if you just look down at the roadways, I mean, it looks like as if it was a rainstorm or something. It doesn't look like something that, it doesn't look anything like snow, really. The roads aren't even very slushy. You know, when there is snow and there's a lot of traffic on roadways, that snow can kind of turn into slush. Right now, again, it just looks like it's been raining all day. You can see on the right side a little bit of accumulation of snow, but whatever's falling out of the sky when it is snow, because it's been kind of hit or miss. There's been huge snowflakes, but there's also been just wet rain, freezing rain, excuse me. But as soon as the big snowflakes were hitting the ground, they were instantly melting. And so all of this is really just turning into water. But that is something you will want to keep an eye on, because everything you're seeing on your screen right now, all of this water on the roads, when it gets cold, this is going to freeze. And that could definitely be very concerning, especially on a downwards hill like the one we're going on right now. So we're on the Parkway headed north. We're in Pigeon Forge. We're headed back to Sevierville to see if there's any more snow over there, because earlier, just about 2 hours ago when we got into Sevierville, there was snow. It was really accumulating. There was, it looked at least maybe half an inch, but there was definitely enough snow to make a snowball, and I made a little snowman. But over here in Pigeon Forge, it's really just not the same case, so it's so interesting to see such a difference just within a few miles of each other. And also, like I said earlier, it's been really hit or miss. Sometimes it's snowing, other times it looks like it's just raining, but it's really wet over here. Unfortunately, I don't think anyone in this area is going to be sledding or making snow angels anytime soon, but fingers crossed, maybe tonight, whenever the weather continues to move in, this rain will freeze up a little bit and make some snow for us.
Yeah, we just don't want to get the ice skates out on the roads,
No.
which is looking like what it's setting up for. Shay, as you mentioned, for our viewers who just tuned in, you've been seeing a lot of the area and the diversity. Explain where you started and where you've been again, in case someone missed that.
Okay, so we started in Sevierville. I'd say we got in...
We started in Kodak.
We started in Kodak. So just so everyone knows, I am not driving. David Rayborn, he's a photojournalist here with WBIR. He is driving. I'm manning the camera, but we started in Kodak. And it, like I said, big fluffy snowflakes. And the highways weren't too bad. The highways were a little slushy though, because of the snow. We started heading into, from Sevierville into Pigeon Forge. When we got into Pigeon Forge on the Parkway, that is where we kind of started to see the different story, where it was mostly rain or freezing rain. It wasn't really even sleet, and it wasn't really snowflakes either. So it was mostly just some freezing rain. There we go, I'm adjusting the camera, sorry. So it was really just freezing rain. Then we made our way in to Pigeon Forge. We were at the Sugarlands Welcome Center in Gatlinburg, excuse me. And in Gatlinburg, at first when we pulled over, it was snowing. And we pulled over there because it was gorgeous, huge snowflakes. But then about 5 minutes later, it just turned into rain, and it just comes straight down. There's not any wind or anything, so it's really just falling straight down from the sky. But I really think it's kind of just going by the half hour, because again, like I've said, it's really teeter-tottered between frozen rain and big snowflakes in between all of the towns that we have crossed. So Sevierville, Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg, all three of those towns, most of Sevier County, they're seeing both. It's really not just one or the other. So anywhere that we've seen snow, we have also seen that freezing rain and vice versa.
Mountains, Sevier County, Blount County gets the snow, and here in the valley, we don't get as much, but it's flip-flopped, as she said. We're looking at the closings right now, and It looks like most everyone, as far as schools, closed tomorrow. Definitely be keeping up to date at WBIR./closings for the latest. But as I'm scrolling through this list, pretty much all schools looking like they're closed for tomorrow.
If you're in school tomorrow, there's a problem.
Exactly. Very much so. Shay made this point, and it's so true. The situation playing out there, very different than what is playing out here in East Tennessee. This is Market Square. It's a beautiful site.
Yes.
Not many people out there staying in, hunkering down, and enjoying it from looking outside their window.
Yes, we're going to check in with meteorologist Cassie now on these differences. This is East Tennessee, and we know, as Robin mentioned, typically we think of the mountains getting a lot more snow. Cassie, when you were out on the weather porch, you said we're above 4 inches here in North Knoxville, climbing up near 5.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and that's what we're going to continue to see as we go through the rest of the day today. It all depends on the layers of the atmosphere and where we have the warmer air versus where we have the colder air. Our entire viewing area is currently under a winter storm warning until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. In parts of Monroe, Blount, and Sevier counties, like Shay was just showing you there, we actually have rain happening. And in the rest of our area, we've had some totals as close to 5 inches of snow, and that's creating quite a wide variety of conditions. I would say the majority of our viewing area, though, dealing with some of the traffic issues that come along with the snowfall. If we don't mind taking Max 2 real quick here, I'd like to show you the current traffic that we have across the area and why we really don't want you out and about. Down where Shay was on the Parkway, that's where we've had more of that liquid rain. So the roads are mostly wet. You've got giant puddles going on, but north of there, up Alcoa Highway and especially up Precipitation into the downtown Knoxville area, I-40, I-75, those areas, look at all of that yellow and orange and red showing up there. That's because of the heavy snow that's going on around the region. Now, earlier today, we had I-40 westbound closed due to a jackknife trailer. That was just to the west of the Kingston area in Roan Mountain. That has been remedied. Then we had I-40 eastbound in eastern Cumberland County closed for a short period of time there due to a multi-vehicle accident. That has since reopened, but we can still see the backup happening right there. And the point that I'm trying to make is that, like you were just hearing from our TDOT representative there, please don't go out on the roads if you don't have to. We're seeing messy road conditions all over the place except down in those far southern counties. It looks like my TDOT camera doesn't want to load on that particular graphic. And then there's I-40 at Alcoa Highway. So here's what I'm talking about, the contrast of what we're seeing between the Parkway down in Sevier County and what we're seeing here. And this is also what may be confusing. You may leave with one precipitation type and drive into another. Again, I-40 moving along okay. You can see kind of the slush coming up behind the spray behind the cars there. Leave that extra room between you and the car in front of you, just to give yourself that extra room for stopping. A lot of the overpasses, the bridges, and the on and off ramps are where it's especially slushy right now if you're trying to head out and about. If we can go back to Max 1 here, I want to show you the radar to talk about how much longer we're talking about this happening here. So if we look at our radar stretching all the way back into southern Arkansas, that is where this band of moisture is developing, going across Mississippi, Alabama, the rest of Tennessee, and then up here into the East Tennessee area. As we were talking about, we're seeing that mixed precipitation in our eastern counties. And just as a note for folks that are telling us, you know, what you're seeing, we're getting a lot of reports of, quote, ice. And there are different types of precipitation, and it's helpful if you know kind of the difference between the two. So I'm using donuts as an example, partially because I need a snack, but also because here's a look at our freezing rain on the left. That is a glazed donut. It falls as liquid and then freezes on contact with a cold surface, creating a glaze of ice. Sleet has a beat. You can hear it bouncing. It's tiny ice pellets, kind of like sprinkles on a donut there. A lot of folks are reporting saying they're seeing powdered donuts around the area right now with all of that snowfall. But the bottom line is, when you're sending us reports, this should help you to determine whether it's actually freezing rain, if it's regular rain, or if it is sleet that is falling from the sky, because we're seeing just a little bit of just about everything this afternoon around East Tennessee. I'll be back with more on your forecast in just a few minutes. Now I'll send it back to John and Robin for more news updates.
Cassie, we appreciate it.
I want a donut.
Yeah, we're all hungry now.
All right. Thank you so much, Cassie. We want to take you outside and show you what we are seeing on Market Square once again. The snow continuing to fall. And as you can well expect, emergency management agencies, TDOT, crews are out in force. Let's take a look at some of the correspondence they've been seeing. This is out of Sevier County EMA. If you're not able to continue driving, pull over to the shoulder off the main road. This certainly can play out. So once again, heed what Sevier County EMA and others are saying right now. Let's take a look at our TDOT cams right now. Traffic is pretty slim. That's what we want to be the case, and it's going quite slowly, and that's another bonus.
We did hear from that TDOT representative that did say if you are stranded, star 847 will get you connected with a highway patrol trooper, and they will come and make sure that you are safe. But again, many people heeding that warning by TDOT and really every emergency manager around the region to please stay home. We came in, Robin, on I-40, which was wet, but fortunately looked a lot like what we're seeing from this TDOT SmartWay camera as well. We're going to check in with one of our anchors who is out for this coverage, Katie Inman, joining us now. And yes, she's in the snow zone. Katie?
Yeah, Robin and John, we're having a ton of fun out here in Blount County. Lauren Davis and I got out here around 11:30, and since then, what we were once seeing as rain, it has now transitioned into more of that snow. And the kids in Blount County wasted no time coming out here to sled. I'm here with Lucas and Lexi. You may recognize Lucas. I don't know, he's a little bundled up, but he was our mini meteorologist on in the morning one day. Came out here to sled with us. Lucas, what's the weather forecast looking like out here?
Well, as you can see, everybody, it looks like snow. You can't even see the sun. Yeah. Look outside in your house, and it's very cold, so don't go outside.
Listen to Lucas, and as we were talking, a snowplow went by behind us, and Lucas said he wanted to race with us. Lexi came up here. Lexi is 10, Lucas is 7. She said, can I sled with you, Lexi? Are you excited?
Very.
And how excited are you that there's no school?
I'm very happy and truly excited because I do not like school.
Okay, you heard it. Lexi, Lucas, we're gonna race because this is great sledding weather. It's just icy enough, great to slide down, and we're gonna hope that we don't fall out of these sleds, but if we do, John and Robin, you cannot let us. Okay, are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, I did it. Yep, there we go. We all fell. Okay, I don't know who won. Y'all are going to have to tell us who won.
Lucas, I saw him scream out of the...
Great job, Lexi, awesome. Oh my goodness.
Whether you're on
they are so fun.
a sled or car, accidents do happen, and they are happening, as we clearly could see. But once again, we hope you're out having fun, being safe.
Yeah.
Try to avoid the roads at all costs if you can, because they are certainly treacherous in some areas. To that point, we spoke earlier to Rayanne Bradley with TDOT, and she shared this. If you are on the road, you have an accident and need assistance, hit star 847. Once again, that's star 847.
Let's show you some of the roads again. This is a SmartWay camera from TDOT in downtown Knoxville. That's I-40. And you see the cars kicking up some moisture. And that's what we're seeing on the main roads because they've been really treated quite well by TDOT and other road crews who are out right now. We are seeing those side streets that are a little bit more dicey, if you will. Like on Broadway when we were coming in about an hour and a half ago, Robin, there were some ruts in the road, more snow. And again, it's snow dependent. It's so that contrast, we talked to Shay moments ago, we'll check back in with her. She's in Sevierville seeing rain, and then we just checked in with Katie Inman. As the crow flies, just a couple of miles from each other.
Exactly. I mean, we're talking 10, 15, 20, once again. Real quickly, we are just hearing Blount County schools are closed tomorrow and Wednesday. But to the point you were making, Shay in Sevier County, we last saw her driving. She is continuing along with David Rayburn, our photojournalist. They are making their way down the streets, and it's very different there than it is here in Knox County.
Yeah, guys, that's exactly right. So
again, what we've been saying is Anderson and Knox and Blount County, it sounds like, listening to Katie, they're hogging all the snow because right now this is just freezing rain, not a ton of snow accumulation. You can see the streets are just wet as if there's been a rainstorm or some sort of thunderstorm. On the sides of the roads, you can see a little bit of snow accumulation, but this is very different than what we were seeing just a couple of hours ago when we first got into Sevierville. So when we first got in there, okay, so this is just rain. No, this is not freezing rain. Good thing I'm not a meteorologist, y'all. Listen to the 10 News weather team when it comes to rain and freezing rain, okay? But whenever we first got into Sevierville, we were seeing big fluffy snowflakes and enough snow to really build a snowball or a snowman and play in the snow. But with the rain coming down, it seems like it's kind of melting all of that snow that we were starting to see. Between Sevierville, Pigeon Forge, and Gatlinburg, it's just been wishy-washy. 1 minute it may be snowing, the next minute it may be raining. But I will say that it has been consistent. So it's either been consistently raining or snowing, and it's just kind of flip-flopping. And what was interesting too when we were on the Parkway in Pigeon Forge is we were driving through rain, and about, half a mile in, it started snowing, those big, beautiful snowflakes. And so it really depends on where you're at, apparently, as well. And just kind of throughout the day, it's just been going back and forth and changing.
Where are you? Explain to our viewers where you and David are headed now. You mentioned it at the top, but just in case they're wondering, where are you going to go and what are you going to try to show us next?
Okay, so thanks to a lovely viewer who called, they said that there is snow in Kodak, and so we are going to Kodak because David and we are determined to find snow because Vinay was making snow angels, Katie and Lauren are getting to sled, and so we're dedicated to finding some snow. So right now we are going to go into Kodak and hopefully find some snow and bring you all the weather there in just a few minutes whenever we get to where we're going.
All right, Shay Smith, we are with you in spirit and want you to find that snow. You and David Rayburn deserve it.
Chasing snow.
Yes.
Okay, just learning Oak Ridge schools closed tomorrow, so just want to bring you up to that. And all of our school closings and closings throughout the area, all you need to do is go to WBIR.com/closings for the very latest. We are taking you now. Staying in Sevier County, this is the Parkway, and once again, very different than what we are seeing in Knox County and surrounding counties. Really just rain for the most part.
That's Gatlinburg. It looks like, and Cassie, you're just rolling us through these cameras. Is Gatlinburg seeing snow in the higher elevations? Yeah, yes, they are. But you can see not very far below, it's just rain showers. So it's just an odd contrast, Robin. You made the point. Parts of the valley seeing so much more snow. That's Market Square versus what we're seeing in the mountains right now.
It's so counterintuitive, isn't it? Because we are so used to the mountains getting the snow, but I guess it's our turn now. And lots of folks out enjoying it, having fun. But once again, we can't say it enough. Please, if you are on the roads, if you have to be on the roads, use extra caution. But if you don't have to be on them, stay at home. Just stay warm, stay out of the elements. We just don't want anything unfortunate to happen.
We're going to check in with some emergency managers across the region just based on what they're seeing at the bottom of the hour. But as we bring in Cassie, explain your concern headed into the next few hours and overnight in places like Sevierville that are seeing so much rain. Our temperatures are going to drop.
And that's our biggest concern in those areas, really anywhere, but especially in those counties that are kind of going back and forth with the different precipitation types. Eventually that Arctic air is going to get here, and then we're going to be concerned about whatever is liquid freezing overnight tonight. And again, continuing with the contrast, this is what it looks like from our downtown camera, kind of looking back toward the interstates. For folks that are seeing the snow, it's the overpasses and the on-ramps and the off-ramps where we're getting a lot of that chunky slush and where you may have more of an issue with traction. So just when you're coming off the interstate, slow down because you might not be able to stop once you get going. So please be very careful out there. Now let's talk temperatures here. It's 30 degrees in Knoxville and it feels like 25 with the wind. Over into Pigeon Forge, it's above freezing, and we're sitting at 33. In Tellico Plains, we're sitting at 33 as well, and that's why we're seeing the liquid side or the mixed precipitation happening in those areas. There is a layer of warm air above the surface that is allowing the snowflakes to melt before they reach the ground. In some cases that stays melted and falls as rain. In other cases it's coming down as sleet pellets mixed in there. The sleet has beat the little tiny ice pellets. Sleet can be just as much of a problem when it comes to accumulations and issues on the roads, but then look at how the temperatures get colder and colder as you go back to the west. Lenore City and Sweetwater at 29, Wartburg at 24, Jamestown and Huntsville at 18. That's where the Arctic air is located. By the way, Jamestown's feels like temperature right now, wind chill is 5. Huntsville's is 6. That is eventually going to get up and over the plateau. You know how this works around here. It gets stuck on the plateau, that cold, dense air, and it takes a little while for it to get over the plateau. But once it does, it's going to come pouring down here into the valley, and that's when we're concerned about tonight, that refreezing of any liquid that we do have. Now, our radar isn't necessarily sensitive enough to pick up on those really tiny intricacies, which is why when you look at this radar, you see a lot of blue in our far eastern counties as opposed to some of the pinks that indicate the wintry mix. Obviously, we have our reporters out on the roads to give us those ground truth observations, and that's why it's so helpful and important for you at home to let us know what you're seeing, because we can only do what we can do from our studios here in Knoxville and with our radar equipment, but you at home are very helpful to let us know what's happening. And we are getting some ridiculous snow reports. Parts of Jefferson County, Anderson County, Morgan County reporting 4 to 5 inches of snow on the ground already, and we've got more snow coming as we go through tonight. Now, as I mentioned, with the intricacies of the details about the levels of the atmosphere and the temperatures, understand that when I show you this model, it's not picking up on everything. This one's trying to show you where we've got more of that melting in our far eastern counties, but this may not be accurate to what actually happens tonight because a 1 or 2 degree temperature fluctuation changes the type of precipitation you're seeing. For our northern and western counties, you're going to stay snow all the way through this evening, and that's really going to add to those accumulation totals. Our eastern counties, we're going to kind of have to see if that snow can get there with that colder air. We'll talk more about the potential additional accumulations in just a little bit. John and Robin, I'll send it back to you.
So interesting how just 1 degree can make such a difference. Yes. All right. Cassie, thank you very much. Of course, we will be checking back in with you. This time we want to turn to Sevier County. Tyler Bassler on the phone for us with Sevier County EMA. Tyler, thank you for being with us. If you would give us an assessment of what's playing out in Sevier County where you are. What we've seen has been a lot of wet roads, not necessarily snow.
Absolutely. We have been here at our Sevier County EOC since 7 o'clock this morning, kind of actively helping monitor the situation and supporting first responders in the county as much as possible. A lot of things that we've seen up here in Sevier County is a lot of weather-related vehicle accidents, a lot of roads, especially in our steeper terrain, and kind of off the side roads, off the main roads. A lot of vehicles are actually going out down into ditches and even turning over.
How many of those have you seen, Tyler? Can you give us a sense on just how busy this last 12 hours or so has been for you?
Yeah, absolutely. So as of a few minutes ago, the report that we pulled, and this is not necessarily just all vehicle accidents, but the EOC itself has responded to over 71 calls since 7 o'clock this morning.
And that sounds like a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, our first responders are certainly staying busy today, but they're doing a great job. And a lot of residents and visitors in the area are doing a fantastic job kind of heeding our warnings and kind of staying off the roads, but just actively reminding them to continue to do so, especially moving into this afternoon as the temperatures do drop.
Absolutely. I was just going to ask that as the day wears on and temperatures do begin to drop. How are you all preparing for what could play out as far as freezing water?
So our highway department is actively treating roads as much as possible. We are, like I said earlier, we're in our EOC. We are in our first operational period. We have an operational period lined up for 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So we're going to have someone staffed here 24 hours around the clock providing support and just continuing to push our messages and get information out. Like I said, encouraging people to stay off the roadways if possible and, just being safe.
And Tyler, absolutely want to help get that message out as well. Can you give us a sense, one of the big concerns in prolonged winter storms like this is power and the loss of power. From what we've learned throughout the day, the power stayed on in every place we've checked. Have you seen any concerns about that?
Looking right now at kind of an outage map, we do have portions in the county that are seeing outages. I'm looking up kind of off the Jones Cove Road. We're looking like got a little over 400 households without power. But for the most part, our electric system has done a fantastic job of keeping electricity going and power on for people to keep their homes warm. But we do have a warming center lined up tonight for those who may lose power or actually don't have access to heating or warm conditions. And that's going to be at the Sevierville First United Methodist Church beginning at 8 p.m. this evening.
That you keep answering every question I was going to throw at you. That there is a warming station. There is a place for people to go if they are in need of a warm place. That's great information to pass along. Thank you, Tyler.
Tyler, any parting words for us or things that you want people to be thinking about in your particular county, again, Sevier County, over the next few hours and into this evening?
Yeah, like I said, as you mentioned, the roads are mostly wet, and as temperatures continue to fall, ice certainly becomes a concerning factor, and we just strongly encourage everyone to stay home if possible, but if you do have to get out into the roadways, go slow, use extra time. Our emergency responders are marking and checking cars actively. If you do come across a car that's been marked with a yellow piece of tape, that's been checked and they're safe, so no need to stop. But just like I said, just continue to be safe, monitoring the weather conditions, and just using extra caution.
Tyler Bassler with the Sevier County EMA. Tyler, thank you very much, and please be safe as you continue to work the situation in Sevier County. With that, we want to turn to Shay Smith. We've been catching up with her.
She's on the snow hunt.
She is on the snow hunt. She was headed to Kodak in search of snow, and it looks like you found it, Shay.
Boom, she delivers.
Yes. Yes. So we're on the back roads in Kodak, and okay, remember just a few minutes ago what I was saying about Sevier County? Depending on where you're at, it could be a completely different story. So when we last checked in, again, just a few minutes ago, the roads were just wet. I mean, there was not a ton of snow accumulation. It looked like just rain was falling, but now you just go a few miles down the other direction, and now we're in Kodak, and what do you know? Look at all of this snow. So I will say, though, that right now there's not any large snowflakes, but you can see that snow is accumulating. You can also see how different the roads are. So whenever we were on the highway, there was not a ton of slush on the roads. The roads were really wet, but there was not any slush. Now that we're in Kodak, obviously it's a different story because you can see the slush on the roads. Earlier today when we were in Sevierville, I was just kind of walking on the snow and checking it out, basically seeing if I could make a snowball essentially, and I noticed that when you really pack down that snow, it can get really slick, and so it seems like that is the type of snow out here that we're seeing. And all of this that you see on the ground, whenever these temperatures continue to drop, this can freeze, and whenever you are on a windy back road like this that may not be treated by the city or the county, you want to be very, very careful and drive very slow because all of this can freeze. Also, slush can be slick as well, so it doesn't even just have to be ice to be slick. This slush that you're seeing right here, it can also be very slick. John and Robin.
As we can see, from rain to snow in a matter of miles. All right, Shay, thank you very much. You guys be safe.
She and David Rayburn have done a great job, and we'll continue to check in with them. And we're going to turn it over to meteorologist Cassie Nah, who was remarking about that difference. But Cassie, from a big picture perspective, really that wreck in Cumberland County on I-40 with the jackknife semi and a couple of other trucks involved has been the focal point of the problem. You're seeing some clearing on that right now from the TDOT roads.
Yes, I can't see the TDOT cameras specifically, but looking at the traffic maps, we still have delays all over the place. Slow going traffic showing in the yellows, the oranges, and the reds. And the reason why was demonstrated by what Shay was showing you. Down on the Parkway, we've got rain, but up in Kodak, we've got snow-covered roads where things are very slick at this point. And if I go over to the west here, so just near, just to the west of Kingston, see where that red is that's to the east of Kingston? On I-40 westbound, just west of Kingston, just over the river there, we did end up having a jackknifed tractor trailer earlier today. That has been cleared, but still a lot of traffic in that area where it's kind of hilly. You definitely want to slow down and take it very cautiously. And then over here in eastern Cumberland County to the east of Crab Orchard, where you're still seeing that backup in the red, that's eastbound I-40. That's where we also had a multi-vehicle accident and the road was temporarily closed. It looks like it has reopened as they've gotten the cars out of the way, but you can still see that traffic backup and that slowdown in that region as well. The bottom line is area-wide, if you don't have to be out on the roads, please don't be. And be prepared that if you do hit the roads, you may drive through a variety of conditions. Now, I was showing you a little bit earlier just how far back to the west that snow extends all the way back down into parts of Mississippi. Well, our radar doesn't pick up on the tiny, tiny intricacies of what you're seeing in parts of Monroe, Blount, and Sevier County where you've got that mixed precipitation. But what I really wanted to point out was the snowfall and the fact that we have a heavy band of snow now moving through southern middle Tennessee that's going to be reaching our southern plateau counties. So coming up very shortly here within the next half hour or so, you're probably going to see those snowfall rates picking up in parts of Cumberland, Ray, Meigs, Roane, Morgan counties. Coming up in just a little bit. I'll be back with more on those potential accumulation totals we'll see coming up in just a few minutes, but I'll send it back to John and Robbins for a question.
Yeah, quick question. This is from a viewer that came to us, Cassie, and they need some clarity on what we consider the valley. Okay. Can you give Kristen a little perspective on that and some of our viewers who may not know?
I can. So our area is basically divided into 3 different geographical regions. So we have our plateau counties, which are up here. This is roughly where the edge of the plateau kind of runs, right up there. So Cumberland, Fentress, Scott, Morgan, Campbell, northern portions of Anderson, maybe northern Union, western Claiborne County. Those are considered, in western Roane County, those are considered our plateau counties. Then, let me get rid of that. Nope, that's not the right button. That one. Then, as we talk about our plateau or our valley counties, we're talking about this is the northern valley, way up here into Hancock, eastern Claiborne, Granger, over into Hamblin and Hawkins counties. Up there in western Greene County, that is considered our northern valley locations. Our central valley runs from southern Union County through eastern Anderson, eastern Roane, back into Lenore City also, but also Loudoun, northern Blount, Sevier, Cott counties, and that also includes Jefferson County as well as Knox County. That's our central valley. And then our southern valley locations are down here in Ray, Meigs, McMinn, and northern Monroe counties. And that is our valley locations. Our eastern mountains, foothills, are the far eastern counties where the elevation starts to go up. And the high elevations are areas above 2,500 to 3,000 feet in our mountains of Monroe, Blount, Sevier, Cocke, and Greene counties. And depending on your elevation, obviously you can get different types of precip, the different atmospheric levels, the way the wind works. And that's why forecasting in East Tennessee is so much fun and also so complicated. It's always interesting, never boring moment in East Tennessee.
That's the way we like it for sure. Cassie, thank you very much. We'll be checking back in with you. And to that point, we want to take a look at some of our views from our TDOT cameras. This is downtown Knoxville, and as you can see, lots of folks heeding the warnings of staying inside and being safe. A point I want to make that Cassie was just hitting upon is, yes, depending upon where you are and the temperatures, you're going to see a variety of weather conditions play out. In Sevier County, as we saw, more rain. Of course, in Knox County and beyond, more snow, but either scenario can be treacherous. As we talked to the EMA representative in Sevier County, they've seen a number of accidents, people in a ditch, because of just wet roads. throw in icy, snowy roads, and you're going to have just as treacherous roads.
That's a live look from TDOT SmartWay camera at Rutledge Pike, and you can see as that truck rolls through just the moisture that's on the roads right now. You're referencing, Robin, again, snow on either side, but TDOT's done such a great job of keeping the major highways clear that drivers who are out are seeing pretty good luck when they're on the major highways. But as soon as you get off, and as Cassie's made this point several times, but on the exit ramps or on bridges, that's where we see the trickier driving conditions. This is a live look at Market Square. The skating rink could have hung out for another couple of weeks, given the forecast, but it is gone, and that is snow covering the ground in downtown Market Square.
And it is absolutely beautiful, and I hope you've been able to find a hill somewhere throughout the day to get out and enjoy some sledding. It certainly is going to be getting colder as the day wears on, so we'll be talking about how conditions will change as a result. Going back to that situation in Cumberland County where there was a jackknife which then led to a multi-vehicle crash. One lane is open, we are told. This happening at I-40 in Cumberland County at mile marker 335. If you are out and about later today, we hope you don't have to be. If you are and you need assistance, you can call TDOT at this number. It's star 847 for assistance.
That'll connect you to a trooper. If you're in trouble and you're stranded, they will get to you right away. Again, it's important just to have your emergency kit in your car in case you are off the road for any length of time. We're going to check back in with Cassie. We appreciate, Kristen, no doubt, appreciate your examples of what is the valley in our region. And that is a live look, Cassie, at our weather porch. And boy, we have seen accumulations here.
We have. I went out there, I guess it was a little over an hour ago, and measured over 4 inches on our railing. We also have probably 4 inches on the ground. So in some parts of North Knoxville, we're pushing close to 5 inches. Roads are definitely covered in some of these areas. And that's kind of the contrast that we're seeing across the area, from none down in parts of Sevier County all the way up to 4 to 5 inches so far. And we're not done just yet. Additional accumulation is expected with a snow band that extends all the way back down into parts of southern Arkansas and northern Mississippi. So our additional snowfall totals that we could see could be another 2 to 4, maybe 5 inches up on some of our plateau counties. I think the focus of that additional snow is actually going to be through the valley. We've been talking about this all morning, where the valley is actually seeing the higher totals than our eastern mountainous counties are, and even up on the plateau in some cases, because that's just how these bands of snow have focused today. Our southern valley locations, depending on exactly where you are and how quickly you change over to snow, could see an additional 2 to 3 inches of snow or so. And in the mountains where it is above freezing, that is where we could get an additional 2 to 4 inches as well. I'll show you that map in just a second. John? Or Robin?
All right. Cassie, thank you. We'll check in shortly.
We're going to check in with Scott Erland. He's with the Knoxville Police Department, and we've been talking to him throughout the morning and the afternoon. Scott, good to hear from you once again. When we last chatted, and that was with Brittany Bailey, you were explaining Cumberland was a big focus of your team right now and the safety of that road. What are you seeing now?
Hey, John. Thanks for having me on again this afternoon. Yeah, we're still seeing some issues in the Cumberland Avenue area and the Fort Sanders area around UT campus. So we continue to urge motorists both in that area and throughout the city to please stay put wherever they are, stay in unless travel is absolutely necessary. At this point, we have public service crews are out working and trying to treat the roads as quickly as they can, and any additional traffic on the streets hampers those efforts. So please, if there's no need to travel, please stay put where you are and just let those crews work as quickly as they can to get these roads treated.
Scott, we heard from the emergency manager in Sevier County that they had responded to more than 70 crashes in that area. Do you have any numbers from the Knoxville Police Department on your officers and the number of wrecks they've responded to in the last 12 hours or so?
We don't have an exact number, but I can tell you there's been a steady stream of crash calls coming in throughout the morning and into the afternoon. We've seen a higher volume than normal, certainly, of crash calls as well as disabled vehicle calls. So that's I don't have an exact number, but I can tell you there's been a steady stream of those calls coming in throughout the morning and into the afternoon.
Scott, can you walk our viewers through what they need to do if, unfortunately, they are out and about and become involved in a crash or any situation that could play out on the roads? What do they need to do?
Well, certainly, first and foremost is to call us, call 911 or call the non-emergency line, and make sure that we are aware that crash has happened. If it does, now just understand that we are operating and have been operating under a snow plan since 6 a.m. this morning. So if the crash is not blocking the road and there are no injuries, then an officer is likely not going to respond to that based on the road conditions and this evolving weather system. So what we would urge motorists to do is take photos, exchange information if there was another party involved, and then follow the appropriate protocols with your insurance agencies. And that's the best advice I can give you right now. But please continue to document that and let us know. And then if an officer is absolutely needed there, then one will make every effort to get there.
And Scott, your agency tweeted out the fact that you may see some cars tagged throughout the city. Explain to our viewers if in the next day or so they're out and about and worried about somebody who may be in that car, that yellow tag's an indicator that it's been checked, correct?
That is correct, John. Yes, emergency crews are responding to these calls as quickly as they can to these disabled vehicle calls, and they'll mark those. And that is the purpose of those calls, to make sure, hey, there's not somebody injured or somebody who needs assistance inside that car. So when they've striped it when they've marked it with the yellow tape, that means that an emergency responder has checked out that car and cleared it as there's nobody that needs immediate assistance, or there's nothing that has already been seen by emergency crews.
Scott, you mentioned that Cumberland Avenue near the university, that has been a challenge for you all. Are there any other spots in the city that are posing challenges beyond Cumberland?
No, no significant challenges. Of course, we are having these disabled cars and the vehicle crashes. We really are not pinpointing those to any specific location. We're really seeing them all across the city. So again, I don't think we can urge our residents enough that if they don't absolutely have to be somewhere, they should stay put and stay off the roads and let our public service crews do the work they need to do to get the roads treated and keep them clear.
Is there, as the day wears on, is your plan, is the KPD's plan going to change in any way as it does get colder and as the snow does continue to fall, or are you still staying the course with this new plan in place?
Right now we're staying the course, but we are continually monitoring the system and how it develops and what's happening out in the community. We have an operations center that's functioning here out of the public safety complex, in addition to the emergency operations center that is being facilitated by KEMA. So we're going to continually monitor this whole system as it develops throughout the remainder of the day and into tomorrow and into the frigid temperatures that we're expecting to come behind the system. If there are any changes to our operations that are going to affect the residents and community members, then we will certainly let that know.
Scott, we appreciate the time. It sounds like you may be getting another call. Maybe the police chief who was last in New Orleans saying, what's going on here? We appreciate your time and hope that your officers stay safe and that our community keeps them safe by staying off the road. So thank you, sir.
Appreciate the time, John.
Certainly officers throughout every city and county in the region working overtime, as our TDOT crews. They've been out even before the system came through, working hard. We talked to a representative of TDOT earlier. Crews have been out 24/7, will continue to be out 24/7. They pre-treated the roads with brine, but certainly that is going to change as the night goes on as to how they will continue to treat it given the freezing temperatures.
We're going to check back in with Cassie, who has some more tower cams and showing us again the differences that we're seeing in the valley and the mountains from this system, and it's only going to get dicier for some of those folks who are seeing rain now and then about to see temperatures in the teens and single digits to come. Cassie.
That's right, John and Robin, and yes, Becca's still in the studio too. I know my mic was just up when you heard me go Becca over there just a second ago. So this is a look at our tower camera. This is from Sharps Ridge, kind of looking down toward the valley, and you can see how snow covered everything is. 5 inches of snow measured out in West Knoxville. Knoxville, 5 inches of snow measured in North Knoxville in the Fountain City area. And we have a variety of things going on. I'm going to leave the banner the way it is, but this is a look at our Sturkey camera. This is in downtown Knoxville. And then from our Smokies camera over in Kodak, we're seeing that heavy snow accumulating there on the field at Smoky Stadium. So we have snow around the valley area, but as I switch over to things like, again, I'm going to leave this as the same banner. So this says Gatlinburg. That is Market Square at this point. Look at all the snow there, but let me switch this around and show you what is going on over in Pigeon Forge right now along the Parkway. It is water. It is rain, liquid that is falling there. It looks like we might have a couple snowflakes mixing in now at this point. We do have a light dusting, it looks like, on the roof of the building over near the Tanger outlets, and we do have some snow kind of accumulated on the grass on the bottom right hand of your screen. And that's going to be the trick as we go through the rest of the afternoon. Is the changing of the precipitation types, how that's going to affect the roadways and the general accumulations that we end up seeing at the end of this event. It is our eastern counties and our southern counties that have the biggest question marks as far as what type of precipitation you're seeing and how long it's going to last before it changes over to snow, if it will change over to snow. As I was mentioning earlier, our radar doesn't have the ability to see the intricacies that well. So that's why our reporters are out live right now, kind of going around on the roads, letting us know what they're seeing around the area. And as far as you, the viewer, we appreciate so much all the photos that you are sending to us. I will say we're not done just yet. So for those of you who are like, oh man, I missed out. Oh, no. Let me just zoom out just a little bit here for you. Look at that dark blue color right there in northern Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. That is the next batch of heavier snow that's going to be moving into our area coming up here. Whether the temperatures will fall in our eastern counties just yet, I'm not sure. It literally is the difference of a degree or two, whether it's going to or not. But it looks like eventually, though, it might change over to snow for you. Tonight, our lows are going to go down into the teens in those eastern counties. So eventually we may see snowflakes falling, but the bottom line is whatever is liquid is going to freeze tonight, especially up on our plateau counties. If you've had any kind of melting from cars driving over the same spots, Crossville, Jamestown, your forecast low is 8. And then tomorrow night, we get even colder with single digits, possibly near 0 tomorrow night. This is Wednesday morning. We're talking about needing to drip your pipes. We're talking about bringing in your pets, dressing appropriately, covering plants if you have any that you still need to protect out there. It is about to get very, very cold. And in addition to the actual air temperature being chilly, we're going to have the wind as well. This is what wind chill values could look like tomorrow morning. Could be down below 0, down to 8 below 0 in Crossville tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Even during the afternoon, we stay in the single digits and teens on Tuesday for our wind chills, what it's going to feel like on Tuesday afternoon. And then overnight, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, could feel as cold as 10 degrees below 0 in Crossville on Wednesday morning. That is dangerous. We're talking about frostbite setting in less than 30 minutes at that point. So in addition to talking about the snow, which I know is what everybody's talking about right now, we have to be preparing for the cold air that's going to be coming in on the backside of this as well. So please make sure you're thinking ahead beyond the snow that we've got around the area right now, and make sure you're paying attention to that. Now, because of the snow that we're seeing and the anticipation of the roads staying slick and snow covered for a couple of days, we likely will stay below freezing until Thursday at least. A lot of schools have closed for both Tuesday and Wednesday as of right now. You know, initially I was going to be ambitious and read those to you, and then I opened the page, wbir.com/closings, and then kept scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. So you need to go to wbir.com/closings, and that has the full list of businesses and schools that are closed today, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and that list updates as soon as we get the information. So if you don't see your school district on there just yet, check back for updates, and it may be added a little bit later today. As far as what's going on for the rest of the day today, again, it depends on the precipitation type, how much more accumulation you get, and honestly, our models are not able to determine that well, but it looks like our eastern counties may stay on the liquid or mixed precipitation side of things for a little while longer. Again, this model tries to keep it in place all the way into this evening. The snow, though, continues up the valley all the way until there's 8 p.m., maybe a little bit more of a wintry mix moving in by around 10 p.m. or so. Here's 11 p.m. And then we'll start to see things gradually tapering off as we go overnight tonight. So because of our valley locations in our plateau counties seeing that fluffier snow, we think we could see an additional 3 to 5 inches in parts of the valley. legitimately. There are chances that if we've already had 5 inches in North Knoxville and it's still coming down at this rate and it continues for another 6 or 7 hours that way, we could see totals of 8 inches or more in parts of the valley with this event.
And Cassie, for our viewers who may be new to this area, we average about 4.6 inches
in a whole season.
In a whole season. So this is a big deal.
And so, John, I was looking back on the records to see when the last time was that we had this much snowfall. And it's important to remember that our official climate site is the airport at the McGee-Tyson Airport down in Blount County. Now, that area so far has kind of been waffling on the precipitation type, so the totals aren't adding up as much there. But at the McGee-Tyson Airport in March of 2022, we had 6.5 inches of snowfall. At my apartment out west in Knoxville, we had 7.5 that day. That was the most snow in a single day since the blizzard of '93. So it may not happen at the airport this time, but some parts of our viewing area could see the most snow that they've seen in a single day since the blizzard of '93.
Oh my goodness gracious! And
So
I
this is
remember
unusual.
that well.
Yes, you do.
Thunder snow. That was definitely the pinnacle of the blizzard. Hopefully things will not head in that direction. We don't need thunder snow right now, even though I know meteorologists love it. All right, we want to check in with Shay Smith. She has been chasing snow, found it the last time we saw her in Kodak, and I think she's found some friends who are, taking on the hills.
Yes.
Shay?
She is shooting. I think that she may be on a sled, and that's why we can't hear from her. But this was her mission as we checked in at 1 o'clock today. She wanted to find some snow in Kodak, and they've done that. She and photographer David Rayburn were looking for it, and they have found it. And we hope that you have found a snow hill in your community that you can share a few photos with us, because this is about as good as it gets on a snow day. Robin, we were talking as we were driving in that the timing of this system, if we're going to get as much snow as we've ever seen or since 1993, and this isn't a bad time to get it.
Absolutely. All right, my producer is talking to us. Lance Coleman is on the phone for us. And Lance, where are you calling from? And who are you representing?
Blount County EMS.
All right.
Yes, ma'am. I'm in Blount County at the Blount County E911 Emergency Communications Building in the Emergency Operations Center. And we're just monitoring the roads here in Blount County.
All right. Can you bring us up to date as to how things have played out up to this point, Lance?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Well, fortunately, our highway department and our street personnel has done a really good job of pre-treating. So most of our roads are passable, but they are slushy. And we had about a 90-minute patch of rain, freezing rain, and so now that's what we're concerned about is the freezing rain freezing on the roads tonight.
How have you heard about power situations? We checked in with your counterpart in Sevier County about a few dozen or so people without power in that area. Have you had any problems with outages?
Not that we've been reported to our dispatchers. We've not had any, and so but we will be checking on that. But that was what we were concerned about because with the dry, powdery snow, we weren't expecting to have any kind of power outages because that's not going to weigh down your trees and your power lines. But with a rain mix like this, that's going to freeze on those lines and trees, and that's what can lead to power lines going down and trees going down in the roads.
Yeah, that's a big concern. Your counterpart as well said in Sevier County, even though they've seen just wet roads, they have responded to more than 70 crashes since 7 this morning. Do you have some numbers for us to give us a sense of how it's been going in Blount County?
We've had a handful, but not a whole awful lot. We've been blessed in that aspect for sure.
No doubt about that. That is good news to hear for sure. Lance, as the evening wears on, and you made the point, as the water freezes, how does this impact how EMA, how police will address going forth conditions?
Well, sure, and that's one of the things we're trying to. I spoke with Mayor Ed Mitchell, before I spoke with y'all, and he wanted me to convey to tell everyone that if you don't have to be out on the roads, please don't go out on the roads, especially with the front coming in, with the temperatures coming in, cold temperatures from the Cumberland Plateau. If that gets here as wet as these roads are, it can be pretty treacherous, and so we're just asking people to stay off the roads. As far as what we're going to be doing, our assistant director, Stephen Cardwell, he's actually out on the road as well, and he's monitoring the situation for us while I'm here at the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center. So we're just working with our first responders and trying to keep everyone ready to go. and as far as our law enforcement, fire and rescue. So, but we're just asking folks if they can to stay off the roads, because if you don't need to be out there, you really ought to just stay home and stay safe.
We've been talking to our meteorologists and our reporters about the contrast. You're in Blount County. You've lived through this kind of thing before. Typically, you're the one that's seeing snow and not the valley where we have 4 to 5 inches already on the weather porch in North Knoxville.
Oh, that's true. I mean, I just got off the phone with Kevin Conde. He's the police chief in Townsend, and they have slush, and that's it. They don't have any snow. Now at Look Rock, you've got snow, but you go to Townsend, and it's just not there. It's a slushy mess. But it's definitely a contrast to what you normally see. Normally, you see Townsend and the foothills have a lot of snow, and everyone else doesn't. So it's definitely a contrast for sure.
No doubt. And given that contrast, you probably don't even want to address this, but would you prefer it to be more of a drier type snow situation as opposed to the slushy that could freeze overnight? They're both dangerous, but one maybe more than the other.
Well, one's pretty and one's treacherous.
Yes.
And so and that's Jeff Hedrick, our highway superintendent, and I were talking about this afternoon. This could be worse, having the rain, the slush and the rain mix, because that's going to freeze on your roads. Whereas if it was just the dry powdery mix we were expecting, we could basically scrape that off and we're ready to go. So we definitely have some concerns going into the evening hours and overnight hours.
Well, Lance, we thank you so much for your time. Thank you for the wonderful work that you and your colleagues are putting in to keep people safe.
Keep our first responders in your prayers for sure, because it's going to be a long night, I'm afraid.
Certainly.
We will do it. Thank you, Lance. We appreciate it. We're going to check in with Brittany Bailey in just a few minutes, because she's talking to the superintendent of Knox County Schools right now. Again, they're going to be closed tomorrow as well as Wednesday, and we know that's true for other schools throughout the region. We have a full list at WBIR.com right now.
Cassie, let's talk about snow across the state. I've been texting with my daughter who lives in Nashville. She says they got about 5 to 6. We could get upwards of 8, and then of course you get into far eastern Tennessee and they're getting rain and slush.
It is all over the place, and that's what's so tricky about forecasting here. Yes, back in Nashville, she's not done yet either. In Nashville, they're seeing another band of snow coming through, and if I show you that wide view, you can actually see where that snow is starting to taper off in southern Arkansas and northern parts of Mississippi, but we still got that batch of dark blue that's going to be coming into our area coming up here in just a little bit. So this is going to keep moving in this general, that direction. I don't have an arrowhead there, but that little direction right there. And I think our snow is going to pick up on our plateau counties and up through the valley over the next several hours. So the way that roads are now, they will deteriorate further as we go through the afternoon and into the evening tonight. Then the temperatures will drop, and I think we're going to see even more issues. As you mentioned, though, we are seeing kind of seeing that mixed precip down in those eastern counties there. We'll talk more about that in just a few minutes. John, Robin, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Cassie, thank you very much.
As I mentioned, Knox County School Superintendent is talking right now. We're going to dip in and listen to a little bit of what he is sharing about closing schools. Again, schools will be closed tomorrow as well as Wednesday in Knox County.
Baby?
They're working.
They're working
trying to get.
Yeah, great question. Thanks, Brittany. For us, let me say this kind of overall process, talking about last week into this week too, really our process doesn't change. I mean, one thing I've learned over time is that if you have a consistent process, then you use it every time and you get much more consistent responses. So for us, that usually starts with our transportation director, Ryan Dillingham, as well as our security team, Jason Perriard, Chief Perriard. They work with the National Weather Service in Morristown, as I know a lot of you all do as well, making phone calls. If we, they'll brief me and brief Dr. Adams, our operations assistant superintendent of operations, and then sometimes I have more questions and they'll call back. Last week, I know we spent a lot of time really with wind being transportation was the big deal. Like once kids were in school, we were fine, but it was those transportation windows. So it was real important for me to know kind of hour by hour predictions instead of kind of that 24-hour breakdown of their wind advisory, but to know when they actually were predicting the gusts and that sort of thing. And I think that allowed us to go to school on last Tuesday, release early and then also make the decision for Friday. So very similar. Our guys kind of, we have our security teams around the clock. Our transportation team is there pretty much too. They're usually, in the mornings, 4 o'clock in the morning-ish out. Folks on different routes, driving those routes. We're fortunate because a lot of our team, my assistant supers, we kind of live spread out throughout the county. I'm Far East Knoxville and Mascot, so I get to see this side, and we've got folks all the way into Farragut, so we kind of cover the whole area. Our security team's out as well, patrolling early, 4:30 in the morning. Typically, we do weather calls if they're day of at 4:30 and kind of get a brief on things. I'm usually looking for facilities. Chris Towle is our director of that, and kind of want to know how are 91 facilities? Do we have, what's our power situation? What's our drive? Can buses get in and out? Is there any damage to any buildings, any units down, that sort of thing? They do a great job briefing that. Then we get from security, again, we'll get the report from the National Weather Service, where that is. We'll dig in with additional questions. And then transportation, we contract our buses. So all of that is coordination, quite a logistics company that Ryan Dillingham runs on the side, working with all of those contractors to kind of see what they think. They're out there as well. They're on the roads too, and just trying to listen to what they have to say. So all of that goes into that decision. And so they're very similar, whether it's wind or whether it's snow. It's a little easier with things like snow and ice because you can see that. I kind of said that last week. Wind's kind of hard. It's real important for us, though, in those wind situations. We have 60,000 students. 20,000 of our students ride buses. And when we see a vehicle with high-profile winds that could impact that, and we're hearing that from the National Weather Service, and, we're seeing gusts plus 50 kind of in that, it's a real risk for us, and the last thing we want is a bus to go off the road and have risk of injury. So that's what went into those decisions last week. So very similar on snow, looking at those things. Of course, a lot of your outlets do a great job of keeping us posted on that too, but we call the Weather Service too. So second part of your question was why 2 days and not just 1 day at a time. And I think everything we see right now, I really wanted to wait. Our team, was talking Saturday and Sunday, and we're kind of saying, do we want to move early? And, for me, just because East Tennessee weather is odd, I didn't want it to be one of those, it just went south of us. We're shut down on Tuesday. So I wanted to wait till we got some snow on the ground, and it looked like it was happening for sure, and all the temperatures were right. East Tennessee's typically in that 36 to 32 degree weather all the time. Is it going to be rain? Is it going to be snow? So this time we have the cold weather that's coming on the backside and on the front side, so we know anything that does come down could make things treacherous. And then, seeing now the sustain that it's here, how long it's going to be. Calling up until, probably roughly midnight tonight with some occasional snow showers that could come after that as early as tomorrow. Most places we're looking at 4.5, 5 inches of snow on the ground right now. Roads are bad. I was out this morning myself, driving until about 10:30. And there are cars everywhere, and I couldn't get back up my driveway. So I understand that that's probably a situation in lots of places. So I think, too, with the temperatures, that they're only going to go down. I don't think we're going to get above freezing until after Thursday evening, or Thursday afternoon is the best we're seeing. So with the continued snow, we don't foresee us, kind of getting out of this until at least Wednesday. And so we'll talk Wednesday afternoon and kind of see where we are going into Thursday.
Brittany, do you have a follow-up?
I do, in fact. I don't mean to monopolize the time, but I have a couple. One, we talked last week about the notification system sort of having some issues. Did you see that happen today or no? And then while I have you, I'll just follow up. We've been hearing from some administrators that already the decision has been made to close central office for the entire week. Not sure if that's true. And if it is, why not do that for students and teachers as well?
Yeah, well, I can take care of that rumor. That is not true. So we haven't closed central office. We closed them for the 2 days. Same reason on the closure for that. We look at safety of our employees, and we don't foresee the roads getting better before then. Typically, when we come back off of something, the district office and the principals will report kind of a day before kids do, and that may be the case here again, depending on what happens on Thursday. So I could see a situation if conditions improve and we're in a good place Wednesday that. We'll see what happens for Thursday if we can go to school or not. Could be a late start. Could be, we give it one more day. But I think, if it's passable, we probably get the district office back in on Thursday, if at all possible. Your other part of your question, sorry, I forgot it. Oh, the notification. Yeah. So yeah, I think that was something that, as we were talking about it, it was never meant to be a finger point at Parent Square. They're a great company, and we're probably by far the largest district that they serve. And talking to our IT team, they do. I was kind of going through how that came out. I was kind of going through everything we realized throughout that day, kind of an hour by hour. And what we did realize was the day of, on Tuesday when we released, I was actually talking to Carly. We'd made our decisions. We'd notified the board. We'd notified internal folks. And then we still were going, wait a minute, like our phones haven't rung yet from our call. Typically, I think that's like a 15, 20 minute, because you're talking about 70,000 calls roughly that go out. And this was taking more like 45 minutes. So I clarified this in one interview I did, but in no way are we saying, Parent Square was the reason there was a short amount of time. There was going to be a short turnaround for parents based on the time I made the decision. And for me, okay, sorry, did I click out? My back? Okay, sorry about that. I saw everything just
That's what happens when you're on a Zoom call with the superintendent.
We've gotten used to it.
But it was good. Dr. Reiswick kind of laying out, going all the way back to when they called for that early dismissal last week and explaining the reasoning behind that and the notification. So you saw Brittany Bailey in there with a number of other journalists, Halloran Hilton Hill and Jesse Mayshark with the Compass. So we'll break down more of what the superintendent had to say about that closing and also the closings this week. But we do know that Knox County is closed tomorrow and Wednesday as well.
As are a number of other school systems throughout the region. And if you want to keep up to date with the latest closures, head to WBIR.com/closings. With that, we want to see what kind of fun you're having in the snow. You've sent us a lot of fun pics and videos. Let's take a look. Snowfall 2024. And they really are lovely. And the best place to be is at home making snow
look
angels.
At the snow angels. Yes, we've seen so many sledders and snow angels. Some dogs and cats and even a goat with a sweater. I'm sure we'll see that soon. But this has been so much fun. And we talked about this, Robin. We'll get to more of these pictures, but let's listen to a little bit more of what the superintendent had to say of Knox County.
It was really slow. I mean, I think we were in the single-digit thousands, and we should have been 30, 40,000 calls in at that point. So that's when we reached out to Freddie Cox, who's our chief of technology, and he got in contact with them. We did a second call because of that at 6:30 the next morning for a reminder in case that window went late and people were in bed with small children or whatever. They got the 6:30 reminder. The next morning, we realized we saw that went much faster. It seemed more like what we did. Today's was the same way. I mean, I know we were finishing up calls and I was texting with the board, and I think my call came through within about 10 minutes. So I don't know if it's a matter of they focus. We still haven't had the conversation. They're aware that we had that. And it could be in the end that, we are their largest client. It could be just some of their bandwidth to be able to get things done if multiple things are happening. That's what we'll have a conversation about to see how we avoid that in the past. But, in no way was I saying Parent Square is the reason parents didn't have much turnaround. They weren't going to have much turnaround because of the time we made the decision anyway. But that was just another factor that kind of made it more difficult that day.
I'm going to let Silas ask a question, and then we can come back to you, Brittany.
Awesome. Hi, John, from Knox News here. How many days can students miss before they have to start making them up later in the year?
So we have 8 days for inclement weather or other things or illness or whatever that we use. Typically, we had done 10, but we started looking a couple of years ago at the rate we were using. It was something like we were using less than 3 every year. And so then what you get at the end of the year is teachers saying, we've worked, because the way we get those days is we go an extra half an hour every day, right? And that accumulates to get these extra days. State law allows that up to 10 days. But then teachers were saying, well, can we just not go the last 10 days? I'm not, we're working and we're doing this. And because the contracts are based on days, not hours you work. And that's how it gets to that. So as we started looking at that, we started saying, well, we're not going to change all the bell schedules. But is there something different we can do with some of those days to give that back to teachers? And I think 2 years ago now, we started the early release Wednesdays where we have 6 of those built in, and that was a way to have contracted time for teachers to be able to do some of that work. So we cashed in, if you will, 2 of our inclement weather days in order to be able to do that. So we had professional development and planning time for teachers on their contracted hours. And so far it served us well. I mean, we'll see. We're, counting Friday and the 2 days that are coming up, we still have 5 days left that we could use. And then, we'll start talking about if another storm hits, we typically look at things like in-service days, or we probably could cash back out some of those early release days and, not finish the years with those. But in recent years, we haven't come close to that, but that's probably what our next decision would be.
Brittany?
Thank you. Just wanted to jump in here. You mentioned this earlier, that one of the days you decided on the early release to let kids have lunch. Now we know that with the other 2 days that are coming up, some students are going to be out of school for several days in a row when you include the weekend because of the holiday and 2 more days. A lot of kids, as we know, sadly, only have access to food in school. Is there a program in place that can help these children? Is that one of your concerns at all when you're making these decisions?
Yeah, I mean, safety is always our number one concern, and then obviously these are other factors that play into that too. There are requirements around, and Brett Foster, our director of food services, much better to answer all the ins and outs of those pieces. But we aren't able to provide lunch on. There were some things during COVID that were allowed kind of drive-by pickups and that sort of thing. Because a lot of the federal regulations around that, we can't just open to serve food. We do, though. This is another place where we really rely on our partners. We said time and time again, the school system is not the community. The school system is part of it, and we're blessed with lots of nonprofits and after-school care and local churches and things like that that really understand that we cooperate with while we are in school. From backpacks that go home with students to identifying kids who have those extra challenges. So lots of times they're great to pick that up. And the schools and the principals know that too. We have community schools in some of our most vulnerable schools. That's a United Way, formerly a Knox Ed Foundation, but now United Way runs that for us. So they've got a coordinator at each of those schools. Project Grad has that in the high schools and middle schools in the center city. So there's a lot of communication and awareness of families who need those things. But to say we have a systematic way to say, go to this pickup point, that's not something we have. It's a great question.
Lauren? I think you're muted.
Let's see. Can you hear me now? Yes?
Yes.
Mr. Superintendent, can you just briefly restate the decision that you've made for the next couple of days? Just where are we now?
Yeah, just, looking at the, we wanted to wait till we knew the snow was here because East Tennessee weather is hard to predict. And I think this morning it came to fruition. We have, I think, roughly places we're looking 4.5, 5 inches of snow at this point, Colin, in some areas upwards of 8. So we know as hard as the road crews are working out there for the county that they're, probably not gonna be clear by tomorrow. And then the compounded forecast of that is we're dealing with potential single-digit temperatures in mornings coming ahead. With 20,000 students that ride buses, that was going to be a factor regardless of snow. So you add that into snow and the chance of refreezing precipitation that's on the ground as things start to melt. We don't foresee us being able to come out of that within 2 days. So we'll reassess Wednesday afternoon to see where we are with road conditions then.
Silas?
Yeah. Would you guys be able to go to online learning for any couple of days if you needed to, or would you plan on doing that?
Yeah, that's kind of tricky. That was one of those that during COVID, everybody became super familiar with. We have that capacity. We have even our virtual school, and one of the things that were great coming out of COVID is we did develop a lot of tools. Canvas is our tool that teachers load things in. We're seeing now when I go visit schools, almost every school down to elementary school uses Canvas for things like homeroom and assignments. So, that was kind of one of the positives. There weren't many, but one of the positives that kind of came out of the pandemic. So I think kids are pretty versed to be able to do that. We see that even with like our dual enrollment or working with Precipitation and those kinds of things. But the state kind of came back with a limitation on the number of days a few years ago, because I think at that point they were trying to avoid districts taking full, semesters and choosing to go virtual. So we are allowed 2 days to be able to do that. That is something we could think about if we wanted to. The lift on that is really difficult. We have students with special needs. We have those kinds of things that are still required through IEPs and that to get certain kind of things. So it probably would be a last resort for us, just because it is quite a lot to pull off across the board. Teachers, we tell them to be prepared for some of that, but that's still not the same always as having somebody there and having students at home. So that probably would be one of our last resorts that we would turn to. It worked some during COVID because we could put schools on for like an entire week, and teachers had that week of lesson plans ready, and it would probably be a big lift on our staff at this point. Could be done, but probably not worth the effort if we can avoid it.
All right. Do we have any other questions? All right, Brittany.
I'll ask just one quick last one. You mentioned the single digits coming up. That might even be more of a concern for folks than the snow we're seeing now as we head further into the week. I know that some buildings are older than others in the district. Any concerns at this point about the safety of students and everything holding up with these really low temperatures?
Great question. Not really, as far as once we get them to school. So our all 91 facilities checked out fine today. We have our maintenance people who are there even on days when other folks aren't. And so Chris Tao, Mike Pollard, those guys were on the calls today updating us on that, and they always do on facilities. So not so much once they're at school. Schools make decisions on playground time and all that kind of go in, inside play time as versus outside, those kinds of things. I think the bigger is the fact that, 20,000 students are on buses and they're waiting at a bus stop somewhere, and not everyone has a heated car to sit in or a parent who has the time to do that. So I think those were going to be considerations we were going to take regardless of snow, but with the snow here too, I think it's probably compounded that.
Silas?
Yeah, one last one from me. Just kind of, with the weekend and the holiday and the 2 closes, it is a while for students to be out of school. Do you have any advice for students, parents, teachers on anything they could do to kind of catch up or stay sharp during this long break?
Yeah, it's a good question too. You take our winter break, coming off of that, our kids do a pretty good job coming off. I think we don't get snows like this very often, and I think this may not be what the superintendent should say, but enjoy it. I think there's so many good family memories you can make right now, and we're seeing the same social media posts of people making snowmen and playing, and I think enjoy it. There's plenty of time. Our teachers do a great job every day of showing up and making up those gaps, and we've missed for sick days and things like that in the past, and our kids still continue to do well because our staffs are very flexible in what they do. So we want our staff to enjoy it too. We don't want them to have to be redoing the lesson plans and all that. There's some things you just sometimes have to enjoy. So we'd say that, and they'll be fine when they get back in. That's a great question.
All right. Anything else before we wrap up? Doesn't look like it, Superintendent.
No, I'll just say thanks. This is something new for us to try. Hopefully it's helpful. I know you guys have, deadlines and when things happen, lots of things like this, are quick for you all too. And sometimes.
You've been listening to Superintendent Dr. John Ryswick there in the bottom portion of your screen, the Superintendent of Knox County Schools. Again, 91 schools, 60,000 students. Robin, you were talking about this in the newsroom earlier. We've got to remember, Knox County is urban, suburban, and rural. It's very rare to have a district span the kind of geography that Knox County does.
Absolutely. So often we will hear from viewers, well, it's all fine in my neighborhood. The roads are clear. Well, once again, we do have rural parts of the county and beyond that the roads may not be clear. So they have to look at the whole and not specific. And as you heard from the superintendent, that's exactly what they are doing, assessing broadly.
For those of you who are watching us, just like the superintendent said, we hope you're having fun, because we were talking about this on our way in, but this really couldn't come at a better time. School is out for a holiday, MLK Day, that we're celebrating and honoring. Also, federal offices, county, state offices closed today for the holiday. People are listening, not a lot of people out on the roads.
This is a dream.
Yes.
Get out and enjoy it, because you know what? We don't get this type of snow that often in Knox County, or in East Tennessee. So enjoy it. We know it's a fun day. With that, we want to talk more about closings, school closings. Kids, you've got another day or two. We'll see how many more.
Yes.
If you want to get the latest on school closings delays, head to wbir.com/closings. That is exactly where you will find it, and you have a QR code right there. We make it easy for you to get to that link to look at closures. In addition to that, City of Knoxville putting out some information. They say hundreds of city employees have been working 24/7 throughout the snowy holiday weekend. However, city offices and recreation facilities, including the City County building, they will be closed Tuesday, possibly longer.
We want to take you up in the skies right now. This is West Knoxville. Again, you see the Tennessee River in the top right-hand portion of your screen. This is the pilot flying along Cherokee Boulevard, giving you a great look at the snowy scene we are seeing in the Bearden, Sequoia Hills area. And again, you can see that's a pretty widely used road right there, Cherokee Boulevard, and just a couple of tracks down either side. And that is really the story we're seeing in lots of communities across East Tennessee. We really appreciate this drone video from one of our viewers.
What did we do before drones? Okay, we're going to bring you down to earth, and we want to take a look at some pictures that you have sent to us. And once again, we've been talking about this. In addition to kids and big kids, animals love snow. This is Don Wilkinson, who is one of our wonderful folks who keeps us on track here at the station, takes good care of us. These are his pups out enjoying the snow and taking in all the getting their energy out, hopefully,
Yeah, we want to see, this is Brittany's dog as well. Oh, such a sweetheart there. And yeah, look at her having a great time out there. I mean, just enjoying it. And this is what this is about. You know, we've been wondering, look at that shot. Awesome.
My goodness.
We've been wondering, Robin, where's Todd? You know, and where is he? It's snowing. Where's Todd? He was having fun.
Todd, you were having fun. We saw you were making some snow angels.
Yeah.
And now you're having fun on our weather porch, where how many inches would you say we have right now out on the porch?
Well, I got my handy dandy Channel 10 ruler. Hey, we're going to measure right now. First of all, priorities. I was spending part of the day with my lovely wife, Lee. We got out and played, made a snow angel. I even threw some snow up at Lee, just having fun. Went right through her glasses and eye. But anyway, side note, we were both laughing. Hey, on a serious note, the snowfall rates are going to be picking up. Even as I've been standing out here for a little bit, it looks like the flakes getting a little bit bigger. We're expecting some heavy snow between 3 and 6 p.m. You could get some icing in southern areas. Cassie's going to talk more about that. But first of all, freezing right now. That'll be dropping. Let's take a measurement. I don't think you'll be able to see this camera. You just have to trust me. Last time I measured it was 4.75. Okay, let me get down here with it. Y'all help me back up. And there we go. It's almost 5.5 inches now on the Channel 10 porch. Let me come over here where you can see it. Let's see. Can y'all see this real good? Again, you'll have to trust me. And again, this is, I'm underneath the canopy, so this won't be a true setting. And I don't want to disrupt the, that's 4.5 on the railing, but again, not a true measurement. You got to take 3 different measurements out in the open, not in the drifts. Of course, the beautiful snow, it's great snow to get out and play in it right now. Again, be safe, but there's not much wind. Nice, steady snowfall. Enjoy beautiful winter weather in East Tennessee if you don't have to get out and drive in it. But again, 3 measurements out in the open, not in the drift. So right about 5 to 5.5 inches so far. And we could get 1 inch per hour snowfall rates coming up over the next 3 to 4 hours. I think that's the issue. Meanwhile, I do want to mention this. Again, it's a beautiful wintry scene. Cassie's going to talk more about this moment. It's snowing in Knoxville. It's been snowing all day long. Had a brief break earlier this morning. It's raining in Gatlinburg and Maryville right now with temperatures in the low to mid 30s, just above freezing. It's raining in Gatlinburg. Here's the big concern. We got more moisture moving in and temperatures going to slowly drop. So that rain could become freezing rain and maybe mixing in with some sleet for southern areas and icing in the southern areas, including toward the mountains and foothills. So, and then cold air is going to move in tonight in the teens and 20s. So even if it doesn't matter if it's rain, sleet, or snow, everything's going to be icing over tonight. So that's a huge concern for our southern areas. I know you're not getting as much snow. You may even have the rain right now, but you're probably going to get some more freezing rain than sleet and snow on top of that with the ice underneath. Power outages, very hazardous travel conditions expected in southern areas. The snow will continue at least through early to mid-evening, if not just past that, before it tapers off late tonight. John and Robin, again, I guess I should put this up, right?
There you go.
You know, just a meteorologist geeking out, having fun, but I'll send it back inside to you.
Well, Todd, and since you're out there, just quickly to answer this question, for people who may not be familiar with our snow totals, we typically get in a season about 4.5 inches of snow. So we're getting that in one shot, and then we're going to add to that.
Yeah, we're done. That's our season right here now. You're looking at our season right here on the porch and then some. Yeah, exactly. But 4.6 is our seasonal average. We didn't get much last year. We had the brutal cold in December. We got 1.6 inches after that, and that was all of our winter was around Christmas, you know, the previous winter season. Keep in mind, though, the 2 winters before that, we got almost 12 total. So we got decent amounts a couple winters ago, not much last winter. And so, this winter, certainly we're already going to see that. And again, we could be tacking on. Cassie's going to talk more about this coming up. You know, several more inches or more. We may be talking about an additional 3 or 4 inches. It's possible. Our high-res modeling was showing our station number was possible, basically. And, you know, we wouldn't rule that out. We were talking about that 4 to 8, but within the 4 to 8, you could be talking about the 4 to 6 in some areas, and then the 6 to 8, and then maybe that 8 plus as you get into some areas. Wouldn't rule that out. It just depends on where those heavier bands set up, but certainly there's potential for that. And again, school systems, you could see this coming. Again, closed through Wednesday. The big concern coming is going to be, of course, the hazardous roads, especially. I mean, TDOT's going to try to treat, but guess what? When these snowfall rates pick up, that's going to overwhelm the treatment. So travel discouraged. They're going to have to get back out. They're doing the granular salt and sand because Brian's been gone a long time ago, and they have to go to a different mixture. They have to really up it to keep up with the snowfall rates that's coming and the colder temperatures, because that salt will only work when it's mid-20s and above. Once you get down to low 20s and teens, no. So stay off the roads, travel discouraged, and sub-freezing temperatures all the way probably through noon Thursday. And then we got another system coming in Friday. Well, we'll be talking more about that. Cassie, and I'll go ahead and throw this out too. We are going to be under intense weather impact day into Wednesday. We started off for Monday and Tuesday because it was obvious. Hinted at maybe Wednesday as well, but we're going to go ahead and be under intense weather impact day for Wednesday because the frigid temperatures, the single digits, probably wind chill advisory criteria tomorrow night, Wednesday morning. And then, and again, what you're seeing is going to stick around for many years. So we're going to go ahead and be under 10 weather impact day now, probably through most of the day Wednesday, before we get above freezing on Thursday.
Now, Todd, you were talking about, yes, the varying inches of rain, while one place may get 8, another 5.
Right.
The official snowfall total, it will come from the airport. So folks, they may hear something different based on the airport totals when they're looking outside and they're like, okay, I have at least 3 more inches than at the airport. The official total coming from the airport.
That's exactly right. So what you need to do, take out your camera phone. See my hand right here? Hold on, let me go ahead and do it. That's probably what we're going to end up with. Take a picture somewhere of that. That's what Knoxville's going to probably get. And then we throw that out the window because the airport is probably not going to get, you know, it's 12 miles south. We talk about this a lot. I'm teasing a little bit, but no, it's true. Further south, probably going to see maybe half that. And we'll see, but you know, but truly, this is the beautiful thing about East Tennessee. It's the topography, how it affects the weather that we see. Some areas, and it's just no different in the summertime where you get one area got a gully washer. Oh, I got 4 inches of rain in my house, and you go down a few miles, oh, I got a half inch here. Same thing. Topography plays a huge role. It all depends on how the weather pattern's set up. So some areas can get a lot where some areas vary. It's tough on meteorologists. Sometimes don't sleep as much at night trying to figure out what's going on. But that's the beautiful thing about East Tennessee. You can get those varying patterns, but even though it's just 12 miles difference, yeah, you could have double the amounts of snow, for example, in Knoxville compared to what they're going to see at the airport. But you're not out of the woods at the airport in parts of blunt, Sevier County. We're watching that potential for ice and some snow on top of that. with the sub-freezing temperatures coming in. So again, we can't reiterate this enough. We are looking at hazardous travel, likely travel discouraged area-wide tonight.
Really, at 2:30 on Monday, it's just the beginning. We're just starting. Todd, we appreciate you laying it out for us in that timeline as well. Thanks so much. Come in and get warm, maybe a little hot cocoa.
That sounds nice. All right. We have Tim Suter on the line right now. Tim with Roane County EMA. Tim, thanks for being with us. If you would give us a status report as to what's playing out in Roane County right now with the weather and the roads.
Well, we're continuing to see snow across the county, varying amounts, different parts of the county, probably averaging 4 to 5 inches. The interstate, TDOT's done a nice job on our interstate system. We had an accident on the interstate earlier that shut things down for a while, but they appear to be relatively clear now. Our side roads, our city streets and county roads are still covered. They are passable most of the places, but again, it's very treacherous. It's been a busy day.
And when you say busy day, Tim, we heard in Sevier County they've responded to more than 70 crashes since 7 this morning. Can you give us a sense of the number of crashes or problems you've had to deal with in Roane County?
Our ambulance crews and our rescue crews have been busy all day long. All the local fire departments have been running. I don't have an exact number, but it's been constant.
Tim, I know as the day wears on and as temperatures begin to drop, there has to be added concern given that the roads can become even more treacherous. How are you all planning for that?
You know, we use every resource we have. Our local highway department and the city street departments are out working hard to try to keep the roads clear. It's hard to keep up with this storm. All of our emergency equipment will be, out and about on calls, and we've got citizens out with 4-wheel drives. We're just doing the best we can do, and we're meeting all the needs as of right now. We are going to have a couple of warming shelters open later today. One in Harriman at the Courts of Praise Church, and one at Rockwood High School that will open this evening.
We have also asked other emergency managers about power outages. Have you had any problems in Roane County?
We have not had any power outage reported to this point. We're very grateful for that at this point.
So grateful for that. Sir, is there any other information you'd like us to pass along to our viewers in your area or surrounding areas that you want them to know as we wrap up our conversation?
It's just what everybody else is saying. Stay off the roads unless you have to. Watch out for the emergency crews. We got a lot of people out working, trying to make it safe and trying to take care of people out here. And the fewer wrecks we have to work, then we can offer that help to others. So we're just trying to help as many as we can.
All right. Tim Suter with the Roane County EMA. Tim, thank you very much, and please extend our appreciation to all the crews who are working so hard to keep people safe.
Absolutely. There and everywhere we have seen these TDOT crews, every Knoxville police officers, and when a storm like this hits, which we're learning has some historic undertones to it, everybody's on board.
That's right, and we want folks to have fun and get out and enjoy the snow, but recognizing also, yes, that people are out. They are working overtime to keep our world safe, for sure. All right.
Beginning here for Cassie.
Okay. And you talk about historic implications. Let's roll the clock back, Cassie, to 1993.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I'm on the sports mic just in case.
She's on the sports mic.
Hey, there we go. We got it. Hey, yeah. I'm playing hard today, so they put me on the sports mic. Ha, got it going. This storm is very different from the blizzard of 93. A completely different setup for how we're getting the snow, and we're not talking about multiple feet of snow anywhere across the viewing area. So I want to go ahead and separate that from that standpoint. But I made a comment earlier that this will likely be the most amount of snow in a single day for a lot of these locations since the blizzard of 93. So that's why it could be so impactful, because a lot has changed in the last 30 years, but still, this isn't going to be a mountain event, and our eastern counties are actually seeing a mixed precipitation. And the point that we've been making is our official climate data site is at the airport, which is down in Blount County, which has been seeing the Wintry Mix. So the final total from this event that is officially going to go down in the records for Knoxville is going to be lower than what you're seeing right now in downtown Knoxville, and especially north and east of here, because that's where we've seen that heaviest snow and the highest totals. At our station, we've seen about 5 inches. Parts of Fountain City have seen close to 6 inches. Same in West Knoxville. We're getting those same reports over in Roane and up in Anderson County. And that snow is about to get heavier for those who are seeing it, and we'll address the areas that are not in just a moment. Let me widen out this view just a little bit for you. Look at those darker blue colors in northern Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. That is starting to move into our area. So we're about to see the snowfall rates pick up. And still, this is a fluffy snow for most areas, and that is allowing those totals to add up very quickly. And this is also why TDOT crews are doing a fabulous job trying to keep those roads clear. But with such intense snowfall rates that are about to move back in, we expect to see our road conditions starting to deteriorate over the next several hours, despite the efforts of officials to keep things nice and clear for you. So now let's address our counties that are not seeing the snowfall. Southern portions of Sevier County, Blount County, and parts of Monroe County, maybe down into McMinn County as well. There is a layer of warm air that is in your part of our viewing area. And I know a lot of you were so excited to see the snow potential, but look at the temperatures tell the story. Pigeon Forge, you are at 35 degrees right now. Dandridge, you have risen up to 34. Newport, Greenville, same story. Tellico Plains at 34. So the snowflakes, they're falling, but they're melting before they reach the ground. So unfortunately, in our eastern counties, your overall impacts are actually, well, I should say, fortunately, your overall impacts are going to be low for now. Unfortunately, we do have Arctic air that's going to be moving in tonight, and what is currently liquid is expected to freeze. So I think we may actually end up with worse impacts in those areas early tomorrow morning because of the ice potential. So let's kind of go from west to east across the area right now, temperature-wise. Jamestown and Huntsville at 18. Crossville is at 20. That is Arctic dry air, but it's a shallow layer and it's dense, so it's stuck up on the plateau. Eventually, it's going to get up and over the plateau and down into the valley. The valley locations, for the most part, from Athens, Sweetwater, up to Lenoir City and Knoxville, we're sitting right around freezing or just below it, which is why we're seeing such heavy snowfall. Even up into Morristown, you're at 32 degrees right now. We expect to stay there, so that's why our totals are going to be highest in the valley with this event compared to the mountains and the plateau like we typically would see. Our eastern counties, though, just a degree or so fluctuation in temperatures is going to change what type of precipitation you see. Here's where we go from here through the rest of the day. The pinks indicate the mixed precip. The purples indicate where we see more of the snow. And notice how those far eastern counties, they stay in that pink range all the way through this evening while our valley stays on the colder side with the snow. This is actually just updated since I last showed it. Now at 11 p.m., our plateau counties may start to see a bit of that warm nose coming in and might start to see more of the mixed precipitation while the valley still stays snow with that cold air mixed in. And then overnight, look what happens in our eastern counties, though. Now we're in the purple. And that's where our concerns will really start. That's when that cold air comes flowing across the area. What's on the ground will freeze, and then we have snow falling on top of that. So I really think our eastern counties are going to have some icy implications because of this going into tomorrow. Even though your overall totals are going to be lower, I know that's not a lot of fun. Your roads are going to probably be messier going into the day tomorrow. Meanwhile, for the Central Valley, from Lenoir City up through Knoxville and up to near Maynardville, we could see another 3-4 inches of snow or so, maybe up to 5 inches, depending on those heaviest bands coming in from the west. This is why we are all under a winter storm warning at this point, because of the potential hazardous travel conditions. And that's going to continue through the rest of tonight. This is in effect until at least 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Here are your forecast low temperatures. When I was saying the cold air is going to get there, it will eventually. Down into the teens for the valley and our eastern counties. Plateau, you'll be down in the single digits tonight. Tomorrow night, even colder. So we're going to go through that slight melting and then refreezing process again tomorrow night, which is why schools are out for both tomorrow and Wednesday as of right now, because the roads aren't going to be able to improve too much during the day Tuesday, because we're not going to get above freezing during the day. And then you have the wind chills on top of that. So our wind chills tomorrow morning are going to be even below zero up on the plateau and likely in the single digits. Tomorrow afternoon, we stay in the teens and single digits, and then it's going to be Tuesday night into Wednesday. That's going to be our coldest night as of right now. Forecast wind chills will likely be below zero area-wide, which is another reason why schools are out on Wednesday, too. They don't want the kids standing out in that type of weather. And just as a heads up, looking ahead on your 7-day forecast, we are looking ahead to another system coming in Thursday night into the day Friday. This one's also going to be tricky with the precip type, but what is not tricky is that we have another blast of cold air coming in Friday into the day on Saturday and Sunday. So yeah, a lot going on right now with the weather. John and Robin, I'll send it back to you.
You guys are going to sleep well after this is all said and done.
Next week.
All right. Yes, next week. All right, Cassie, thank you very much. Well, you know, if we cannot be out in the snow, the next best thing is checking out your pictures in the snow. We have a few we want to share with you right now. I mean, it truly is a beautiful scene throughout the region, and keep them coming. And that guy right there liking the snow as well.
Absolutely. Atlas and Gibson loves the snow. We're going to see some just amazing sledding videos.
Oh, look at that.
How about that? Oh, nice dismount.
But a good recovery. Great recovery,
We've got
in fact.
the Olympics coming up. Bobsled team looking for some people.
And he's
Not in
ready
the
to do
summer.
it again. Look at it.
Yeah. Oh, these have been so much fun and really a great day to get out and play with not a lot of worry about people needing to be on the roads for anything. Again, most everything is canceled, so why not enjoy it?
Right there. I'm looking at that ruler, 5 inches, and Todd is out on our weather porch where you said we had about the same out there, Todd, and more to come.
Yeah, exactly. I was just thinking, seeing those beautiful snow pictures, as our own Katie Inman would say, that looks like much fun, right? Anyway, you know what? Yeah, Coreyton looked like that 5.5 amounts, and that's exactly what we're seeing so far here at Channel 10. Of course, we have our trusty Channel 10 ruler right here, measuring 5.5 inches a moment ago. We'll take another measurement. I don't think it's changed a whole lot, but yeah, we'll try to get a fresh new measurement here. Let's see, let me bring that's about 5 3/4, so between 5.5 and almost 5 3/4, so we're just under 6 inches of snow again, and between 5.5 and 6 right now here at Channel 10 in North Knoxville. Again, it's been pretty much all snow. It's been a beautiful snow in terms of not much wind. Let's talk about the moisture content of this snow, and it's a pretty good, oh yeah, this is good. All right, so families, can get out and, have fun. Oh, man, this is the perfect snowmaking, isn't it? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that, John Becker. That's just the perfect. Here, take that into Robin. We do this a lot of fun. I know it's going to be cold, but I'll make another one. But, would you like one as well? Now, this is perfect snowmaking. And, again, you can have some time to get out and have fun. And I tell you what, not bad to, and, again, in a safe way, sledding, make sure you're not near any busy street and everybody's taken care of. But pretty good, fun playing times in the snow, sledding, etc. I tell you what, a little bit of a snow pro tip. If you go sledding today, that's great. Once it gets ices down tonight, tomorrow will be even better. It's going to be colder. You got to bundle up more tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be really cold, but that's just going to be absolute, fast lane coming up for sledding. So, we have to take some time and have fun too. But, it is a good snowpacking snow. Now, on the serious side, you don't want to be out driving in these type of conditions. Again, even though TDOT's doing their best and they are doing a great job of trying to treat, retreat, etc., it's just the snow and the temperatures are going to overwhelm some of those treatments. So, and it takes time to do that. The snowfall rates are expected to pick up. Cassie Nahl just did an excellent job of detailing what we're expecting as we go into the afternoon. While it could be some moderate to heavier snow bands moving back across the valley, could pick up again this afternoon just south of Knoxville down into our mountains and foothill counties of Monroe, Blount, Sevier, over into parts of Cock and Greene counties, eastern areas. Could be rain, but then that mixture, that frozen mixture of freezing rain and sleet with a layer of snow on top of that, with that sub-freezing air moving in tonight, that's going to create, unfortunately, an icy mess, not on the roads. There'll be concern for power outages, hopefully not, but just stay home, stay off the roads, enjoy the snow. If you want to keep it right here and continue watching us, sure, we'd love that. We all like to interact with you together, and we'll keep you updated. So that's it for now from the Channel 10 Weather Porch. Moderate to heavy snow bands picking up this afternoon. Again, enjoy. Robin, did you get... Yeah, I got your snowball.
I got your present.
Thank
you, Todd. And, we usually have a tradition of tossing snowballs.
we
So
can do it.
are you ready to catch?
Yeah, you ready?
Okay. Yeah,
Here
I'll
we go.
throw it to you and you throw it to me.
Hey, go.
Okay, you can't.
Missed it by that much. Sorry about that, Eric. I'll wipe that off.
It just didn't work. It just did not hit the same this time. If I'm on the single camera, I think we could have done it, but now the secret's out.
The secret is definitely out.
Okay.
And
next time, Todd, next time.
Impressive. Well, we've been talking about Shay Smith. She's been on this hunt to find snow, started in the rain, and now it sounds like she's found something.
Shay, and she is, it's go time. It is go time, Shay.
It's go time. And it really is go time because we're about to race. Who's going to win? I think I'm going to win. He thinks he's going to win. I just want to say I've not been sledding in probably like a couple of decades. So if this goes bad, just ignore it. Just forget about it, okay? But are we ready?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. John, Robin, will y'all count us down?
Yes. Okay. Let's do it all on the count of 3.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
3, 2, 1.
Bumper sleds, bumper sleds.
Bumper sleds.
Okay, I think we have our winner. Obviously, it was not me.
You're a winner in our eyes.
Okay, our winner. Yes, I'm still a winner because that was fun. What is your name?
Brinley.
Brinley? She was the sled winner here in Kodak. Okay, I'm thinking a rematch because maybe the guy that pushed me off, I don't know. I feel like you could have pushed me a little better. So we might have to redo this competition. But y'all, I found the snow. I've been telling you guys that I've been wanting to find snow here in Sevier County, and I finally did. The snow got the best of me on that sled, but I'm going to try again, and then I'm going to race Katie Inman. So somebody tell Katie that I'm going to meet her eventually, and we're going to go head to head, and I'll win that one.
Set right here, 2:53. The challenge is on to Katie Inman. Shay, so much fun. We're so glad. Just a symbol of what's happening across the area today.
Exactly, and this is what we're so excited about when snow comes to town. So hopefully you've been out and enjoying it just like Shay has. And take a look at this, high above Sequoia Hills, Cherokee Boulevard, and that is a sight to behold right now. It's simply gorgeous.
And not far from there, we're going to check in with Vinay Simlat, who was making snow angels at about 11 this morning, and he's at Lakeshore Park, the most popular park in Knoxville, and no doubt a ton of people there doing just that.
Everybody is out here sledding, it seems like, and I want to show you how much snow we've gotten. It's about 3 3/4 inches that we've got on the ground, courtesy of our ruler that we got from the Seymour Volunteer Fire Department. But I do want to show you this. If we stick this into this ice that we have about 1/2 inch of just ice that is down on the ground right now here at Lakeshore. So keep an eye on that. If you're going to be out and about on the roads, some of the snow when it first started falling melted when it hit the pavement, and that's why we're looking at about 1/2 inch of ice. If we come up, you can see all of these sledders, folks who are out here at Lakeshore Park throwing snowballs, sledding, getting ready to go down the hill here, and people are very excited for what seems like, oh, there's a big one, another one, for what seems like the first big snowfall that we've gotten here in Knox County in the last 4 years. And I met this kid earlier today. His poor mother was being pelted with snowballs. This is that light and fluffy snow, but if you take it and you pack it enough, if you pack it with your warm hands and then throw it at Tim Dale, who's running the camera, you can make it work. John, Robin.
Oh man, Vinay, we're so excited that you're having so much fun out there. And Todd making the point as we're coming back that tomorrow's going to be even better.
Yes. So we expect to see you back out there tomorrow, Vinay, as well. All right. We want to turn now to...
we'll be here. We'll be going down the hill.
Okay, we appreciate it. Stay warm. We'll check in with you a little later. With that, we want to bring it back into the studio, into the newsroom. Brittany Bailey standing by, speaking to the Knox County School Superintendent earlier today about the weather situation, school closures. Bring us up to date on all he had to say, Brittany.
Well, we were lucky to be able to talk to him today and ask some questions because, as you know, it's been basically a very rocky week or so for Knox County school students and parents. You may remember last week we had not only that early dismissal, but then students were out of school completely on Friday. This was because of high wind. And of course, that's something that's a little bit unusual around here. Just a reminder, that was because of mostly the buses. It being a dangerous situation for high profile vehicles to be out driving in that high wind situation. So now we know, in case you haven't heard, that Knox County schools will be closed not only tomorrow, but also Wednesday. That means for 6 days in a row, including the weekend and of course today's holiday, students will be out of school. So a lot of decisions will have to be made between now and Thursday, because we also are going to see some really significant drops in temperatures, as our weather team has been talking about. So we don't know for sure at this point that students will end up back in school on Thursday, but right now that is the plan. And today, Dr. Reiswick talked a little bit about what went into today's decision. And of course, he says that safety is always #1 for students. And we have seen that ourselves, just taking a look at the roads across East Tennessee and Knox County specifically. They are not good, not safe driving conditions. So that was really the factor that went into canceling schools for both today and, well, for tomorrow rather. Obviously, students were out of school today for the holiday, but for both tomorrow and Wednesday. So what will happen now is they will then sort of come together and make decisions about what to do because of this drop in temperature. One of the things we asked about was also how students will maybe get food when they're out of school. We know that some of the low-income students really rely on the breakfast and lunch served in school. And now that they're going to be out of school for so many days, we know back during COVID times, there were programs set up for students. There were drop-off or pick-up points. That isn't really happening now. So they're really relying on some partner agencies and other programs outside of school to help children who do not have access to lunch. That's one of the reasons, by the way, for that early dismissal last week. Dr. Reiswick talked about that. They wanted to make sure that students who needed it could get lunch in school before being dismissed that day. You also may remember that there were some notification system problems last week. So we did ask about that as well. They've been in touch with the company that runs those for the school district. There was a glitch in the system. We understand that today's decision that affects tomorrow and Wednesday, there was no longer the glitch, so hopefully that's been worked out. But again, when you're notifying tens of thousands of parents, it does take a little bit. There always will be some sort of delay, but hopefully no longer delays that are that significant. So again, just to sort of wrap things up here, a reminder that Knox County students, as many counties, are out of school not only for tomorrow, but for Wednesday. And we're going to have to stand by to see what happens after that, because even though Dr. Reiswick says students would be safe once they're in school with temperatures that low, it's really the kids who are having to go back and forth on the buses. Standing out at the bus stop, that can be really dangerous in those temperatures. So they're really going to have to factor that in when it comes to potentially closing schools for the rest of the week. But right now, I'll send things back to you, John and Robin.
And just quickly, while we have you, Brittany, he did address the timing of when they would make that decision for Thursday and Friday. Explain what he said when you asked that question.
Well, a lot of factors go into it, and they meet with a lot of people, and so they will be having these discussions. He says on a normal day, usually they would make that decision around 4:30 in the morning. I don't even know that they will wait that long to make this decision. But of course, as soon as we hear something, we'll pass it along and again, be looking out for those notifications.
Bailey with the very latest from Dr. Reiswick, making himself available today. We appreciate it, Brittany. Thank you.
Let's talk about the roads now. We've been reaching out to EMA directors, people throughout the region, counties, to get an assessment of how the roads are looking. And as a result, crashes that have happened. And we were talking to the folks in, it was Sevier County. They had 70 cases in which they were working.
From just 7 this morning.
Exactly. So that gives you an indication of just how treacherous the roads can be. And we have another example. We are learning of a crash on I-40 at Weisgarber, a truck involved there. We are trying to get you a picture of that with our TDOT cameras. As soon as it comes up, we will certainly show it to you. But this is, once again, another example of the reason why you do not want to be on the roads if you don't have to be on the roads. This is a look at our SmartWay camera right here, and you see that truck off the road. Look at the conditions of the road and the surrounding area. Pretty socked in with the snow and the snow that's falling as well.
And before this, the biggest problem we saw on the roads was in Cumberland County.
Right.
That was a jackknife semi that also created several crashes behind it, is our understanding. But that has been cleared. We know at least one lane is open on I-40 eastbound in Cumberland County, and they were working to get a second open. But again, that was the biggest problem we saw at the start of the day.
Let's take a deeper dive. Meteorologist Todd Howell standing by our BAM, as we like to call it, to give us a bigger picture of how the roads are playing out beyond Knoxville throughout the region.
All righty, Robin and John, thank you so much. Yeah, and Cassie Dahl in the Channel 10 Weather Center also been monitoring this. And wow, throughout the day, a lot of obviously hazardous travel around the roads. The good news is that earlier jackknife tractor trailer, again, have improved. So that's helping things as far as the 40 east and westbound to our west. But I mean, this tells a story. It's winter storm warning. It's snowing across much of the valley in Knoxville. It's raining in areas to our south. So notice from Maryville and Seymour down to Townsend, notice the further south you go, you get out of the orange and yellow, you get more in the green. That's because it's actually raining. Now, no, Cassie and I were just talking about this. I know that's going to be painful when you want the snow and you got the rain. You're still going to get a good chance for some wintry weather coming in on the back side of this system as some cold air moves in for our southern areas. And unfortunately, you could get ice as well and then some snow, kind of a layer cake. But traffic conditions, again, still very slow. Travel is discouraged because it's snowing, more moderate to heavier snow. And Cassie's showing this. See these deeper dark blues? And this is what we're going to call nowcasting. Again, the forecast is for moderate to heavy snow as we go through the afternoon and early evening. When we talk about nowcasting, obviously we're looking at radar and we're going to track it because we can see what's coming. Of course, and that kind of combines with the forecast of the expectations. So that's a look at those deeper, darker blues coming up from Huntsville, Alabama, crossing over to the Tennessee line. This is our TV monitor. This is the actual state line. And so that's going to come up from Huntsville and Chattanooga and moving into Knoxville. So we're expecting the light to moderate snow now to pick up and probably be some moderate to heavier snow. Now, where exactly as that heavy band goes, we'll have to wait and see, but it's moving east-northeast, and so it looks like it's going to be tracking right up from the southern plateau and back into parts of the valley. Now, for areas to our south, you've got that warm nose. We were talking about this last night. Wherever the warm nose stopped, to the north of that warm nose boundary, heavy snow in the blue shade. And that's still on track of what we're seeing in the valley areas. Well, that warm nose, it actually made it, and again, it's kind of slanted. I'll use my arm as an example. It's not just a pure south to north. It's kind of slanted like that. And so that warm nose is extended from Monroe County, Blount, Sevier, and kind of slanting up into parts of Cock and Greene counties where temperatures are in the above freezing, the low to mid 30s. So that's where, again, it's kind of opposite what you usually see. You go toward the mountains, more snow. Right now, you go toward the mountains, you get wet. And so before, it's going to change over later. But moderate to heavier snow from that northeast to southwest band and orientation is expected to continue. Now, this was an earlier snowfall. I think Cassie made a great point a minute ago. Probably looking at, from this point, probably looking at an additional 3, maybe 4. Again, could get 1 inch per hour snowfall rates going forward. We got over 5.5 inches on our Channel 10 weather reports right now. So we could be talking about that 8-inch plus amount in some areas before all is said and done. I mean, it's possible. And again, but right now we'll focus on that later. The main impacts of what we're seeing, hazardous travel, don't get out on the roads if you don't have to, get out and play in it and have fun. But again, hazardous travel likely, and we are concerned, even in areas where you're seeing the rain right now, for freezing rain, ice, and then sleet and snow on top of that as temperatures plummet. So that's what we're looking at. Cassie, I'll send it back over to you in the website. Yeah, you're updating the amounts. And again, I'll send it back over to you, Cass.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Todd.
You're welcome.
I was trying to get those totals updated to kind of match what you were saying right there. So we were saying now maybe 2 to 5, depending on where that heaviest band sets up in the parts of the valley. Maybe 1 to 3 lower totals for snow down in the far southern valley and in our eastern counties also. Expecting lower totals for the event because of that mixed precip that Todd was just talking about right there. And when I talk about mixed precipitation, we're talking about it could be rain and snowflakes mixing in. There could be sleet coming in as well. We're not seeing the freezing rain right now because the air temperatures are above freezing. And that's what I want to kind of give you the different types of ice, because people will say, we're seeing ice, but I'm not sure what type of ice you mean. So there's a difference between freezing rain and sleet, and everybody now wants a donut. Freezing rain falls. I know, I've been saving these pictures just for this moment. So on the left, we have freezing rain, and that is liquid precipitation. It falls from the sky as liquid, but it freezes on contact with the surface, and that creates a glaze of ice on things and makes things very slippery. We do not like freezing rain. Sleet has a beat. You can hear it tapping when it falls. Sometimes you can see it bouncing. It's little ice pellets, and it kind of resembles more of a sprinkles donut instead. So that's the difference between freezing rain and sleet. So folks, when you're at home telling us you're seeing ice, this helps us know what type of ice you're seeing. Obviously, freezing rain, very, very bad. Sleet can be, but is a little less scary for a lot of folks. And I posted this picture on social media earlier today, and a lot of folks were like, I prefer powdered donuts, and that's what I'm seeing right now. And I'm like, you know what, me too. Some of you have seen a lot of it. But either way, regardless of the type of precipitation you're seeing, we do expect road impacts, and that's why that winter storm warning is in effect for the snow-covered roads. But in our eastern counties right now, you're not seeing negative impacts on your roads. They're just wet. But as Todd was mentioning, that Arctic air comes in tonight, and that will freeze, and we may finish with having snow at the very end of that precipitation in our eastern counties falling on top of that layer of ice. Vinay kind of was emphasizing that in his live hit that he had out at Lakeshore Park, that there's that layer of ice under the snow. Tonight, lows go down in the single digits on the plateau and in the teens in our valley and our eastern locations, and this is the beginning of the second half of the impacts of this event. The cold is why schools are out for Tuesday and Wednesday, because we're not going to see a lot of that snow going away for the next couple of days because of the very chilly temperatures that we are expecting. Of course, we'll continue to cover this for you in a little bit. For now, I'll send it back to you, John and Robin.
Okay, I do have another question, though, because, yes, it's going to get cold. Things are going to get icy. We'll get this out of the way. But then Friday, there's that potential for another system.
Yes, let me show you that 7-day forecast, because, you know, we had two big systems come through last week on Tuesday and again on Friday. This week we're starting off on Monday. This next one comes in on Thursday into the day Friday. It's really keeping us on our toes here in the Weather Center. So today and tomorrow are 10 weather impact days, and we have added Wednesday onto that now. Thursday into Friday now looks like it could be another questionable precipitation type event, but notice those low temperatures back down in the single digits and the low teens again for Saturday, Sunday, and possibly Monday morning. Another shot of Arctic air coming down here into East Tennessee.
And we see that high on Thursday that's above freezing, Cassie, 40, but is that going to be a long enough window to melt a lot of what we're seeing on the ground right now?
Well, here's the thing, sun matters, solar insolation, right? So through the day tomorrow, we're going to have the clouds, but then we're going to see maybe some sunshine toward the end of the day. That may allow some melting, even though the temperatures stay so cold. That may allow a little bit of melting, then we refreeze again Tuesday night into Wednesday. Wednesday, same story. Sunshine, even though the temperatures stay cold, we see melting, then refreezing again. Thursday would be a better chance for seeing some of that melting, but the clouds are going to be increasing that day ahead of the next chance of precip coming in. So it really, those shady spots are not going to see a lot of melting this week. The sunny spots have a better chance of that.
So what you're telling us, it's going to be an interesting week.
Yes, it is.
That
you
it
need
is.
to have some pizza.
I need to eat my pizza.
Delivering some
Excellent
pizza.
job, Cassie. You just gave us some donuts.
Yes.
You might warm, I'm going to warm up. Excellent job.
Yes.
No, keeping us all
Pizza
safe
time.
and prepared.
Pizza time. We'll let you have a break. We're going to check
you.
back in with Vinay Simlot, because now we know he'll be at Lakeshore Park for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Vinay?
You win.
John, it's been years since I've sledded down a big hill, and this year I did it again. It's probably been 10 years since I've done that. I do want to tell you, we went for a ride along earlier today with the Knox County Public Works crews, who are trying their best to keep the roads clear. And as they were plowing the roads, as soon as they turned around to get the other side of the road, you would see the road that they had already plowed, and it would be covered in snow. We've seen steady snow here in Knox County since about 8:30 this morning, and that's how it's been all day. So for folks who want to drive, maybe think of finding an alternate form of transportation. And these guys here at Lakeshore Park are going to do it for us in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. What do we think? 10s all around. The Olympics are coming up, and these guys look like they are ready for maybe the Winter Olympics, not the Summer Olympics. But we've got tons and tons of sledders who are out here at Lakeshore Park. doing their best to make the most of this holiday, this snow day that they're having out here. We've also seen some people who are maybe taking their cars into empty parking lots and doing donuts. That's maybe not the best idea. Stay away from the cars, stick with the sleds if you're going to be out here. And remember, a lot of this snow and a lot of the slush that's down on the ground is probably going to freeze over the next few days. The Public Works folks have been out working since 8 o'clock last night, and they don't think they'll have a break until Wednesday or Thursday maybe. So if you need to go somewhere, take it easy, think twice about getting in your car, maybe come out to the park and sled for a little bit.
Well, Todd was saying that the times, if you time them today, some of the sledders, Vinay, tomorrow we'll see those records broken. It's going to be that fast.
You remember Christmas Vacation?
Slick.
Yes.
All right, Vinay, thank you very much. Have some fun. Go get a few runs in. And some other folks having fun, and they are sharing their pictures with us, taking it all in, the snow of 2024. This is from Medford, Tennessee. Oh, and we cannot get enough of the pups and the friends and the four-legged furries out there enjoying. This is Veda?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, that's pretty.
It is.
That is beautiful. It looks like a cardinal right there. So,
and if you'd like to send us some photos, here's how. Just pull out your camera phone, and we'd love to see them. We just are going to flash up a QR code quickly on the screen here, and it will walk you right through how to do it. It's very easy. To do it right through our 10 News app. So if you don't have it, take a second to download it, and then you'll find an easy way to upload those photos to us, and we'll certainly credit you on air.
All right, we want to take you outside and give you this scene from our T-Dot camera. This is at I-40 and Cumberland. It's near UT Hospital, that's what I'm being told. And you can see very few cars on the road. That is good. It's good to report that because the roads are treacherous in many areas. This is I-40 at Weisgarber. Take it slow. If you have to be out this afternoon and into the evening, please take it slow because all it takes is one wrong move and it could be a pretty bad situation.
We can still see the moisture on the highway there. Again, you're looking at I-40, that's a live picture from that T-Dot SmartWay camera, but you can see the highways are pretty clear, and so drivers are moving along at a pretty good clip. Robin, when you and I came in to work this afternoon at about 11:30 or so, we were going about 35, 40 miles an hour on I-40 through downtown. People were taking it slowly. They're listening to what all the emergency managers and police officers are telling us about these conditions.
And they have been working overtime and will continue to work overtime to keep the roads clear and safe. Other folks who've been working overtime are our weather team. They have been putting in the hard work to keep us all safe. Guys, yes, we have fun as far as the snow goes, but as the night wears on, we need to be very, very careful if we're having to head out.
Yeah, absolutely. Quick note on that traffic. You know, you say, wow, a lot of folks may be saying, why are so many folks out on the roadways? Keep in mind, Knoxville and through Knox County, a main thoroughfare, of course, 40 and 75 join together. A lot of that traffic is probably from outer state motorists trying to get to and fro to their destination. Probably here in East Tennessee, we know about the snow and are staying off the roads, many of us, and winter storm warning continues. But the brown, the black shading of the roadways, the concern is snowfall rates kind of pick up, and we'll be able to see that behind me, Cass. We're going to talk about the treated roads that likely are going to become more slushy and snow covered as some of these heavier snow bands start to move in. Where you see the darker blue shading, that's heavier rates of snow. And Cassie, you can see right there, that's what we're looking at. Moving up from Alabama into southern Middle Tennessee and moving east-northeast.
And we're actually already starting to see some of this picking up if we look at some of our cameras. But I want to show you the difference between some of our cameras around the area. So here is Sevierville. It is wet. This is where we've had rain, but I also want you to take note that there is some snow on the rooftops of the buildings and on the grass as well. Earlier, these areas had snow, and then it switched over to rain as we had warmer temperatures move in. Meanwhile, our downtown camera, this is the same view that I've been showing you for the last several hours, and now you cannot even see some of the roads in the distance because of those heavier snow bands starting to come in. This is the important part that we really want to stress. Number one, a wide variety of conditions, depending on where you are around our viewing area. So if you leave Sevierville and you're like, oh good, it's rain, you might drive into this. Second of all, in the areas that are seeing that heavier snowfall, no matter how much work TDOT does with their plows and their treatments, the heavy snowfall is going to overcome the treatment and the melting rate. So unfortunately, we do expect to see roadways where it's snowing heavily deteriorate over the next hour or two as that heavy batch of snow moves in. And we're seeing that variety of conditions with our temperatures, Todd. This has been the big story today, and this is why East Tennessee is both fun and a headache to forecast for. That warm, what we call a nose, because it noses its way up the valley.
Exactly.
A warm nose of air. So Athens has now come up to 34. Sweetwater is at 35. Pigeon Forge is at 34. Dandridge and Newport have come up to 34. Greenville too. And so those eastern counties are seeing either rain or rain-snow mix, while just 10 miles to the north, we've got multiple inches of snow on the ground.
I mean, it's amazing. Like if, you know, we kind of can just kind of illustrate what we're looking at. I mean, if you go from Greenville, near Dandridge, around Maryville's down to 31, so we'll see, but Athens, all in this area, this is that warm nose that Cassie just talked about. It's and again, as you can see, I got a low grade in art in school, as a side note. But just to our south and east, that's where that warm zone is, and that's why it's raining. But just to the north of that, Spring City, Lenoir City, Knoxville below freezing. And that's where you've got the snow, and where that warm nose stops is where the snowfall rates are higher. So that's what we're going to see. We're going to have concentrated areas of rain, becoming freezing rain and sleet as the cold air moves in later this afternoon and evening, eventually, and heavier rates of snow with that darker blue shading coming in. So you have quite a contrast, even within the valley itself, as that battle zone right there between that warm nose to the south where you got rain mixing with the pink is going to be that mix of freezing rain, some sleet, could have wet snow mixed in. And Cassie, we'll just kind of go ahead and play that through. But look how, again, while we're snowing in Knoxville, you go down near Maryville, Pigeon Forge, pink, mixture, freezing rain, sleet, icing possible. I mean, even our high-res model brings some of that in. Real quick note, the pink you're seeing from Rockwood to Wartburg, La Follette, that is likely due to the moisture moving out of the snow growth zone as opposed to the warmer air. They're locked into the cold Arctic dense air. So that's just simply the moisture moving out of the snow growth zone, and that, by default, will become freezing drizzle and light freezing precipitation, which is just, you know, it's just a coating. That's literally the icing on the cake, no pun intended. But again, that's what we're looking at on top of snowpack. So it's a different layer of icing and the results in the atmosphere that happens between the warm nose to our south and just that moisture getting out of the snow growth zone and plateau. But all that just to say a wintry mess with some more moderate to heavy snow in the valley. On top of that, maybe some light icing late tonight.
So on our eastern counties, we kind of have let's kind of summarize what Todd was saying. On the plateau, we're going from snow to possibly a light glaze on top.
Right.
In our eastern valleys, we're going from ice to snow on top as we go through tonight. So kind of a flip-flop of the way things are going to work, because in our eastern counties, we're going to see the temperatures dropping, and we're going to have that liquid that's on the ground freezing, and then possibly finishing with some snow on the very top of that. The bottom line is of all of this, and that you at home who are like, well, what exactly am I going to see at exactly what time? It's very hard for us to tell. The bottom line is we got to talk about the impacts, and that's what we should be focusing on most. We do expect travel issues area-wide overnight tonight and again through the day tomorrow because of that Arctic air that's coming in. Snow-covered or icy roads are expected area-wide. That's why that winter storm warning lasts at least through 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. That may go away because the snow will stop falling from the sky. It'll stop precipitating. But just because this goes away at 7 a.m., that doesn't take away the road impacts that we're seeing across the area.
The impacts, you just hit that. You just hit that perfectly, Cass. The impacts will linger. And, you know, and for that reason, they may even let it go longer, even though the precip's in it. But no, exactly. The precipitation will be tapering off, and it will be a cold, blustery day with those sub-freezing temperatures in the 20s for highs tomorrow. Then our wind chills are going to be plummeting tomorrow night as we get below zero wind chills tomorrow night, Wednesday morning, and we're talking about single-digit air temperatures. So, yes, this is that classic 1-2 punch.
Here are your wind chills for tomorrow morning.
That's tomorrow morning.
Could be below zero up on the plateau, single digits and barely low teens in the eastern areas. This is tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
all day we stay in the teens and the single digits. So all day tomorrow, it is going to feel like we have moved to Canada.
Yeah,
that's what it's going to feel like.
That's right.
Or North Dakota.
Canada has been transporting down to East Tennessee as far as the air mass. That's what it feels like.
And then look at this. As we go into Wednesday morning, we could have feels like wind chill temperatures down below zero almost area wide, and that is why schools have gone ahead and closed for both Tuesday and Wednesday as of right now, because of the expected impacts to the roads, because some of these roads are just not going to improve through the day Tuesday into Wednesday morning, but also because it is dangerous for people to be outside for an extended period of time when you've got wind chills this low. This is the type of cold where frostbite can set in less than 30 minutes. So you don't want kids standing out at a school bus stop on Wednesday morning when we've got wind chills like that.
Yeah, excellent point. That's it. I mean, the only time, like today, folks are out and playing in the snow, great, be safe. Tomorrow, got to really layer up and while you're moving more, but, for sledding, making snow cream, et cetera, maybe good. But when we get into tomorrow night and Wednesday morning, we're going to say, that's not the time to be out. That's the time to be inside, staying warm. And then, as we just talked about, Cass, you talked about 7 day, we got to get to Thursday. Well, we'll try to get above freezing briefly before some more Arctic air moves in the week. So here's what we're doing. We're focusing right now on that next snow band moving up from northern Alabama, southern middle Tennessee. Between now and about 6 p.m. could get a little bit heavier and even more wintry on the roads. John and Robin, we'll send it back to you.
Todd, Cassie, thanks so much. And as you talked about, the fallout from this is really statewide. This tweet just out from State Senator Ken Yeager. He's saying all Senate and House meetings for this week have been canceled. The full week. Staff will work from home. See you next week. So already on Monday, we're seeing a lot of people. You said this on our way in. This week is a wash.
Yes, it is a wash. Enjoy if you can. Yes. And stay inside and stay safe for sure. Okay, we have been showing you all afternoon great pictures, but we also want you to be aware of what's going on. It is a weather impact day. Scan that QR code. It will keep you up to date with the latest weather conditions, also the traffic conditions as well. So let's take a look at some of the warming stations that are opened up throughout the region. This on Kingston Pike in Knox County, Cokesbury Church from 7 to 8 in the morning. 7 tonight to 8 in the morning. Vestal United Methodist Church on Ogle Avenue opening up at 5 o'clock, about an hour and a half from now. And there are more throughout the region. And we have this one in Knox County as well, Magnolia Avenue, 5 p.m. this evening. All doors close at 8 p.m. So be sure to get there between that window to make sure you have a warm place to stay tonight.
Throughout the afternoon, we've been showing you just how much fun folks are having from Lakeshore Park up into Kodak, where our own Shay Smith is. And obviously that includes the dogs that we wanted to show, but our producer Leanne says no, we're not going to show that right now.
But we will at some point, because we like promise. Nothing more than kids and animals in the snow. With that, we wanted to send it back outside, check in with Todd, who is back on the weather porch and making snowballs the last time we saw you there.
Yes.
Might arm yourself with a few more.
Absolutely. What we're doing right now is what all of you are probably doing at home. I'm getting dressed. I'm getting my jacket on. I'm getting my gloves on. And I'm going to put up my hood. Yeah, this is what you do, right? You walk out and you go, whoop, step back in. Let me adjust my mic. Because Cassie and I were just talking about the latest data. It's what you do when you're meteorologist and multitasking. Put up your hood. Now, we're going to check things out. Got my handy dandy ruler. We're going to take an updated measurement. We'll use those later. All right, thank you guys. Cass and I were just talking about the flakes are increasing in size. The next 3 hours, we're going to see, at least the next 3 hours, potential moderate to heavier snowfall rates. And so whatever we're seeing now is just simply going to add up. At last check, we were 5.75 inches. And yeah, the rates are increasing. So again, I know you can't see this on the camera, you just have to trust me a little bit, but I'm going to go down. We're right at 6. So we had another quarter of an inch or so within 30 minutes or so, roughly. So we're right at about 6 inches, roughly. There's no canopy right above us. There is over here, so the railing probably has like 5 or maybe 5 1/4, something like that, 5. because it's underneath a little bit of a canopy. You could take 3 different measurements in an open area, but not where the snow is drifting over. Don't do that. I know it's fun too. Wow, look how much snow we got in this drift, banking up against the house of the carport, but no, that doesn't count. It's got to be out in the open, and so that's your measurements. I did make a little snowman, I should say. That's a pretty weak attempt right now. We'll try to do a much better attempt at that. Matter of fact, Robin, you probably don't have your same snowball that you had earlier I gave to John, but we'll see if we can, go back to making the snowman. It's a very good packing snow. It is. You saw Vinay out there having fun sledding, and Vinay, I don't know. I don't guess Lakeshore has any nearby hotels right there, but glad to know you're going to be staying there through Friday and giving us updated reports. But this is a very good packing snow. Again, it's got decent moisture. It's got a little bit of both. Folks, if you love snow, and I know it's hard, you're watching us in Gatlinburg or Sevier County, you're not getting it right now, you get some more later, but if you're in Knoxville or around East Tennessee and you're watching, you've been out playing in it, maybe you just came back in, you're warm, you've had a good time, you're enjoying watching this beautiful snow. Folks, it doesn't get much better than this. You got a perfect snowmaking snow. The snowfall rate's going to be picking up, and what we call a little bit of a good snow to liquid ratio is continuing to move in. Again, there's a good packing snow, and so we'll try to help out this little snowman behind our weather thermometer right there. Speaking of which, our thermometer temperature has dropped 2 degrees. Now again, we have new type of LED lighting. We used to have the lighting that would heat the thermometer. No longer. No, our engineers here at Channel 10, we've been upgraded, so those lights don't add any more heat to the thermometer. So that's a true report, what you see now. And so it was 32 when I joined you about an hour and a half ago. Now it's down to 30. Here's the concern. It's January, mid-January today. The sun angle is lowering now. And about the time the sun angle is lowering, the snowfall rates are going to pick up. So that means you get a little bit of solar insulation. Even when it's snowing in the middle part of the day, that sun is strong. Sun is strong. It can help the roads a little bit, even while it's below freezing. But when the sun angle lowers, those roads will start to get colder, and as it continues to snow, any treated roads will even be overwhelmed by the snowfall rates and the temperatures. Cassie made a great point of that earlier. We showed you the downtown Knoxville camera. We're going to be showing you TDOT and our camera systems all throughout, because what we're seeing is reduced visibilities. We're going to be seeing more snow that's going to start the brown, the black pavement that we see on the interstates. More than likely, that's going to be covered up as the snowfall rates increase, particularly here in the valley. You do have that rain and sleet, freezing rain mixture in some areas in the southern areas that's likely going to go over to that frozen mixture as more cold air seeps in. That's going to be happening into this evening and later on tonight. So again, for southern areas, you're not going to see as much snow as we've had. We got 6 inches now here in Knoxville and Knox County. And again, that's an unofficial measurement here in North Knoxville at Channel 10. Our range was about 4 to 8. So we could easily see another couple of inches or so. And when you're talking about, we had kind of put a plus on the end of that, because some areas could end up with even higher amounts than that. All right, again, have fun, but be safe. Enjoy the snow. Again, take some time, enjoy it, and we'll keep you updated. All right, Cassie, I'm going to toss it inside to you. I got to be careful. This may break the glass. No, it's nice. It's just flowing down a little bit there. All right.
I just heard the thud on the glass out there right now. Thank you for glass keeping it outside. Okay, I wanted to show you really quick the TDOT camera at I-40 and Weisgarber. So this is out in West Knoxville, and look at how the conditions have deteriorated. We have been showing you this camera over the last hour, and there weren't tire marks. Folks were able to drive on it just fine, but just in the last 20 minutes, that heavier snow is starting to move in, and notice now how the road is starting to be covered. You can see the tire tracks showing up a whole lot more, and now the visibility is starting to be reduced. As this heavier snow band comes in, this is what we're going to see more of. That road is going to get a whole lot slicker, and we need folks to slow down or stay off the roads if you can, because with that heavier snow band coming in, road conditions are going to continue to get worse. You can see some of the spray coming up behind the cars and behind the semis as they go by as well. That's the treatment, the slush that's starting to develop over there. But these cars are leaving a lot of space. That's good. But I would definitely recommend taking it slower if you do encounter this sort of situation right now. From our tower cam right now, we're also noticing that reduced visibility. Actually, this is from our downtown camera right now, where you can see the snowflakes kind of starting to intensify across this area. And that is going to continue to happen over the next hour or two. As that heavier snowman moves in from the southwest. This is what Todd and I were talking about. And this is going to be kind of the final big push that really adds up those totals. Parts of the valley have seen 5 to 6 inches of snow so far. In Knox County, up into parts of maybe Anderson, Roane, Union counties. And we could see an additional maybe 2 to 4 inches out of this last band before all is said and done as we go throughout this evening. Our poor eastern counties are watching this like, no! And I'm so sorry. You're going to have your own set of problems with icy roads, though. Just that darker blue color that's coming in just shows where we have that more intense snowfall rate that's about to be moving into East Tennessee over the next several hours, which is why we are staying in this wall-to-wall coverage for you today here at WBIR, because conditions continue to change, and we have a lot to tell you about. Because of the anticipation of this happening, obviously a lot of businesses are closed for the rest of today, but a lot of schools have closed for Tuesday and Wednesday in anticipation of continued road issues across East Tennessee. I'll send it back to John and Robin now for an additional news update going on, and we'll continue to track that snow coming into the region over the next hour or two.
And before we get to the news, we have to show you this. We've been wanting to show you this for a while now. It is Margot the dog. At least we hope. Margot. There's Margot the dog. We've been waiting for this. Enjoying the snow, just like so many of you all are as well this afternoon. Over and over, it's Margot.
That says it all. We're going to show you the roads as well. Cassie was talking about this, and this is really what we're going to be watching over the next 3 to 4 hours, is just how we develop on the roads that include the highways, the major routes within town, and also the side streets. And as Cassie and Todd were mentioning, we're just seeing those temperatures start to lower, so we're seeing more accumulation of snow than we've seen in the last couple of hours.
And we've certainly been urging, and so many others in the emergency world, urging you, if you don't have to be outside, please stay home, please stay put, because conditions are going to be getting more dicey as the day goes on. If you do have a situation out on the roads, you can phone star 847. That will connect you with THP, and they can address the situation that way. But once again, try to stay home if you can.
And a lot of people have heeded that warning. We know that's true, not just in the Knoxville area, but across East Tennessee. And Todd's watching those roads with us as we see this develop. And Todd, as you and Cassie have explained, if our viewers are just joining us, we're starting to see this other band start to move into East Tennessee. And that's going to add even more to those snow totals. We've seen already a season of snow in one shot, at least in North Knoxville.
Yeah, John and Robin, exactly. Back inside where it's warm. Yeah, hey, thankful for heat. And I hope you have the same at your home, and thank you for tuning in and watching us. We're here for you for the duration, folks, and I hope you're having a good, fun snow day. Let's take you on a camera tour, and Cassie and John and Robin were just talking about this around the region. Here goes Cassie. She's eating some well-deserved pizza. You enjoy that, Cassie. Warm it up, absolutely. Here's what we're seeing on our Smokies camera. Just wanted to show you this because obviously, now here's what's interesting. And Cassie, you were talking about this a moment ago as I was putting down my jacket before going out on the weather porch. In Kodak, northern Sevier County, a lot of snow. You go down into Sevierville and Pigeon Forge, rain. And so, wow, what a contrast just in Sevier County, let alone the parts of the valley, where we're talking about that southern warm nose in the foothills mountains kind of coming up into eastern areas and southern areas versus the snowy scene here in the Central Valley. So that's a good example of what we're seeing. All right, so that's Smokies Park. Here's a look at our Sharps Ridge camera. And wow, wait till the clearing comes in tomorrow. You talking about your snow globe, beautiful winter picture scene. Yeah, that's what we're seeing right there. Matter of fact, we operate, control these cameras, so I kind of go in and let's see if we'll kind of take you out a little bit and zoom on over a little bit. That's a look again from our live camera, and yeah, look down on the ridge. I'll kind of tilt down a little bit. Look at that. You can see the snowflakes coming in right there. So that's pretty impressive. Yeah, the snowfall rates kind of increasing. That's a live look at our tower camera. And again, here's a look at our downtown camera, and that, as Cassie was pointing out, Again, here we are just after 3:30. We're moving into that 3 to 6 p.m. window where the expectation for the heavier snowfall rates was coming in. So, sorry, I'm looking at it on my computer. Let me let you see it as well. There we go. There's a look at our downtown camera. See the visibilities? Again, that's everything's snow covered. Even those treated roadways are going to become more snow covered. It's simply because the air temperature and the snowfall rates will overcome that. And again, it takes a while to retreat and get everything done. And we appreciate and thankful for those hardworking folks, TDOT and emergency crews trying to keep us safe. The best thing we can do to help them is stay off the roadways, stay home, enjoy the snow, get out and play in it, but stay off the roads as far as driving. If you don't have to be out driving, we understand some folks have to get to their workplaces, and certainly certain personnel have to get there coming and going. Well, and that's understandable. You need the proper vehicle. Front-wheel drive is better than rear-wheel drive. If you have to get out in the rear-wheel drive, and John Becker made a great point earlier, you got to put weight in the back of your car. And that'll give you more traction. Rear-wheel drive, not the funnest thing to drive in the snow. Don't recommend it, but you got to put weight in the back to get any type of traction. Front-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, recommend it if you have to be out. That travel, though, is discouraged. Don't get out on the roads if you don't have to be out. Just trying to make sure we get a good understanding on that. So that's a look at what we're seeing right now. And again, that's what we're seeing across the region as far as the wintry conditions. Let me show you what we're seeing. Again, current condition. There it is at the airport now. What you're seeing right there, that's not hail, it's an impressive graphic. That's sleet that's mixed in with the snow at the airport. So we're getting that potpourri of wintry weather, that mix of some rain, some sleet, some wet snow, and that's what we're seeing at the airport. So it's dropped at, this is specifically at Louisville, Alcoa area, again, just north of Maryville where we had rain a moment ago. It's 31 with a dew point of 29. So this is the concern even for southern areas where you go from rain to freezing rain and sleet, that icy mixture, then snow on top of that. And so again, that's all areas in East Tennessee at play for hazardous wintry weather as we go forward in time. So zooming on in, here's what we're looking at with our satellite radar. Where you see the darker blues, again, generally from around Rogersville, Morristown, Oak Ridge, down to Spring City, and again, coming back around, especially in this area right there, this is where we're seeing that zone of some heavier snowfall rates. Where it's snowing right here, that's probably incorrect on our model, just to be honest with you. It's just not picking up on it right. That's rain, and freezing rain and sleet. Maybe not even freezing rain yet with temperatures not quite cold enough. It'll catch up a little bit. You can see to our south, that pink down around Chattanooga. So in a little bit, it'll correct itself, and it'll show that coming right in here like that. That's that frozen mixture. But notice what else we're seeing, though. Yeah, we're seeing the heavier snow band just north of that warm nose. It's going to be coming right back up into our region. So that's what's expected between now and at least 6 p.m. And let me go ahead and take that off and widen back out, because here's what's at play right now. We're looking back at the Tennessee Valley. Look how it goes from mix from around Scottsboro, Huntsville, Alabama to Chattanooga. And then north of that zone, again, that's the next heavier snow band that's going to be coming right in. It's starting to increase for portions of the Southern Valley and the Southern Plateau, but that's going to continue to head back in our region. So that's what we're watching. Again, travel not recommended. Stay safe, stay off the roads, and we'll continue to keep you updated right here at Channel 10, where we got about 6 inches on the ground just outside on our Channel 10 weather porch. Robin, I'll send it back over to you.
Todd, you were able to sneak in a little fun earlier today. So have some of our reporters. At final count, Vinay, Katie, and Shay have taken on a hill, the snow in the hill. And with that, we want to check back in with Katie Inman, who is, looks like you've had a few more runs, Katie.
Yeah, okay, I gotta say, I had to take a little break from sledding for a second here in Blount County, because these kids, they are showing me up. They are really talented. And while we've been out here at Foothills Mall, this is, I've been told, the place to be if you live in or around Blount County. This is like the best hill that you have. Okay, we have seen some people out here. Okay, someone has the top to a storage bin that they're sledding on. I've seen people with boogie boards sledding down there. I've also seen people with tubes like you would find on the lake that are sledding on them. And we've even seen a snowboarder out here. They brought out their snowboard, and some kids having a snowball fight also. And they made a little ramp out of snow as well, where they were going down the hill and then they did a jump and landed it. That's a little extreme for me. I don't know if I'd be doing that. I'd probably end up on a blooper reel somewhere if I decided to do that. I also want to say that while Lauren Davis and I were warming up in the car, recharging sort of, I heard Shay challenge me to a sledding match. So I will be taking her up on that. We are going to have some snow sticking around for a good while. So Shay and I will have to schedule that sledding match at some point. But we're having a ton of fun out here in Blount County. I will say we did do a quick lap on the roads around this area. We went into Townsend through downtown Maryville, and the roads are just slushy. They're not really icy. There's rain that's been coming down a lot of the time while we've been here, so it's sort of cleared the snow off of the roads, and it's just that slush and that wetness that we've been seeing. And I will also say that we have been seeing some people, driving not the safest, and just a reminder there that whenever you are out and about today, maybe you're coming out to places like this to sled and snowboard and get on your boogie board and have fun on this snow day. Make sure you're being safe, being aware of the people around you as well. We had some people out here earlier trying to make a snowman. Also, while we were driving around, we saw some pretty impressive snowmen too. I don't know if Lauren and I have the manpower to be able to make a snowman, but we might convince some kids to help us out with that as well. But these kids are having so much fun. They're all just so glad to be out of school. And they are, oh no, I see some people making some snowballs. They're making eye contact with me over here. I hope that they're not gonna throw them this way. No, it looks like they've got their targets. Okay, those are some icy snowballs. Okay, Robin, I'm gonna go ahead and send things back to you in the studio. Todd said it earlier, I'll say it again. It's so much fun out here.
I'm going to take it, Katie. We love hearing that. So much fun. I think they stole that from you. And I'm out here with one of the people that's behind the scenes at Channel 10. Riley Shepard is a producer who grew up in the state of Florida. Riley, this is a first for you. Explain.
This is all a first for me, John.
You have never seen snow?
I have never seen snow. I bought my first scraper to get the snow off my windshield this weekend, but I want to get in on all the fun. I need to build a snowman. Where's Katie? I need to go sledding.
Meantime, you've got to be here at work. That's what happens when you're in the news business. For you, what was the most surprising thing? We had some great pictures of you earlier picking it up. What did you think about when you first saw it falling?
Now, I don't want to jinx it because I know it's going to get much colder later in the week, but it's not too cold right now, and it's beautiful out. I love it.
We get that. It feels, Riley makes a great point. It feels like you're insulated a little bit when it's snowing this hard. Again, for those of you who are just joining us, we already have 6 inches of snow on the weather porch. Riley, we typically only see 4.6 in a season in East Tennessee, so you're in for a treat. So I'm a Colorado boy, you're a Florida boy, so I'm just going to pass along a little knowledge. Let's build a quick snowball.
Ooh,
so just grab a little handful of snow, and then it's really self-explanatory, but if you pack it down and sort of roll it in your hand like that, it rolls into a nice little ball. And yeah, you're doing a very good job. Your gloves are helping.
Not as good as you.
See, well, the reason is I've got this trick because I don't have gloves on, so there's a little moisture in my hand. So that's how it
Riley,
works.
you're doing great.
I don't know.
Guess what you do after you make the
Yeah, what do you do? What do you?
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. How fun is this? I mean, Robin, where are you? You should be out here with us.
I know.
Partying. So, Riley, thank you, Todd. You can throw it up there. Yeah, there. Nice. Robin, this one's for you. Coming at you.
Hey. Okay, and now Riley's. Oh, good. Riley, you're a pro. You're a pro at snow. Okay, guys. Come on in and let's get back to work.
Okay.
With that, though, so much fun. The snow
Great
is
job,
a blast.
I got you one. You can get back to him at any point, Rob.
Okay, Todd. Thank you very much. This one's coming for you, Riley. No, but it is so much fun, and we love seeing you having fun. But we do want to stress that if you're on the roads, it is dangerous. And we do have another wreck we need to tell you about. This one happening on Chapman Highway. This is a picture of it right here near the Arby's. We are told that a car is in a pole. You can see it there on the left side of your screen. This is just an example of, while it is beautiful, while it's fun, it is dangerous. And as the temperatures start falling, we're going to, we hope not, but we could see more and more of these situations play out. So we don't want to. So with that, please, if you can, stay home and stay safe and stay tuned. And with that, I'm going to turn to meteorologist Cassie Nall once again. Cassie, I've been watching as the boys were out playing on the weather porch. I was looking at the thermometer, and as the afternoon has gone on, that needle keeps inching.
It does.
Lower.
It does. And that's that Arctic air finally making it up and over the plateau, and it's going to be coming down here into the valley. Robin, that last photo that was up there with the car with the caution tape tied onto the mirror is from the Knoxville Fire Department. They're actually going and checking any cars that are on the sides of the road that look like they're stuck in the snow to make sure that they don't have anyone inside of it and they don't need any help. So that caution tape that's tied onto those windows, that's what that is indicating, is that car is clear. It has been checked by KFD. Now, roads are getting much worse very quickly. This is a look at Alcoa Highway near Cumberland, and that is where we are seeing cars moving a lot slower at this time. Well, most of them, like they should be, because of notice how the car ruts are showing up a lot more. That's because of that slush that's starting to accumulate there. And I-40 eastbound, or I should say this is I-40 at Weisgarber, and notice how the right lane, you can't even see any tire tracks. Folks are kind of staying in the middle and kind of toward the left lanes or so. Everyone's having to go a lot slower at this point because that snow is really starting to increase across the area. If we look at our tower camera, when it's not glitching because we're having trouble with the signal here, look, those big fat flakes flying across the lower portion of the screen right there. The heaviest snow is starting to move in. Now, this is taken from the airport. So what you're seeing is a temperature of 31, so the airport just went from above to below freezing. Feels like temperature of 24, so that's the wind chill. And then those little circles that you see on the left-hand side, that indicates where we've got mixed precipitation or sleet coming in at the airport right now. Those eastern counties today have stayed above freezing in a lot of cases and have been seeing either rain or a wintry mix of some sleet and rain and snowflakes now here and there. But as that Arctic air comes up and over the edge of that plateau, we're going to see the temperatures falling and the precipitation likely changing over to more snow. So here's a wide view of what's going on. We have that dark blue color that's starting to feed up through northern Alabama, lower middle Tennessee, getting into East Tennessee. This is the final big push of the heaviest snow. It's going to last for a couple of hours, and then we'll start to see, hopefully, amounts, or I should say intensity of that snow coming down after about maybe 7 to 8 p.m. tonight. We'll kind of have to see how this all evolves. But if I zoom in just a little bit here, remember that our radar is not always great at picking up on tiny details with the fluctuations in the different precip types, but it is showing that purple color there over Maryville. The reason it is showing that is exactly what our observation just showed. That's where we have the wintry mix. And we've seen a lot of that in reports from our viewers, which are very helpful. That's why we appreciate so much y'all letting us know what you're seeing around the area, sending us the pictures or commenting on our posts, because that tells us that what we're seeing on the radar is or is not verifying. So in some places we've had 6 inches of snow today. In other areas we've had all rain, like down in our like near Pigeon Forge, Sevierville, we started off with snow, then switched over to rainfall. But now with that snow coming in over the next several hours, we do expect to see those snow totals adding up quite quickly where we are seeing that heavy snow, and that's why we still have that winter storm warning in effect all the way through 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. So even though the snow is gradually going to taper off, any precipitation is gradually going to taper off into tomorrow morning, that tells you that we still expect the roads to be really, really rough overnight and into the day tomorrow. WBIR.com/closings has a list of all the school districts that are closed for Tuesday and Wednesday, because once this falls and it gets on the roads and it freezes, we're not going to see a lot of change unless it's treated or plowed between now and Wednesday morning because of the very cold air that we have moving into the area. Let me see if I can find our current temperatures across the area. Let's see here, current temperatures. So here we go. On the plateau, we've got the Arctic air. It's 16 degrees in Jamestown. Huntsville is 18. These are the actual air temperatures. Maryville's dropped to 32. Tellico Plains just dropped down to 33. So we're coming down. That cold air is making it in here. Pigeon Forge, though, still at 34. Dandridge at 34. Newport's dropped to 33. So I think we may have our best chance of seeing that precip change over to the more wintry side of things in our eastern counties coming up over the next several hours with that colder air moving in and that heavier band of precipitation. But let's not count out the wind. Yeah, it feels like 5 in Jamestown right now, 6 in Huntsville, and 9 in Crossville at this time. So we have kind of a double problem going on here, 2 problems, the cold air and the precipitation across the region for the rest of this evening, and that's what we're going to continue to track here on WBIR, which is why we are in the coverage that we're in, because we want to keep you up to date with the very latest information as it develops. So with that, I'm going to send it over to Todd Howell over there at the large monitor, standing in front of those feels like temperatures. Todd, I said this, and you went, whoa, when I pulled it up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look at 5 in Jamestown. The feels like temperature right now. And again, and Riley, that was a great segment, John and Riley. Riley experiencing first snowfall from Florida. You know, Riley made a great point. It doesn't feel overly cold right now. There's not a lot of wind yet. But look at those feels like temperatures across portions of the northern plateau. And yeah, in the foothills, the mountains, yeah, you're still looking at those feels like temperatures that are running above freezing. But again, that's expected to change as we go in time. So that's one of the things we're looking at. Cassie Nall, thank you so much. I'm going to bring John Becker in. John, I'm going to reset my graphic here just 1 second. And you and I are going to chat about, you made a great point, I think, what you were experiencing and talked about earlier. It's a very good, packing snow and the snowfall rate coming down. And yeah, we're still looking at potentially some of those higher rates that could be coming our way as we get into this afternoon, John.
Let's talk about that too, Todd, because this is teetering on historic based on what we've seen accumulate so far, at least in places in East Tennessee.
Yeah, Cassie, and we don't want to break this, the largest single-day snowfall event, and it's a technicality, it's a 24-hour period in one day. I think it's 11.7 inches from the blizzard at Saturday, March 13th in Knoxville. It was a March 12th to 13th event that carried over from Friday, Saturday, but that was 11.7. Okay.
In 93.
In 1993. The most recent largest single-day snowfall event was 6.5 inches. And so, yeah, we're talking about, well, and again, now here's the key, though. That's at McGee-Tyson Airport. Right. So we're sitting at 6 inches right now in Knoxville. Just saw Rick Starnes, who runs our 10 Runs program, does a great job here at Channel 10. And Rick Starnes just told me he lives off Amherst, got 6 inches in their area, seeing reports of 6 inches in the Corrington area. So we're seeing those widespread 6-inch snowfall totals in and around Knoxville. But what happens at the airport is where the official measurements are taken, and that's what goes down in the record book. And, just a total side note, back in 1996, we had thunder snow. I slept in Ed Rupp's old office for about 3 hours, got a nap, and woke up. It was thunder snow, and it was coming down. And Robin, you probably remember this as well. We had about 10.5 inches of snow total on our Channel 10 weather porch. Some observations didn't get fully taken at the airport. 2 snowfall events. You won't see that in the record books. But make a note, we had 21 inches.
In 96.
In 96. You'll only see it 10.5 in the record books.
Yeah.
Just side. So some things are technicalities. That one, I believe we had that day, it was also one day to the next, I think we had 2.5 inches the night before, and I think we had 7.5 to 8 that next day. So anyway, technically, we could go back to that day as well. But we're talking about the blizzard being the largest single-day snowfall on record for the single day for Knoxville.
Todd, and I'm going to step out while you explain this, but one last question. Cassie's talked throughout the afternoon about the geography of East Tennessee, and typically we are seeing snow fall in the high country, in Blount, in Sevier counties.
Right.
Not like, it's totally opposite today. Explain that in terms of geography. I'll step out of the way and let you do it.
Absolutely. John, thank you so much. Yeah, you know what? For snow lovers in the valley, this is your snowfall event. Because as John said, exactly right. A lot of times if you're watching this in Knoxville, in the valley, you know this very well, right? It's coming out hard in Crossville up on the plateau. It's snowing in the mountains. We got some warm air in parts of the valley. I got it, Leanne, thank you. And so, here in the valley, we got that warmer air, and we're not seeing as much of those snow showers. A lot of times, that's what sometimes plays out. You've heard us talk about the horseshoe effect, right? As John said, and Cassie's explained that very well many times. And that's the topography. Well, this system's different. We're talking about, first of all, some warmer air influence that's coming up from the south that's impacting the mountains, foothills, and eastern areas. And that warmer air has actually cut down on the snowfall totals for our foothill and southern county areas. And so we're not seeing the snowfall totals yet that we are here in the valley. Now, this is a fascinating storm for a lot of reasons. So number one, that's why the mountains and foothills are not seeing as much snow, because some of that warmer air is cut into the snowfall totals. So that's one part. The heaviest snowfall band, here's one of the fascinating things. Where the warm air stops. Again, the warm air is coming. It's like 50s in Atlanta, right? And they're watching us get snow on, on all the cable networks, etc. But you come further northward where the warm air stops, there's a boundary. Guess what happens on the other side of that boundary? Whoosh, heavy snow in the valley. That's why we're seeing heavy snow in Knoxville. The warmer air can only go so far, and it's been riding the mountains and foothills from Monroe County right up into Greene County. That's why you've seen that rain, that mixture, but it's going to be getting colder. You're going to see an icy and then probably a snowy mess the rest of tonight. So it's only going to be liquid for a little bit longer. And again, but travel not discouraged, because we're really looking at these temperatures. All that water you see on the road right now, not good. It's going to freeze for the next several days. It's not going to go anywhere. So that's just the cold hard truth, right? Yeah, I mean, unless their roads are treated, again, it's just not, it's going to take a while for this to melt and thaw. So we're in for some hazardous travel area-wide. The other fascinating point I want to make about this storm system, would you believe we're getting these snowfall totals without any main surface low pressure? So meteorologically, this is fascinating. We're talking about the most snow we've seen in one day being the blizzard 93. That was a deep surface area of low pressure, had a lot of up-level energy. Of course, the blizzard 93 had everything, and that's on a whole nother level. You put that up on the shelf, and that's all on its own. This one, no surface low development. It's all overrunning from confluent flow between an upper-level maximum winds to our north, some surface moisture feeding up in it, and it's the squeeze play that's going on, just overrunning. It's a rarity to see a lot of snow or a lot of precipitation out of this type of event, unless it's just like a stalled frontal boundary. But where does the heaviest snow set up? Tennessee. So we were talking about this last night, a Tennessee snowstorm. Some of that has been in Mississippi and Alabama. But you can see it's starting to taper off in Memphis. Nashville's had some heavy snow, around 6 inches or so in that area. And it's right here in East Tennessee that we're seeing the heavier snow bands. All right, so anyway, that's just a little bit of background. Let's focus on right now where you see the darker shades of blue. That is some heavier rates of snowfall that's continuing to come on in. And between now and at least 6, maybe 7 p.m., decent snowfall rates expected. There's the mixing of some sleet, some rain, maybe some wet snow. That frozen mixture, even in our southern counties where you've had the rain, it's going to be an icy mixture and turning into an icy mess as we go later on tonight. And for more on that, the winter storm warning, the 10 weather impact day continues through Wednesday, and we'll have the very latest coming up at 4 o'clock.
10 News in High Definition is sponsored by Premier Family of Dealerships. 10 About Town on WBIR starts now.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on this 10 Weather Impact Day. I'm John Becker.
And I'm Robin Wilhoit. We have been following the snow all morning, all afternoon, and it's still falling.
Still coming.
And because of that, a number of school systems are closed tomorrow and Wednesday. That includes Knox, Anderson, Jefferson, Blount, and Sevier counties.
We have a number of other business closures tomorrow, as well as schools and outlying areas. If you pull out your camera phone right now and use it to scan that QR code, it will take you directly to that list at our website. Also, this note as well, the state legislature is postponing all meetings the entire week in Nashville, the staff working from home.
We want to now take you outside and take a look at the roads throughout the region. This is I-40 at Cumberland. Actually, that's Alcoa, close to Cumberland Avenue. And we've been hearing from our meteorologist all afternoon that as it gets colder, the roads are going to get that much more treacherous. And you can see right there, traffic going very slowly, as it should.
I-40 at Weisgarber, we've seen this throughout the afternoon. You can see some pavement, the ruts there, if you will, in the snow and slush on I-40, but those TDOT crews been working really since yesterday and the day before to ensure that those roads stay in good condition, especially the highways.
We have live team coverage for you today of the snow. Brittany spoke this afternoon with the superintendent of Knox County Schools, Shay Smith. She's live in Sevier County where conditions, they are starting to get worse.
And we begin with 10 News. Vinay Simlot, who is at Lakeshore Park, the most popular park in the city, and it is awesome. I'm sorry, I jumped the gun there, Vinay. We've got to start with Todd. We'll set the forecast and then get to the sledding.
Hey, John and Robin, thank you so much. Vinay and Katie, they're standing by, and folks, you're going to be in for a treat. Sorry. They're having a lot of fun. Yeah, there's two sides of a snowfall event in East Tennessee. There's the serious side, right? Because it's impacting travel and the very cold air it's moving in. We have a 10 weather impact day that is going to continue. We've added Wednesday onto our 10 weather impact day. That was pretty much going to be a given. We were going to basically cover the first 2 days of Monday and Tuesday, the heavy snow, impacts of snow, then the impacts of cold, that 1-2 punch today, Monday and Tuesday, but we've added Wednesday also, and just simply by default because very cold air is going to be moving in. We have some updated information to give you as far as that goes in just a moment. Winter storm warning will continue until 7 a.m. Tuesday. Everybody, hazardous roads likely. We're talking about ice, snow, and sub-freezing temperatures and very cold air moving in. Just issued, Cassie and I'll getting this ready for me. Thank you, Cass. A wind chill advisory is going to be in place. This starts at 11 p.m. tonight for Fentress and Cumberland counties and eastern Middle Tennessee counties, and it's going to run it through 10 a.m. Wednesday. So it's going to start tonight and run all day Tuesday into mid-Wednesday morning. That's Central Time for Crossville and Jamestown. And we'll probably have some type of wind chill advisory the rest of East Tennessee later tomorrow night, Wednesday morning. Here's a live look at TDOT, slushy roads, and this is expected to continue as we are looking at these snowfall rates that are going to be increasing. Where you see the darker blues, this is what's coming in. So between now and at least 6 to maybe 7 p.m., these heavier snow bands are going to be working right up into parts of the valley, and we'll be watching that carefully. John and Robin, we'll send it back over to you now.
All right, Todd, thank you.
Today, a holiday already for Knox County schools, but it also turned into a snow day.
And now we know students, they will be out of class for the next 2 days. Now, this alert came with plenty of heads up, unlike what we saw one day last week.
We're going to check in with 10 News anchor Brittany Bailey. She spoke to the superintendent today about that notification system that was used last week and also about what's ahead for Knox County schools. Brittany?
Well, John and Robin, you may remember just about a week ago, last Tuesday, Knox County schools had early dismissal. That sent many parents scrambling to pick up their children, partly because of a glitch in the notification system. And unlike today, riding buses. It can be very dangerous for high-profile vehicles in that high wind. But Superintendent Dr. John Ricewick said there was a glitch in the notification system run by Parent Square.
In no way are we saying, Parent Square was the reason there was a short amount of time. There was going to be a short turnaround for parents based on the time I made the decision. And we notified the board, we notified internal folks, and then we still were going, wait a minute, like our phones haven't rung yet from our call. We did a second call because of that at 6:30 the next morning for a reminder in case that window went late and people were in bed with small children or whatever. They got the 6:30 reminder.
The superintendent says today's notifications seem to go off without a hitch, although there always will be somewhat of a delay when it comes to notifying tens of thousands of parents. Now, as we expect temperatures to drop, the next question for school officials will be whether to go ahead and cancel classes on Thursday. Now, the superintendent says that decision will be made Wednesday afternoon. Of course, we'll keep you updated on that. For now, we'll send things back to you, John and Robin.
All right, Brittany, thank you.
We appreciate all the weather pictures and videos that you've sent us. How about that? A snowman. This is the day for it, isn't it?
That is a legit snowman right there, and you see this one out just having fun as well. We would love to see your pictures of you, your family, everyone enjoying the snow. You can send them to us on the 10 News app. You can find it in the App Store or Google Play. And once you're in the app, go to the Near Me tab and hit the Share With Us button. Then you will attach your photo, fill out the form, and we will be able to enjoy them right here on 10 News.
It takes just a few seconds, and we're going to check in live with one of our many reporters out on this snowy day in downtown Knoxville. Olivia Daig was out earlier, and this is what she found.
On Monday, the snow's been falling, and we've seen lots of people out and about walking dogs and making snow angels, throwing snowballs. We talked to one family from New York who's actually moved here to Knoxville, and they say they got the last sleds in stock. They think maybe in Knoxville, trying to go to Lakeshore Park later today and have some fun.
The only thing you did is you went to about 5 targets yesterday looking for sleds.
I did. I got the last 2 sleds in Knoxville.
I think last year we got like almost like an inch or 2.
It was just enough to, yeah, it was like this nice dusting last year, but this is the first time you can.
Real snow.
This is enough snow to make a snowball.
Yeah. The Jacobsons are just one family in Knoxville out enjoying the day today. Because Knox County and so many other school districts have closed for Tuesday and Wednesday, it'll be interesting to see what everything looks like in the coming days. Reporting in downtown Knoxville, I'm Olivia Daig.
All right. We want to thank Olivia for that. And with that, we want to turn to Lauren Davis. She is in Blount County. And Lauren, it's hit or miss in Blount severe. Some areas have not received much snow. You are where the snow is.
So I am here at the Foothills Mall in Maryville, and we've seen it all. We've seen sleet, we've seen rain, we're back to snow. We've seen people sled on regular sleds, we've seen people be creative, have pretty much anything you can imagine. My hair started out straight today, but now it is starting to curl up. But what we haven't seen out here today is snowmen. So I recruited some friends, and they built some snowmen for me. I only asked for 1, and they built 3. This one right here is a wizard. They built a hat for it. We are just out here making the most of it. We didn't get a lot of snow, but thankfully it's starting to snow now, so hopefully we'll have some more. We've had a lot of slush today. We've also seen some people doing some donuts in the parking lot. Again, that is not safe at all, especially with the slush and the ice on the ground. But we're just having a good time. Hopefully we can add some more to this snowman crew. What do y'all think? Can we do some more? All right, well, I'm sending it back to y'all in the studio.
Oh my gosh, Lauren, so much fun out there.
I love the enthusiasm.
Yes. We're going to check in with Shay Smith, who has been hunting for snow throughout the afternoon. She found some. She joins us in Sevier County. Shay, where are you now?
Hey everyone, so right now we are in Kodak. So we're in Kodak in Sevier County, and as you can see, the snow has definitely arrived. So we've been out here in Sevier County all afternoon, and we've seen everything from sleet to rain to frozen rain to snow, and look just how slushy the roads are. So this snow is definitely starting to accumulate, and as traffic moves through these roads, it's starting to create that slushiness in the roads. And so it's also important to remember that this slush can also be very, very slippery. Now we stopped by the park because we saw some people sledding, and I told y'all that I was on the hunt for some snow and to go sledding, and I found both. So we spoke to one man who he was out there sledding with his young daughter. This was the first time she got to enjoy the snow and go sledding herself.
Say, I've got a surprise for you. And then I went out in the living room and opened the windows and let her look outside, and she screamed, "Snow, let's go play."
So definitely such a fun time for all of the families out here. You know, your first snowfall, once you hit a certain age, your first snowfall, that's something you definitely can remember. And I'm sure as a parent, that's something that he will remember as well, just watching his little girl sled and have so much fun. She and her little friend, they were absolutely adorable. They were so cute. But again, so we're in Kodak, we're over in Sevier County, and it has just been teeter-tottering all day between rain and snow, but now that snow is here and it does not look like it's going to let up anytime soon. You can see how much it's accumulating on the sides of the roads and on these cars that we're passing as well. But obviously we will be here and we'll be keeping y'all updated as this winter and the snowy mixture just continues to move across East Tennessee. John and Robin?
Thanks so much, Shay. Yes, that first snow is magical. Actually, every snow in my world is magical.
Yes.
It's always fun. The temperatures have been manageable today, but as the sun goes down, as night wears on, the temperatures are going to be falling. So with that, warming shelters, they are opening up throughout the region.
We're going to run through some now in Knoxville and Knox County. There are 3 sites in churches, and you can see them on your screen, at least one of them, Cokesbury Church, Kingston Pike there. It does open at 7 this evening, and it will run until 8 in the morning. Vestal United Methodist Church, that's on Ogle Avenue. It opens at 5 this evening, so in less than an hour, and then closes at 10 tomorrow morning. And then on Magnolia Avenue, United Methodist Church is open between 5 in the evening and 10 in the morning, and then all those churches plan to close their doors for the night at 8 o'clock. And this is so critical, Robin. We've talked about it, but the temperatures are key, and lots of people may risk losing power based on the weather that's headed our direction.
That's exactly right. So to add to the lists, tonight in Sevier County, a warming center, it will be open at Sevierville First Baptist United Methodist as well. It's operating daily until Wednesday. The hours are 8 at night until 8 in the morning. So there are places, if you are in need of a warm place, there are places throughout the region, and go to our website. We have more information there to assist you if you need it.
We're going to come back with a lot more of our coverage of this snowy day across Knoxville and East Tennessee. We'll be right back.
At your premier family of dealerships, we cater to those that just want to send it. Jerry's Off-Road is the place to trick out your new Jeep or Ram truck.
Secret City in North Knox, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
It's the big fitness energy sale at Planet Fitness. Join today for 24 cents down, $10 a month. Cancel anytime and get energized in the judgment-free zone. Never intimidating, always free fitness training and equipment for every workout. Join today. Deal extended through January 19th.
The new year is here, and for most people, that means the heater is running constantly during those colder winter months.
And at West Shore Home, we're helping hundreds of homeowners each week get rid of those old, outdated windows with something brand new and energy efficient. How would you like to replace those old windows now and not worry about making your first payment until 2025? Well, we have you covered with 12 months of no payments and no interest.
And on top of that, West Shore Home is going to waive all installation costs. That means they're doing free installation on all window remodeling projects. So if you've noticed your energy bills climbing over the past few months, now is the perfect time to look at getting new windows.
Our expert crews are ready to help. Give us a call now to set up your free, no-obligation design consultation and see what's possible for your home.
Call in now or visit westshorewindow.com for 12 months of no payments and no interest. That's no payments and no interest until 2025. Plus, they're doing free installation on all window projects. Their New Year's sales event ends soon. Don't miss out. Call West Shore Home.
Hey folks, it's Greg at Rusty Wallace Ford, and I've got some big news for you. We're having our winter savings sale, and we got a great selection of new Fords and some of our best deals ever. Choose from our most popular models like Ford Explorer, Escape, Bronco Sport, and America's best-selling truck, Ford F-150, all with 2.9% financing for 72 months. And every new Ford comes with Rusty's exclusive 200,000-mile warranty. Hurry out today. Rusty Wallace Ford in Dandridge. You'll drive home happy.
The Ashley Home Store has been factory authorized to receive direct pricing from the largest furniture manufacturer in the world. Factory direct sale prices, 0% financing, and we pay your sales tax. Buy direct from the biggest furniture manufacturer in the world. Living rooms, bedrooms, dining room furniture at factory direct prices. 0% financing and we pay your sales tax. This incredible special will only be offered for a limited time. Visit the Ashley Home Store in Turkey Creek.
Bruno! Bruno!
Pup on the run? No problem. With 5 drive modes, Rogue makes this a walk in the park.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Now get a low $309 per month lease or get 1.9% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue.
Leave your garage door in Precision's hands, and you can go back to your life the same day. I have all the equipment on my truck, and they're completely blown away. That's how we do things at Precision.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
It's the big fitness energy sale at Planet Fitness. Join today for 24 cents down, $10 a month. Cancel anytime and get energized in the judgment-free zone. Never intimidating. Always free fitness training and equipment for every workout. Join today. Deal extended through January 19th.
As a weather team, we're constantly communicating to keep you up to date.
Covering severe storms is something that we thrive on. The 10 News Weather Team is always here to help.
We are back. We hope you're well rested from all the sledding today. It's been the day for it.
You better believe it. It's been a fun day, a busy day, depending upon what you're doing. I know here in the studio it has been very busy, but we hope you've been able to enjoy it. One person who has been out and about enjoying it and is at the moment having the best time, that's our Katie Inman, making snow angels. Katie, that is the most beautiful snow angel ever.
Thank you so much, Robin. Yeah, I agree. I can't even see it, but I know it's the most beautiful snow angel ever. I'm getting pelted in the face with this icy snow right now, so I'm gonna have to get up. Wow, yeah, that's impressive. Okay. There are so many kids and adults and people of all ages here at Foothills Mall sledding. They are on so many different types of sleds as well. And you know, while we've been out here, not only have we seen a ton of sledders, so has Shay and Vinay across different parts of East Tennessee. But I gotta tell you, I'm here with one of the best sledders. This is Charlie. She is 10 years old. She's in 4th grade. And Charlie was giving me some tips on how to sled the perfect way. Charlie, what are some tips you can give people at home for how to have the perfect sledding experience?
Well, the first thing is like when you get up on the sled, like the hill that you're gonna sled on, you like put your sled halfway on the hill so like you can push down on it and it'll go fast, and like keep your feet like up on the sled so you don't stop yourself and get hurt, and also put your weight back so you can go fast.
I love that. And the most important tip, have fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you had a ton of fun out here today, Charlie?
Yeah.
What has been your favorite part?
Going down the big hill over there.
Going down the big hill. Oh my goodness. Charlie, thank you so much for giving us the tips for the perfect sledding experience. I can't wait to watch you keep sledding. And she said that she's been watching Channel 10 all day today, is excited to not have school today and into this week. I'm gonna go ahead and send things back to you guys. In the studio, I'm pretty sure my whole back part of me is covered in snow now, so I'm gonna go warm up.
Please pass on to Charlie that we are so impressed with that information she passed along, and we are impressed with your snow angel as well. Katie, thanks.
Check on the sledding, check on the snow angel. Let's check on the roads with Mark Nagy, who joins us. He's the spokesperson for TDOT on the phone. Mark, great to talk to you again. Your crews really deserve a lot of credit for keeping those major thoroughfares going today. What's been the biggest problem throughout the day for them?
I think more than anything, they've just got to keep going over their routes time and time again. We pre-treated our roadways on all day Saturday. They reported for work late last night, and the snow just keeps on falling. So it's just constant going over these routes again and again, continually going back to the salt bins, loading up with supplies. That we expect this to last for a number of more hours, and our crews will stay on the roads as long as they have to.
Mark, will protocol change as the temperatures drop? Will they continue to use the salt, or will they resort to other means?
They'll continue to plow, continue to salt. The fear here, though, Robin, is that as the temperatures drop and you get below 20 degrees, it limits the effectiveness of our supplies. They'll add calcium chloride. That helps a little bit. But really, when you get the temperatures as low as they're predicted to get, there's only so much that we can do until these temperatures get back up above freezing. So we say the exact same thing every time. I know that other folks say the exact same thing that you guys have talked to. If you don't have to be on the roadways, stay at home. It is the safest place that you can be, and that also gives our crews the extra room that they need to do their jobs efficiently and, most importantly, to do their jobs safely.
So many people heeding that advice today. Mark Nagy with us once again. Thank you so much, and again, our hats off to your crews. And Robin, he made the point earlier in the newscast that this is the beginning of it. Today is really the start of what we're going to see over several days.
We are going to stay very, very cold in the coming days, and then if you want to go ahead and push to Friday, another system. So the people who have been keeping us up to date and tracking the system, our weather team, our great weather team, meteorologist Todd Howe, tracking it all for us and what we can expect going forward.
All right, thank you very much, Robin and John. And a good afternoon to you folks. I hope you're having a good, safe Monday, maybe enjoying the snowfall. But on the serious side, yeah, we do have hazardous roadways. All right. Do you want to build a snowman, though? Let's talk about the fun parts. Here's what we're seeing across the region, and we appreciate folks sending us in. This is Christy Henderson sending us in the snow across the region. And doesn't that look like fun? My wife Lee and I, we got out and did the same thing earlier. Well, I did, and we were having a lot of fun. That is a perfect snow angel. So thank you so much, Christy. That is perfect. That's a 10 out of 10 right there. We got some more pictures to share with you. Here's what we're looking at, again, across the region. We do have a winter storm warning in effect. I'll go back through some pictures, though, that we do have. Emily Wakefield sent us in this picture. Look at that. How cute is that? Having fun sledding. Emily, thank you so much. Your kiddos look like they're having the best time. Oh, my gosh. Kim Smith, does it get any cuter than that? Enjoying, perhaps, I don't know if the first snow or, for little kids, this may be their first snow. And Clay may need a lot more time than that. I'll be there in a minute. Here's a look at Brian Case, though. Check this out. Cass was talking about this. Look at the form. Again, sledding down the hill, got his arm out, brace. Look at that form right there. Ready to sledding down, ready to throw a snowball. And so that's impressive. And thank you, Travis Dennis. Again, dogs out playing snow. Throw a little snowball. This is a perfect snow to get out and enjoy that. Well, I do want to talk about those as I fast forward through the pictures here and our computer system catches up. We have a wind chill advisory that will be in place on the plateau for Crossville and Jamestown tonight through early Wednesday morning. And oh boy, we'll go ahead and cover the traffic update here, Clay, as well. Our producer in the back with the weather update. This is Interstate 40. It looks like 390. And okay, that tells the story. Slow traffic. Don't know if that's due to accident or not, but here's what's going on. The snowfall continues. You heard Mark Nagy talk about it at TDOT, talking about their retreating, just trying to stay on top of it. But that's kind of an example of what we're seeing. And let's see. This is Interstate 40, Cherry Street. And John and Robin, y'all feel free to chime in. That's stop traffic.
Wow.
Let's see. Is that, let's see. I don't know if that's eastbound or westbound. Quick little PSA teed up. If we could put that east or west a little bit bigger on these graphics. Anyway, that's what we're seeing. Again, traffic is stopped and on parts of Interstate 40 at Cherry Street. That is toward Broadway, so that would be westbound. So we'll keep you updated on that. All right, we're going to take a quick break and reset. I'll take an updated look at radar and futurecast. We got a whole lot more to get to on this Monday afternoon. Stay with us.
The opportunities for aging in place have never been easier, especially when it comes to safety in your bathroom. It's Ashton, back with Darren Stiegel from New Bath Today, who's here to explain how his team is creating a safer bathing experience for customers and doing it with style.
Now, Ashton, you hear me talking safety a lot, and creating a safer, aging-in-place solution is what makes New Bath Today exceptional. And with the Kohler Luckstone shower system, tub-to-shower conversions are by far the most common requests we receive.
Why tub-to-shower conversions?
Well, see, our customers express concern with their tub's high barrier, combined with a wet floor, could cause them to fall and hurt themselves. But with Luckstone, safety and functionality don't have to come at the expense of luxury. Now, follow me, because I'm going to demonstrate how people watching can have the best of both worlds.
This looks like the perfect example of someone who wanted to prioritize safety in the shower.
Absolutely, and as you can see, we took out the old tub and replaced it with a low threshold shower. Grab bars are positioned for an easy grip next to the folding seat. Finally, we have our customizable shower head features. This one features removable handheld shower attached to a slide bar. Now the base, bar, seat, and shower head all work in tandem to prioritize your safety and comfort.
I really love this shower wall. Explain more about the options people have for wall surrounds.
Well, this wall surround, the gray and white stone design, is called Calcutta Crema. This is just one of a multitude of wall styles and patterns you can choose from. It's made of 70% crushed stone, grout-free, and has the look and feel of natural stone without the need of hard scrubbing.
What's the next step for those interested in a new walk-in shower?
Well, you call the number on your screen to schedule a risk-free in-home consultation. We'll bring the showroom to your living room with various samples, grab measurements of the bath space, and allow you to completely customize your safer, more luxurious walk-in shower.
Any special offers?
Well, for the month of January, I'm taking $2,024 off your new walk-in shower, plus no payments until 2025 and a $200 Amazon gift card with purchase.
Take $2,024 off your new walk-in shower, plus make no payments until 2025. And a $200 Amazon gift card with purchase. Call New Bath today.
Knoxville Wholesale Furniture proudly presents American Home, a new collection designed by internationally renowned artist Bob Timberlake. The handcrafted Amish furniture features solid cherry wood with several custom finishes, 100% made in America. Visit the new Bob Timberlake Gallery at Knoxville Wholesale Furniture and see this exclusive limited edition collection. Need a new sofa with over 10,000 fabrics to choose from? Design a custom sofa as unique as you are, starting at the low price of $8.99. Knoxville Wholesale Furniture. You just can't do any better.
Bruce, you're slobber. You could make all kinds of money because people are licking stamps. They're paying a credit card bill for $400, $300. Rates are 19.5% to like 35%. And your slobber could help them out licking those stamps, but they don't need to. Call Fountain City Finance for a refi today. Don't sign anything until you call for your free quote. And be loose like Bruce, and you'll have only one stamp to lick.
Best rates, less wait, Fountain City Finance.
Next Jeopardy! It's the deciding game.
We welcome back our 3 finalists
To the Total Point Showdown. Which one of these finalists will advance to the Champions Wild Card?
Very impressive.
Weeknights at 7:30 on WBIR. The 10 News Weather Team is always here to help. Download the 10 News app for the latest updates on winter storms.
Welcome back. We'll get to some problems on the roads in just a minute, but first to some fun.
That's right. If you live in Knox County and you want some good sledding, the place to go, Lakeshore Park, and that is where Vinay Simlot has been hanging out all day long, taking in some runs. How are you doing there?
Robin, John, we've had snow like this since about 10 o'clock this morning. It's been steady. We've got about 5.5 inches of snow. People are out here throwing snowballs, sledding, making for a pretty great snow day. A quick trip down the hill for this 5th grader.
That one was actually really far.
A day perfect for sledding for some people.
No.
Ansel thought his mom needed a boost, maybe a kick.
There it is.
Sledders came out all day Monday to Lakeshore Park on a day when it's better to sled downhill than drive downhill.
We started doing good, and then it started catching back up with us after the snow started picked back up on us.
Driving plows for Knox County, the man who's nicknamed Squirrel had to scurry to keep up with the rate of the snowfall.
You'll hit a couple roads, and on your way back, hitting the second side of your road, by the time you've come back, you can't really tell that you've been through there.
These crews started working Monday night at 8.
Give us a little patience, and I promise you, we will get to your road and get it cleared as soon as we can.
So maybe this is the best way to get around. And even though the snow is light and fluffy,
You can make a snowman with this.
if you can make a snowman,
Then you could end up getting a pretty big snowball soon enough.
nobody's safe.
And do what?
Especially when the intrusive thoughts of a 5th grader win.
Uh-oh.
Not even the No, don't.
And remember, tomorrow, if you're going to clean off your car and getting ready, make sure you clean the roof of your car. If you don't, the snow is also light and powdery. As soon as you get onto a main road, that's what you'll see. Or the person behind you won't be able to see what's in front of them. John and Robin.
Yeah, people need to take it slow, be very careful. Vinay, have fun. We appreciate you, and we will be right back. Stay with us.
At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, membership means more. Our convenience tools keep you in the loop, save you time, and earn you rewards, so you can focus on what matters. We open doors to limitless opportunities. Let's go toward new possibilities together. Join us now.
Hey, it's winter.
And around here, that means you can go from this to this, just like that.
But if you've got a new Toyota, you're ready, willing, and capable to take on winter.
With more all-wheel drive vehicles to pull you through the snow, ice, and mud.
Like the adventurous new RAV4, America's #1 selling SUV.
Now, during Toyota's Ready for Anything event, get a new 24 RAV4 with 4.99 APR financing.
Or 5.99 on RAV4 Hybrid, plus 2 years no-cost maintenance.
Get yourself ready for anything.
Toyota, let's go places.
Spectrum Mobile brings you our best deal to start the new year. Now you can get unlimited mobile for $15 per line. Switch to Spectrum Mobile Unlimited for just $15 per line with no added taxes or hidden fees and no contracts. Save over $1,400 for the first year. Call 855-231-7007. Spectrum Mobile includes nationwide 5G and the fastest wireless speeds with unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to Spectrum Mobile Unlimited for just $15 per line. Call 855-231-7007 or visit a Spectrum store near you.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience and the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select 2024 GMC Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
Visit your East Tennessee GMC dealers.
January is a cold month, but we're thinking June at Aurora. Be the first to swim in this spring. Buy an in-ground pool and get a free TV. Relax in hot water therapy with the purchase of an in-stock spa and get a free TV. Get an above-ground pool and get a free TV. Enjoy a billiard table with the family when you purchase a Sleet top and get a free TV. Aurora Family Fun Store, Knoxville and Morristown.
Bathfitter does showers? That's right. We offer a wide selection of beautiful and functional showers in all shapes and sizes. We can even convert your bath into a shower. How about that? With our seamless one-piece walls and hundreds of design options, you'll get a beautiful new shower to fit your needs, guaranteed for life. Bathfitter's been around for 40 years, and we've been experts at showers for just as long. Get yours today. Bathfitter, it just fits. Go to bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
We appreciate you joining us once again on this 10 Weather Impact Day, and we have been tracking problems on the roads throughout the day. Fortunately, a lot of people have stayed off the roads. They've heeded the warning.
And that's a good thing, because as night falls, temperatures are falling, and as a result, the roads are getting treacherous. We are looking at Interstate 40. This is near Rutledge Pike, we are told, and traffic is very slow going, as it should be this time of night and as the conditions start to get a little more slick. So once again, if you're heading out, please take it slow.
This is another of the TDOT SmartWay cameras we're checking. Again, 40 has been mostly clear throughout the day. That's a view from Hall of Fame. You see that back up there in the middle of the city, really, and we heard at last check that was a disabled semi that was off the road, but that's causing traffic to slow down right through downtown.
Let's take a look at our drive times now, and this really tells the story. Much of the area in orange, which does mean it is slow, but that's what we're encouraging. If you are out on the roads, please take it slow. You do see a few red spots, which means they are at a standstill. Don't know what the situations are in those particular areas, but once again, best to avoid the roadways if you can tonight.
The conditions are are proving difficult, not just today, but we know they will throughout much of this week. And because of that, we're seeing a number of school systems close not just tomorrow, but also on Wednesday. That list includes Knox, Anderson, Jefferson, Blount, and Sevier counties.
In addition to schools, there are a number of businesses closed tomorrow. For the very latest on closures and delays, all you need to do is scan the QR code with your phone's camera. It will then take you to our website where you can find that full list. Also, state legislatures postponed all meetings in Nashville this week.
We're going to turn back, as we do, to Chief Meteorologist Todd Howe. You see, it's still coming down in Market Square. We have seen this much snow before in Knoxville. Robin, you were here in '93 when it fell, but this is teetering on historic.
Exactly, and it was a lot then, it is a lot now. Think about it, we have been snowing or seeing snow for hours. About 10 o'clock here, Todd, on our weather porch. Becca said we had about 2 inches of snow, many more inches now.
Oh, yeah. We are pushing 6 inches plus. Matter of fact, that was about almost 45 minutes ago. And I'm going to show you an updated look at snowfall reports in a moment. First of all, stay right there on Market Square. I don't know if you can go back to that. Folks are having fun. We've been watching them building snowmen. We do have a 10 weather impact day continuing this Monday. Folks are down there taking pictures and just walking around. It's a beautiful snowmaking event across much of East Tennessee, and that's what we're looking at right now. All right, we'll talk about what else is happening across our region. Let me go ahead and show you the snowfall reports, and Cassie and I'll putting these together. These just coming in. These are preliminary, not official, but preliminary snowfall totals coming in here at Channel 10. Blaine, Granger County, 7 inches being reported in Blaine in Granger County. Corryton, 6.3. From a viewer's measurement. Again, Knoxville, and this is Knox County. This is not at the airport where much lower totals have occurred in the southern areas, but in Knoxville here, right around 6 inches. Tellico Village, Loudoun County, 5 inches, and Sharps Chapel in Union County, 4.5 inches. So here's what's going on. Look at the slow movement. Again, back to our T-Dot SmartWay cameras. Hall of Fame. You can see even where they've treated. This is the on-ramp. Notice how it's getting snow covered because those heavier rates of snow are moving in. Parkway camera in Sevierville, it's raining, 36. As we take a look at northern Sevier County in Smokies Park and Kodak, it's snowing and below freezing in the upper 20s. In Sevier County, rain to snow as you go from south to north. So downtown Knoxville, we've got 30 degrees, and again, those snow showers are going to continue. Heavier snow possible at least into the early to mid-evening, and then the temperatures will be dropping down. There's those wind chills. Tonight in the teens, single digits on the plateau, and highs tomorrow only in the teens and 20s. Again, much more coming up. We'll take an updated look at the potential heavy snow into this evening and when the snow showers will finally come to an end. We'll have that full forecast for you coming up in just a few moments. John and Robin.
Todd, thank you. We know Knox County students out today because of the holiday, but they're also out of school tomorrow and Wednesday as well. School leaders making that decision today. 10 News anchor Brittany Bailey talked to the superintendent today about how that decision was made and how it was different than closings last week. Brittany?
Robin and John, you may remember high winds were the big problem last week. Students were dismissed early on Tuesday and then out of school completely on Friday. Superintendent Director John Reiswig talked about how deciding on snow days is a much different process than deciding on a high wind day.
I mean, one thing I've learned over time is that if you have a consistent process, then you use it every time and you get much more consistent responses. So it's a little easier with things like snow and ice because you can see that. I kind of said that last week. Wind's kind of hard. It's real important for us, though, in those wind situations. You know, we have 60,000 students. 20,000 of our students ride buses, and we're seeing gusts plus 50 kind of in that. It's a real risk for us, and the last thing we want is a bus to, go off the road and have risk of injuries.
So we've talked about that high wind from last week, the snow coming up in the next couple of days, obviously affecting everything today. And then next up, those frigid temperatures. That means the concern is mostly for those 20,000 students who ride the bus and will have to be outside in that cold weather waiting for the bus. So the superintendent says the decision to possibly cancel school on Thursday will be made Wednesday afternoon. And of course, we'll keep you updated on that. John and Robin.
Yes, we will. And everybody else will be like, let's go. Come on, Superintendent Reiswig. Thank you, Brittany.
We have crews stationed throughout East Tennessee. We want to head back to Blount County and check in with Katie Inman once again, because the last time we saw Katie, she was making snow angels, and now it looks like she has made a straight from the heart snowball. You are so creative.
Yes.
Yep. Straight from the heart. This is how my heart is feeling today. It's
a little chilly.
No, I'm just kidding. No, my heart is always warm when I get to work with you guys, and whenever I get to be out on assignments like this. It has been so fun watching these kids and families have a ton of fun here in Blount County at Foothills Mall. Put that heart down here. I also want to show you the snow is very uneven here, so it's hard to take an accurate measurement, but if we put our tape measure down here, it's not quite to the 3-inch mark, but it's close. And while we've been out here all day today, we got out to Blount County at about 11:30. We've driven around a different road since then. You can see here in the parking lot at Foothills Mall that the roads are slushy, and they're covered with that blanket of white-ish sort of color there, because the snow really just started falling again here recently. Throughout most of the day, it was mainly rain and ice. Over in Townsend, we took a little trip in the car there, and there's not as much snow as there is right here in Maryville at Foothills Mall. So, John and Robin, I'm going to go ahead and send things back to you, but it is very interesting to see how some counties, there's way more in some places than there are others.
No doubt about that. One thing that is true for every county, it's cold outside, and a lot of folks, we want you to be inside and warm, but if you do need a warm place to stay, warming shelters are opening up throughout the region.
This may be particularly important in the coming days because we're going to see some ice in places. We may lose power. So Knoxville, Knox County, there are 3 sites up in churches. You can go to Cokesbury Church on Kingston Pike, open at 7 this evening until 8 in the morning. Vestal United Methodist Church, that's on Ogle Avenue. It opened at 5 o'clock and closes at 10 in the morning. Then Magnolia Avenue United Methodist Church is open between 5 in the evening, so coming up in about 20 minutes, until 10 tomorrow. Those churches will close their doors for the night at 8 o'clock.
And in Sevier County, a warming center will be open at Sevierville First United Methodist Church. It is operating daily until Wednesday. The hours are 8 at night until 8 in the morning. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
As you can tell, it's very windy today. We're expecting up to 43 miles per hour.
Oh no!
If your old worn-out windows and doors are in such disrepair that you could actually fly a kite in your home, you might want to call CRS Exteriors. CRS offers the best warranties in the industry and 12-month interest-free financing. Call them today.
Price the rest, but call the best at CRS Exteriors.
Out with the old, in with the new. It's the Rooms to Go New Year's sale. New styles, new colors, all new possibilities. Whether you shop online or in store, save big with amazing sale prices on the hottest pieces and coolest packages store-wide. So out with the old, in with the new. But hurry, the Rooms to Go New Year's sale ends Monday.
Hey, East Tennessee, it's Chad from Rusty Wallace Honda. We're kicking off the new year right. You'll save more than ever before in 2024. The price won't be the problem with deals like these. Rates as low as 0.9%. Huge selection of inventory, tons of local trades. Plus, every new vehicle comes with Rusty's exclusive, no-charge, 200,000-mile warranty. Don't forget, the price won't be the problem at the intersection of selection. Rusty Wallace Honda, I-75 at Callahan Drive.
The tub that we had in the bathroom was difficult to get in.
So he called American Home Design to install a safe, convenient walk-in tub.
We got the jacuzzi, they installed it in one day.
We trusted American Home Design for improvements to our home, and we couldn't be happier.
It's winter, and we want to keep our install crews busy.
That's right, so call right now and get a special winter price on all our products.
For generations, hardworking people have relied on Ford F-Series trucks to help grow businesses, communities, families, a legacy of capability and technology that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling trucks 47 years straight. This is the next generation of Built Ford Tough.
Now, get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months on a 2023 Ford F-150 truck.
Our winter weather coverage continues right here on 10 About Town. It has been snowing all day in East Tennessee, and the inches are piling up.
They certainly are. We're going to go back to Blount County. Lauren Davis joining us once again.
Can you take a picture of me?
You had them. Yes, we'll get a picture of you, and we're going to put you on live television too. That's what we do here. Having fun, Lauren.
It's like it's like on now when we're about to go on, with a delay between like it actually on TV.
Yeah.
Is like 5-ish seconds.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Dang, I wish we got our DVR set up.
Sydney and Evan.
Can you hear us?
She cannot. She cannot hear us.
But she is in control, and she is ready to tackle that hill, it looks like.
She had the most enthusiastic snowmen builders with her last time. I just really was anxious to see what she was doing this time.
She was asking for more, so we'll have to check back in with her. We want to check in now with Ryan Connors. He's been out and about more in the Knoxville area assessing the road situation. Let's take a look at what he has to say.
As snow fell in Knox County on Monday, a lot of the roads became dangerous to drive on. I spoke with some locals who tried to brave it, while others thought it would be better just to stay at home. Michaela Kuzniar stayed at home today. She's from up north and has seen snow like this before, but it's her first time in Knoxville.
I think I know that it's not common, so they're not used to treating the roads and plowing and keeping up with the snow. And also, most drivers don't know how to drive in the snow properly.
Others deciding to test their luck on the roads.
They're nasty, that's for sure. I mean, you're gonna have to wash your car when this is all over with.
Snow is set to continue to fall throughout the night here in Knoxville. Reporting, I'm Ryan Connors.
All right. Yeah, absolutely. John Robin, thank you so much. All right, we'll get right back to Lauren, and she's all set up for an interesting shot. Here's a look at the lower visibilities with the steady increasing snowfall that continues across Knoxville and the valley. Again, travel discouraged. Please just do not get out on the roads if you do not have to. And if you have to get out because of work, emergency responders, et cetera, got to have the proper vehicle and simply go slow. Speed, it's like any time you're driving, is always an issue, right? If you control your speed, and the outcome will be favorable for you. So if you don't have to get out, keep it right here. We appreciate you watching Channel 10. We'll keep you updated throughout the night. Cold and snowy conditions continues. Here's the issue. We're starting to see a mix even in southern areas, and we're still looking at that icy, snowy mixture for you, even in southern counties where you've had rain. All that water that you see outside right now in parts of Sevierville up to Newport, it's going to be icy overnight. National Weather Service in Morristown just talking about the term flash freeze, that we're going to see temperatures dropping into the teens tonight. And so any moisture on the road, even if you've gotten a lot of snow or little, anything on the road is going to freeze quickly. And obviously the deep snowpack will be icy underneath and on top. Snowing in Knoxville, 30 degrees. This is at the airport. Dew points in the upper 20s to humidity, 96%. Look at temperatures down to below freezing in Maryville, 31. Above freezing Tellico Plains, Pigeon Forge, Newport, and Greenville, up to Rogersville, but just by a little bit, including near Dandridge, freezing in Morristown. And again, you basically draw a line from near Rogersville, Morristown, Knoxville, Sweetwater. North of that line, it's well below freezing in the teens on the plateau and 20s elsewhere. We're right around 30 degrees in Knoxville. Again, that's the warmer air that pretty much stopped into the valley, and north of that line, that's where you've had the heavy snow. Here's what we're looking at, the forecast low temperatures. Tonight, we're down into the teens area-wide. So again, it's not rocket science. That water on the road is going to quickly become ice. Teens, and we're going to stay below freezing through early Thursday afternoon. From this point, we've already been below freezing in many areas. So going forward tonight through about early Thursday afternoon, we're below freezing. So ice and snowy roads, hazardous travel is going to continue to be an issue, unfortunately. So stay at home if you can. Enjoy the beautiful snow. It's a winter wonderland, certainly across much of our area. And we are seeing more of the deeper snow bands that are trying to move in. I've overlaid the temperatures with the radar so you can see both. And again, there's a look at some of those colder temperatures that are going to ease on down southward as we go later on tonight. That's going to cause that rain to become either freezing rain, ice. Freezing rain is rain all the way down the surface, and it freezes on contact. That's kind of the worst. Sleet is a frozen raindrop that bounces. As Cassie said, sleet has a beat. And then snow, of course, is an ice crystal snowflake that goes all the way down. So that's what we've been seeing in the valley. Here's our hour-by-hour futurecast. Between right now and 6 p.m., snow showers continue in the valley. You've got that mix of some freezing rain, sleet, and snow, but watch the gradation as we go later on tonight and into the after midnight hours. Whew, there's midnight. That snow, if not before, is moving into much of the southern foothills and mountain counties. So if you haven't seen much so far, you've got some decent snowfall and ice and sleet beforehand coming your way, and that's going to make roads even more hazardous, if you will. You can actually drive a little bit on snowpack on a flat road, you get a little traction, and not the hills. But on ice and sleet, you can't drive on that, no matter what vehicle. So it's going to be very hazardous area-wide as we get into the rest of tonight. All right, so that's what we're talking about, snowfall. Look at Nashville, 13, 30 in Knoxville, 60 in Atlanta, Nashville and Memphis, 13, with wind chills. Single-digit wind chill in Nashville and Memphis, -1. Looking ahead to tomorrow, we're in the teens and 20s for highs. Single-digit temperatures, air temperature Wednesday morning. And we're talking about those temperatures that may stay below freezing until we get later Thursday afternoon and evening, an extended period of below freezing temperatures with wind chills tomorrow night, Wednesday morning, forecast to be below 0. So we've got the snow, ice tonight. It will taper off tomorrow. Then we're talking about the very cold air that's going to be with us at least into afternoon Thursday. Another system comes in Friday and very cold this weekend. We'll be talking more about that just ahead. All right, let's get another check of traffic. I believe we're going to check the roadways and TDOT SmartWay camera 40 eastbound, and you can see mile marker 390. It's not by anybody on the road. That's actually a good sign. It looks like they've treated at least the middle and right lane, and a lot of times they'll leave that left lane, they're going to conserve resources. We're going to give you 1 or 2 lanes, not 3. You don't need to be out driving a lot of times anyway, so that's what's going on there. Hall of Fame at 40, we're looking at, it looks like, the north instead of Knoxville. But winter has come to East Tennessee, and stay with us. We'll be right back after this break.
Hot Wheels Monster Trucks Live Glow Party will be at Food City Center January 27th and 28th. You can win 4 tickets for January 27th. Just visit the WBIR contest page and enter a photo of your kids and their Hot Wheels Monster Trucks.
Here's a look at what's coming up tonight on WBIR and NBC. This look at primetime is brought to you by Food City. Nobody does food like Food City.
Your garage door is going to break when it wants to.
Here at Precision, we just want to be there for the customer.
There's nothing we haven't seen. There's nothing we can't fix.
Quality service quickly, that's what you get from Precision.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
Come on, Michael, come on. Catch the ball! Huddle up! Do you need to get your eyes checked? Well, actually, here's the play. Stanton Optical makes glasses in 30 minutes. It's easy on 3. 1, 2, 3. Easy! Hut! Come on, Michael, you got this! Come on, turn! Michael, catch! I can see! You did it! I did it! 30-minute glasses? Now that's an easy play. Stanton Optical. Easy's our thing.
January is a cold month, but we're thinking June at Aurora. Buy an in-ground pool or an above-ground pool and get a free TV. Relax in a spa or play billiards with the family and get a free TV. Aurora Family Fun Store, Knoxville and Morristown.
The opportunities for aging in place have never been easier, especially when it comes to safety in your bathroom. It's Ashton, back with Darren Stiegel from New Bath Today, who's here to explain how his team is creating a safer bathing experience for customers and doing it with style.
Now, Ashton, you hear me talking safety a lot, and creating a safer, age-in-place solution is what makes New Bath Today exceptional. And with the Kohler Luckstone shower system, tub-to-shower conversions are by far the most common requests we receive.
Why tub-to-shower conversions?
Well, see, our customers express concern with their tub's high barrier, combined with a wet floor, could cause them to fall and hurt themselves. But with Luckstone, safety and functionality don't have to come at the expense of luxury. Now, follow me, because I'm going to demonstrate how people watching can have the best of both worlds.
This looks like the perfect example of someone who wanted to prioritize safety in the shower.
Absolutely, and as you can see, we took out the old tub and replaced it with a low-threshold shower. Grab bars are positioned for an easy grip next to the folding seat. Finally, we have our customizable shower head features. This one features removable handheld shower attached to a slide bar. Now, the base, bar, seat, and shower head all work in tandem to prioritize your safety and comfort.
I really love this shower wall. Explain more about the options people have for wall surrounds.
Well, this wall surround, the gray and white stone design, is called Calcutta Crema. This is just one of a multitude of wall styles and patterns you can choose from. It's made of 70% crushed stone, grout-free, and has the look and feel of natural stone without the need of hard scrubbing.
What's the next step for those interested in a new walk-in shower?
Well, you call the number on your screen to schedule a risk-free in-home consultation. We'll bring the showroom to your living room with various samples, grab measurements of the bath space, and allow you to completely customize your safer, more luxurious walk-in shower.
Any special offers?
Well, for the month of January, I'm taking $2,024 off your new walk-in shower, plus no payments until 2025 and a $200 Amazon gift card with purchase.
Take $2,024 off your new walk-in shower, plus make no payments until 2025. And a $200 Amazon gift card with purchase. Call New Bath today.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Guardian Foundation Repair.
Eliminate moisture, keep critters out, and restore your air quality in your home. Call Guardian Foundation Repair today.
Somebody was just saying a little while ago, man, it never snows in Knoxville.
Famous
Guess
last
what?
words. It's snowing in Knoxville, and it's going to continue to snow for a while. It's also snowing in Blount County, where we find Lauren Davis once again. When last we saw you, Lauren, you were ready to tackle the hill, and you are ready to go, my friend.
Well, I haven't exactly tackled the hill. I left that to Katie. I am sitting in this nice float. It looks like a pole float, but it's actually made for skiing. And I'm here with Sydney and Evan, and we are just out here enjoying the weather. And also, I've been here for like 10 minutes, and you can just see how the snow has accumulated on me. But how have y'all been enjoying the day?
We've been sledding down the hill with our tubes.
Are y'all liking being out of school?
Yes.
Yeah. Are y'all excited to be out for a couple of days? Are y'all going to come back often?
Yeah. Hopefully.
Do y'all like these floats? I know y'all are going skiing in a couple months.
Yeah.
Well, that's so exciting. Their dad even brought out his Keurig today. It's not working right now, so we're going to check back in the next time I go live to see if he's ready to give out hot chocolate. I definitely need some. It's been super cold. I'm sending it back to you.
All right. You know, it's a good day when you have snow and a unicorn and Lauren. So, all right, we'll be checking in with you in the next hour.
And please stay with us. More of our coverage of this winter storm continues in 2 minutes on 10 News at 5.
The Big Fitness Energy Sale at Planet Fitness. Join today for 24 cents down, $10 a month. Cancel anytime and get energized in the judgment-free zone. Never intimidating, always free fitness training and equipment for every workout. Join today. Deal extended through January 19th.
At American Home Design, we're transforming dated bathrooms into show places and dangerous old tubs into safer walk-in showers. And we're making a difference in people's lives.
Gives her independence, being able to walk into the shower.
American Home Design has done great work for me and my family, and they stand behind it.
It's winter, and we want to keep our install crews busy.
That's right, so call right now and get a special winter price on all our products.
They're only lucky numbers if you decide to play them. Cash 3 from the Tennessee Lottery. Game-changing fun.
And we'll be back. We've got the winning Cash 4 numbers here. 4027. 4027. Join us for the next Cash 4 drawing.
They're only lucky numbers if you decide to play them. Cash 4 from the Tennessee Lottery. Game-changing fun.
The Rooms to Go New Year's sale ends Monday. Choose your perfect hot buy, like this chaise sofa, just $9.99 or $23 a month, interest-free. Save on beautiful rooms like this, just $11.88 or $27 a month. Shop our incredible selection room by room and bring home dining sets like this or this. At Rooms to Go, you get hot buys, great sale prices, and interest-free financing until January 2028. Hurry, the Rooms to Go New Year's sale ends Monday.
It's the big fitness energy sale at Planet Fitness. Join today for 24 cents down, $10 a month. Cancel anytime and get energized in the judgment-free zone. Never intimidating, always free fitness training and equipment for every workout. Join today. Deal extended through January 19th.
10 News in High Definition is sponsored by Premier Family of Dealerships. 10 News on WBIR starts now.
Snow, snow, and more snow. So many of you enjoying the snow day, and we are so appreciative because you've been sharing your day with us through your pictures.
Fabulous photos, and take a look at one adorable snap we have from Clinton. This is Cam and Dax Holmes enjoying snow with a new puppy. How about that? Chomp, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for watching 10 News at 5 on this snowy Monday. I'm Robin Wilhoit.
And I'm John Becker. Our 10 News team has been across the area as snow blanketed our region starting early this morning. We have seen these bands of snow showers roll in, and we're right in the middle of another.
We are. We have crews in Blount, Sevier, and Knox counties, and before we head outside, you see them right there. They are braving the snow. We want to get another check of the roads before we check in with them. With that, we turn to meteorologist Todd Howell. Todd?
Oh my goodness, Maria, Vinay, Katie, all set, and Lauren, all set to have some terrific fun out there. Yeah, there's two sides of it, right? There's a fun side.
Yep.
There's a serious side. All right, travel discouraged. Thankfully, when we were checking the latest TDOT SmartWay cameras, don't see a lot of traffic out there because you look outside and probably many of you folks go, nope, not today. Yeah, the roads are snow covered, and we're seeing some heavier rates of snowfall moving in. So that is the strongest message we can give. Stay off the roads if you can, please. TDOT crews will be working hard. We've got more snowfall rates that are going to stay high at least the next 2, maybe 3 hours. We could be looking at 1 inch per hour snowfall rates. And I'm going to show you some current, or at least up-to-date preliminary snowfall totals in just a moment. But this is what we're looking at. Now, we'll say this. I know you've had the rain in Sevier County. We've had a warm nose moving up Monroe, Blount, Sevier, Cott, Greene counties. Yes. And that warm nose stopped short of the Central Valley, and we have moderate to heavy snow today. But even where you've had the rain, the warmer temperatures, you've got ice and snow coming. And I can't stress this enough, travel discouraged in your area as well. Flash freeze, temperatures in the teens tonight. All that water on the road, if it's raining now, NFL, not for long. Here comes the ice and snow for you tonight. So we're looking at that heavy snow that's also going to be moving into the southern areas. Temperatures are dropping. It's 31 in Maryville. It's down 32 in Sweetwater and Athens. But look at those temperatures, how they drop off. Teens on the plateau right now. And so here's a look at our futurecast hour by hour. There's the pink. That's a mixture of, it could be rain, and eventually changing to freezing rain and sleet, and some wet snowflakes all mixed in together before it goes from that wintry mix in southern areas. Again, we're still going to be snow the whole time in the Central Valley, pretty much. It's actually going to end as a little bit of freezing drizzle actually late tonight, tomorrow morning. That's a total side note. There's the snow, though, moving into all areas by or before midnight tonight. And look at that, it ends with some snow showers. It's probably going to end with some freezing drizzle, a little bit of icing on top of the cake, no pun intended, but literally as we go into tomorrow morning. And then the very cold temperatures will be moving on in. It's 0 wind chill in Nashville right now. -2 is the current feels like temperature in Memphis, and that's what's heading our way after the snow. These are some up-to-date snowfall reports. They are preliminary, not official yet. 7 inches in Blaine, Corryton, in Knox County, 6.3. Here at Channel 10, Knoxville, Knox County, 6. Sharps Chapel, 4.5. Got a 7 in Mascot, got a 6 in the North City. Jacksboro, 5. Equalton Village, lower, 3. But we got a 5.8 in Louisville, Wartburg, 6, and Clinton, a 7. Farragut, 5.5 at last check. It's still snowing heavily here in the valley. We could be ending up with 8 inches plus in parts of our region, which will be the most snow perhaps we've seen almost since the blizzard of '93 in one single day. John and Robin, for right now, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Todd, that says it all. The most since '93. That's what we're on the verge of. And of course, you're going to want to stay with us throughout this 10 weather impact day and throughout the week. We are extending this coverage because we're going to see the cold and the snow really right up through Friday. You can download that app for free right now in your app store and stay with us throughout Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday this week.
Well, as we mentioned, we have our crews stationed throughout the region. Vinay Simlot, he is in Knox County at the very popular Lakeshore Park today. Vinay.
And Rob and John, I want to add to one of Todd's snow totals. Here at Lakeshore Park, we've been walking around with our ruler. We measured about 7 inches of snow in some spots here. And people came out from all over Knox County to enjoy this park. We saw people sledding, driving around, having snowball fights with each other, making for a pretty great snow day. A quick trip down the hill for this 5th grader.
That one was actually really far.
A day perfect for sledding for some people.
No.
Ansel thought his mom needed a boost, maybe a kick.
There it is.
Sledders came out all day Monday to Lakeshore Park on a day when it's better to sled downhill than drive downhill.
We started doing good, and then it started catching back up with us after the snow started back up, picked back up on us.
Driving plows for Knox County, the man who's nicknamed Squirrel had to scurry to keep up with the rate of the snowfall.
You'll hit a couple roads, and on your way back, hitting the second side of your road, by the time you've come back, you can't really tell that you've been through there.
These crews started working Monday night at 8.
Give us a little patience, and I promise you, we will get to your road and get it cleared as soon as we can.
So maybe this is the best way to get around. And even though the snow is light and fluffy,
You can make a snowman with this.
if you can make a snowman,
Then you could end up getting a pretty big snowball soon enough.
nobody's safe.
And do what?
Especially when the intrusive thoughts of a 5th grader win.
Uh-oh.
Not even the snow.
No, don't.
So his mom discouraged him from throwing that snowman at her, which was probably a good idea. One thing I do want to mention before we go, here in Knox County at Lakeshore, it looks like they've plowed some of this road, but underneath all of this light and fluffy snow, there is ice, and that'll be slick as you're trying to drive. So just remember, when the snow first started, it was melting when it hit the pavement, so you will see ice under a lot of this powder if you're going to be out and about.
Vinay Simlot live for us at Lakeshore Park. 7 inches of snow, Vinay. That's just astounding in one shot. We have seen 7.5 inches right here on the Channel 10 weather porch.
On the verge of that historic, as Todd was talking about. Well, Knox County students are smack dab in the middle of a long stretch out of school. Classes are canceled for both tomorrow and Wednesday. For many students, that's a celebration, but it can be tough on others.
Yes, 10 News anchor Brittany Bailey joining us now. You spoke with the superintendent this afternoon. Brittany, let's talk about the factors in those decision-making process is that the superintendent has, but also the people they're most concerned about.
Absolutely, John and Robin. Knox County students, as you mentioned, are set to be out of school for at least 6 days straight. So they were out because of high wind on Friday. Then we had the weekend. Today was a holiday. And then they'll be out both tomorrow and Wednesday because of the snow and weather we've been seeing. That can be tough for students who rely on breakfast and lunch at school. For some, it can be their only meal of the day. And Superintendent Dr. John Reiswick said, unlike during COVID, there are no pickup options for students.
To say we have a systematic way to say, go to this pickup point, that's not something we have. Because a lot of the federal regulations around that, we can't just open to serve food. We do, though. This is another place where we really rely on our partners. We said time and time again, the school system is not the community. The school system is part of it. And, we're blessed with lots of nonprofits and after school care and local churches and things like that that really understand that we cooperate with while we are in school.
The superintendent stresses that safety is always the #1 factor at play in the decisions to cancel school. And with the single-digit temperatures we do have in the forecast, that could play a big role in whether school is canceled on Thursday. Of course, we will let you know if that happens. That decision is supposed to be made sometime Wednesday afternoon. John and Robin.
Brittany, thank you.
To stay up to date on school closures and delays, just scan the QR code you see on your screen. It will then take you to our website, WBIR.com, and there you'll also find an updated list of businesses that are closed as well.
Before we get to these warming centers, worth noting that the airport in Nashville shut down by the FAA. No flights allowed right now because of the winter weather that they're seeing, and also DoorDash has canceled all deliveries across the state. This is not just a Knoxville or East Tennessee storm. It's hitting the entire state.
It is significant for sure. And there are people who don't have a warm place to stay. That is being remedied, though, because warming shelters are opening up throughout the region. Here in Knox and Knox County, there are 3 sites set up at churches.
Knox County leaders posting this reminder today. Vestal United Methodist Church on Ogle Avenue does just open at the top of the hour at 5, and then will close tomorrow morning at 10. Also in Knoxville, you can go to Cokesbury Church on Kingston Pike. It opens at 7 this evening and then will close at 8 in the morning.
And Magnolia Avenue United Methodist Church, it is open between 5. It's open right now. It will stay open until 10 tomorrow morning. All the churches will close their doors for the night at 8 o'clock. So you want to be aware you need to be there before 8. We will share more places where you can find shelter from the snowstorm in East Tennessee, coming up at 5:30.
Snow flurries continue across East Tennessee. Again, the inches continue to pile up, and you continue to send us some great photos of your snow day. Fortunately, so many places were closed today. Schools, government buildings. This is a holiday, and you have taken full advantage.
No doubt, and we love these pictures. We cannot get enough of them. So continue to share them with us. All you need to do is go to our app, and we will do our best to put them on air. We want to go to Sevier County now. Katie Inman has had the best day making snowballs and heart-shaped snow angels, and you made heart-shaped snowballs. I got snow on the brain, clearly.
Yes, it's all right.
Yeah, John and Robin, we have been having so much fun, we can barely stand it, okay? This is the best creation so far, I think. This is a big snowball made to look like a bear, which is so appropriate because we are in Blount County today. And Charlie, standing back there, is the one who helped make it. She told us in the 4 o'clock hour how to sled the best. So we know Charlie, and we know these great girls behind us too. Lexi sledded with me as well earlier today. They've been having so much fun out here in Blount County. We are at Foothills Mall, and there is a big hill that people have been sliding down all day today. Some telling us that they came out here at like 9:30 this morning to start sledding. They have been killing it, and you can tell throughout here too, there is some grass peeking through. It's not quite to the 3-inch mark. We measured it just a little bit ago. Not quite to the 3-inch mark here, but it is patchy because kids have been making the big snowballs like this. We had some kids make some snowmen for us as well. And I will tell you, sitting here in this snow, it is extremely cold. So make sure if you're coming out into the snow to play in it, that you are taking time to warm up, hopping in the car, making sure that you've got those fresh and dry gloves, hats, things like that on, and wearing plenty of layers. Here in Blount County, it is snowing now, but it's been on and off all day, whether it was snowing, raining, sleeting, all of that. We've had all of those things today in Blount County. Lauren Davis and I have been having a ton of fun out here, but now I want to go ahead and send things back to the studio, and I don't think I can feel my toes, so I need to address that.
That's a good day then.
Yes,
or not.
Is. Katie, you've had a lot of fun today. We appreciate it. Todd said raining just south of there.
A little bit of everything going on. All right, after the break, we will take you to Sevier County with more of our snow coverage.
Your premier family of dealerships. We treat you like family, but in a good way. Not like your weird cousin Larry. Everybody's got one.
Secret City in North Knox, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Hardee's 2 for $5 breakfast bake goodness into your morning. Choose a biscuit with sausage and egg, biscuit and gravy, or a country fried steak biscuit. And now, enjoy breakfast till noon every day. Hardee's, goodness in the making. Get exclusive offers on the Hardee's app.
It really ruined everything. I should have done something sooner.
Everybody hopes that this won't be a big problem. Unfortunately, basement water, it always gets worse. Don't worry, we got this.
Great. Well, let's stop it from getting in.
The effects of water can be surprising, but you can. Put water back in its place with a free inspection from AFS. For a limited time, get $525 off any repairs when you call or go online today.
It's always darkest before the dawn. I've been searching for shoulders to lean on. And it's not all good, but it's not all bad. On my way, on my way, on my way.
Hey y'all, it's Elise from Rusty Walsh Chevrolet. We're kicking off the new year right. The price won't be the problem with deals like these. Rates as low as 1.9%, $6,000 off new Silverados, plus every new vehicle comes with Rusty's exclusive no-charge 200,000-mile warranty. Don't forget the price won't be the problem, so find your roads to Rusty Walsh Chevrolet in Clinton or visit us online at rustywashchevrolet.com, where Chevys cost less.
Thinking about selling your home in today's more challenging market? Well, you don't have to let it sit for weeks or months trying to sell it the traditional way. At 72 Sold, you can get a price thousands more than if you sold the traditional way and get it done A to Z in just 8 days. Thinking about selling? Just put in your address and get your price, a higher price for your home in just 8 days, only at 72sold.com.
Now at Hardee's, 2 hand-breaded chicken tender wraps are only $5. Choose your favorite flavors for endless combinations. 2 wraps, just $5. Hardee's, goodness in the making. Get exclusive offers on the Hardee's app.
As a weather team, we're constantly communicating to keep you up to date.
Covering severe storms is something that we thrive on. The 10 News weather team is always here to help.
Thank you for staying with us on our continuing coverage of this snow day across East Tennessee.
And the snow continues to fall depending upon where you are. Olivia Daig, she spent the day in Knoxville and was hanging out with families on their snow day.
I'm here in downtown Knoxville on Gay Street, and you can see it's really, really snowy. The snow is really picked up. And you can see the street is still pretty snowy. There's been a few cars that have been able to come up and down. We know that the snow plows have been coming, just they're not coming fast enough for how much snow that we're getting right now. If you're looking down here, the sidewalks and these streets where you can, sides of the street where you can park, completely covered in snow. The roads are just a little bit better, but they're not great. So again, echoing TDOT and KPD, if you can stay inside, stay inside. But it is really beautiful out here, and the snow is just really magical, especially in downtown Knoxville.
Yeah, magical is a great way to describe it, too.
She's from Texas,
Yeah,
so you don't see this very often in Texas.
No, this is magic. And if you have a chance to send us some pictures of your snow day, we would love to see them. You can pull out your camera phone, scan that QR code on your screen, and easily upload some photos to us right through the 10 News app.
Well, the snow continues to fall once again in parts of East Tennessee, some getting more than others. The valley, the mountains, not as much snow as we've gotten here in the valley. You are taking a look over Gatlinburg.
And those are some of the first snow showers that we've seen there. 10 News reporter Maria Guzman joining us from Sevier County. And yeah, it just depends on where you go. Look at that. In the heart of the mountains, not a lot of snow. Where she is, yes, some snow.
Well, John and Robin, the snow here is not stopping yet. As you can see, this playground has been turned into a winter wonderland, well, where I'm enjoying a little bit on it. Well, Sevier County tonight, we can expect about 6 to 8 inches, and of course, those freezing temperatures. In response, the county is opening up a warming shelter that starts at 8 p.m. until 8 a.m. and that's going to be open for the next 3 days until Wednesday. That's going to be at Sevierville First United Methodist Church. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and continue swinging on here. Dawn, Robin.
Maria, thank you very much. You keep swinging. We've got swinging reporters. We have sledding reporters.
We
They're
got it all.
having the best time.
And we're going to change over to Chief Meteorologist Todd Howell once again. Todd, because what you're seeing is a change in the mountains and these light snow showers for the first time.
Absolutely. Cassie Dahl and the Weather Center. Cassie, haven't we been fascinated with what we're seeing on the weather cameras, etc.? I mean, it's amazing. This is a look at Gatlinburg, where we're starting to see that transition over to snow showers. Thank you, Cass. And Cassie Dahl, by the way, been hard at work all day long, as our whole Channel 10 weather team, keeping us updated. So this is Gatlinburg. All right, let me show you what it's doing. It's starting to snow there. This is a look at the Parkway camera in Sevierville. I'll show you that coming up right here, where it has been raining, and now it's starting to snow a little bit in Sevierville. At least it's mixing. Seeing a little bit of that light rain mixed with snowflakes, although as we look right now, can't see it as much, but I was looking at it a moment ago and starting to see a little bit of that mix that was taking place. Meanwhile, as we take a look at Market Square, and this has been the story for the Valley, it is, for lack of a better word right now, winter wonderland. I know Rob and I always love that term, but it applies today. Yep, look at that. It's snowing pretty steadily. Look at that. And folks, for Knoxville, this is your day for snow. You know, many times you've seen this. Nope, it's not Knoxville. That's in Crossville. I know, that's in Gatlinburg. Not here. It is today. Get out and enjoy it. This is your snow day in the valley. So that's an example of the variations we're seeing. Now let's take you to TDOT SmartWay camera, and this is what we're seeing on the roads. Again, got the middle and right-hand lane. No left lane today. TDOT's going to use their best resources for 1 or 2 lanes, and not a lot of folks need to be out on the roadways anyway. But again, they're doing the best job they can to at least give some lanes. But even then, you got to go slow on the interstates. There's a lot of slush. Guess what's going to happen to that slush tonight? Yep, even on treat, it doesn't matter if it's been treated or not. It's going to be icy. Okay, so there's going to be that icy layer underneath. This is Hall of Fame. This is Hall of Fame moving south. Downtown's up here for perspective. This is the on-ramp coming off Broadway, getting on to 40 westbound right here. And so we pick it up for perspective. Again, downtown's here. So that's looking west that way. All right, and that's a look at, again, we've got the interstates that are moving, but those on-ramps and everywhere else. This is our live downtown camera. Of course, the sun lowering the sky, and that's the other thing. Temperatures are lowering. The sun's going down. Snowing pretty good. All that says hazardous roads will continue. And so travel is discouraged. Stay home, stay safe, stay warm. Enjoy the snowfall. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this if you love snow. You can look outside and then continue to watch. 30 degrees right now. A calm wind currently. That's about to change. After the snow tapers off late tonight, early in the morning, the precip will be drier tomorrow, and will be drier, but we're going to be much colder. Look at the temperatures in the teens on the plateau, with forecast lows tonight in the single digits, plateau in teens. Here's the major concern. I'll talk more about this next weather segment. Flash freeze. Everywhere, if you're getting rain right now, you've got ice, then snow still tonight. Okay, we'll talk more about that coming up in just a little bit, but more snow and ice still to come through this evening. We'll have more on that just ahead. Back to you, John and Robin.
All right, Todd, we appreciate it. Thanks.
The young kids and the young at heart, not the only ones enjoying a snow day today. How about this video from Zoo Knoxville? I think JJ sent us this video. These are the otters, Clayton and Pascal, as well as Reed, enjoying the snow.
Zoo Knoxville says all of its animals are prepared for cold and snowy weather with warm dens, but as you can see by those otters, they don't seem to mind. They're thriving. The zoo is closed tomorrow, though, because of the weather. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this quick break.
The 10 News weather team is always here to help. Download the 10 News app for the latest updates on winter storms.
Love your home from the inside and out with new windows from Infinity from Marvin. Ultrex fiberglass is 8 times stronger than vinyl and virtually maintenance-free. Infinity's energy-efficient windows and doors are built for life and backed by our limited lifetime warranty. Give your home the fresh new look it deserves and find out why more people are choosing fiberglass.
10 News is your resource during winter storms.
Winter storm warning for all of East Tennessee.
Down into the teens and into the single digits.
There's another round coming, and that one is going to be the real doozy.
If you don't have to be out right now, just don't be.
Remember, there's a layer of ice underneath the snow.
Starting to see it stick to some of those untreated roadways on the edges.
Do not be on the roads if you do not have to.
Weather and news you can rely on to keep you safe. Only on 10 News.
Spectrum Mobile brings you our best deal to start the new year. Now you can get unlimited mobile for $15 per line. Switch to Spectrum Mobile Unlimited for just $15 per line with no added taxes or hidden fees and no contracts. Save over $1,400 for the first year. Call 855-231-7007. Spectrum Mobile includes nationwide 5G and the fastest wireless speeds with unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to Spectrum Mobile Unlimited for just $15 per line. Call 855-231-7007 or visit a Spectrum store near you.
Believe in the Smoky Mountains, the Mississippi River, and all the good people in between them. Believe in the corner stores, sidewalk shops, meat and threes, and mom and pops. Believe in doing things the right way, even if it's not the easy way. We do, because we believe in you. We're Farm Bureau Insurance, and we don't just believe in Tennessee, we believe in Tennesseans. Farm Bureau Insurance, Tennessee's insurance company.
All property owners are responsible for ensuring their property is safe from harm. At Wedemark Keith, we have seen firsthand the harm that can occur because of unsafe premises, from broken bones, paralysis, to even death. If you or a loved one have been harmed on someone else's property through no fault of your own, you have legal rights. We have been protecting those rights for many years. Let us help you. At Wedemark Keith, it's more to us. It's personal.
Knoxville Wholesale Furniture, the largest furniture retailer in the state of Tennessee, with 3 superstore locations, brings you thousands of yellow tag sale prices plus 0% interest, and we pay your sales tax. More bedrooms, more recliners, more custom upholstery, more leather furniture, and the most exciting mattress selection in the state. Do not miss out on this limited time offer. Thousands of yellow tag sale prices plus 0% interest, and we pay your sales tax. That's right, we pay your sales tax with 3 superstore locations. Knoxville Wholesale Furniture. You just can't do any better.
Download the 10 News app for the latest weather forecasts, severe weather alerts, and live radar. The 10 News app is here to help. Download the 10 News app today.
Again, such a rare event. We don't see it snow all day in East Tennessee, especially in the city of Knoxville. It has today.
Absolutely. So earlier today, Becca Sweet went out on our weather porch. She took a measure, 2 inches. We're going to check in with Cassie Null, who's out on our weather porch. Give us a guesstimate. How much do you think?
Well, let me just go right. I'm literally, this is like past my ankles. Let me just come in back here and just kind of hold it up here. We're almost to 7 inches.
Wow.
Wow.
And I'm not kidding, like it is deep. I just had to shove the door to get it open to come out here. And I mean, it's kind of drifting in some places even deeper. You know, trying to figure out how I'm gonna get home tonight. I'm gonna have to shovel my car out of the parking lot. And that is because of this very, very intense snow band that is moving across the air right now. You can see just how hard it's just pouring down. And that means that the totals that we've already seen, we could add to those by another inch or 2, maybe more. I mean, look at some of these totals that we've had. Blaine in Granger County reporting 7 inches of snow. Corryton has 6.3 as of when I got the report about an hour ago, so those numbers have definitely jumped up. Mascot is also reporting 7 inches of snow. Morristown is at a 5.5. I've seen Lenore City about 6 inches. And even up in Clinton, we've had a 7-inch snow total. And just let me tell you again, but just because of how hard the snow is falling, we could see these accumulations continue to add up very quickly. Now, I know our eastern counties in Sevier County, Blount County are like, but what about me? I've seen some pictures coming out of there, and there's a lot of grass. But the main thing we want to emphasize is it may change over to snow for you, but overall, roads are going to be a huge issue tonight and again into the day tomorrow, because what is liquid now is expected to freeze overnight. The National Weather Service is using a terminology or the wording, black ice is a near certainty, which is very strong wording coming from them. So again, please stay off the roads the rest of the night tonight and plan to stay off of the roads early tomorrow as well. We're going to see those temperatures dropping tonight, a flash freeze
is expected, and in areas that have the heavy snow, that's going to lead to ice. Where we've had the rain, that's definitely going to lead to very, very slick conditions.
That says a lot
It
when
does.
black ice is a certainty. All right, Cassie, thank you very much. Keep the snowballs coming. All right, thank you.
In the next half hour, we're going to take you back outside in Knox County, Sevier County, another weather update as well from Chief Meteorologist Todd Howe. Back in minutes.
Bruno! Bruno!
Pup on the run? No problem. With 5 drive modes, Rogue makes this a walk in the park.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Now get a low $309 per month lease or get 1.9% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue.
The Ashley Home Store has been factory authorized to receive direct pricing from the largest furniture manufacturer in the world. Factory direct sale prices, 0% financing, and we pay your sales tax. Buy direct from the biggest furniture manufacturer in the world. Living rooms, bedrooms, dining room furniture at factory direct prices. 0% financing and we pay your sales tax. This incredible special will only be offered for a limited time. Visit the Ashley Home Store in Turkey Creek.
A puddle on the floor or a crack in the basement wall is often something homeowners feel like they can handle themselves. But these can be signs of a much larger, more serious foundation problem. The very structure of your whole house could be compromised.
Let Guardian Foundation put your mind at ease with our proven techniques and products. We repair what you see and fix what you don't. Call Guardian Foundation Repair today and rest easy knowing your biggest investment is on a solid foundation.
10 News is your resource during winter storms.
Winter storm warning for all of East Tennessee.
Down into the teens and into the single digits.
There's another round coming, and that one is going to be the real doozy.
If you don't have to be out right now, just don't be.
Remember, there's a layer of ice underneath the snow.
Starting to see it stick to some of those untreated roadways on the edges.
Do not be on the roads if you do not have to.
Weather and news you can rely on to keep you safe. Only on 10 News.
Spectrum Mobile brings you our best deal to start the new year. Now you can get unlimited mobile for $15 per line. That's right, only $15 a month per line. It's our best price on unlimited mobile. Switch now and save over $1,400 for the first year with Spectrum Mobile, the nation's fastest growing mobile provider. Switch to Spectrum Mobile Unlimited for just $15 per line with no added taxes or hidden fees and no contracts. Call 855-204-1678 or visit a Spectrum store near you. With Spectrum Mobile, you get a fast, reliable 5G network that millions of customers rely on. And you get the fastest wireless speeds with unlimited data to stream all day and the freedom to text and talk all you want. Plus nationwide 5G at no additional cost. All this for $15 a line with no added taxes or hidden fees. Start saving over $1,400 on your mobile bill now. Switch to Spectrum Mobile Unlimited for just $15 per line with no added taxes or hidden fees and no contracts. Call 855-204-1678 or visit a Spectrum store near you.
Happy snow day, everyone.
Yeah.
A 10 Impact Day. Thank you so much for joining us for 10 News at 5. I'm Robin Wilhoit, and thank you for those pictures.
Yes, we are having so much fun. I'm John Becker, and we have been having a great time throughout the afternoon delivering those photos to you, and they're easy to send to us. If you just pull out your camera phone right now and scan the QR code on your screen there, it will take you directly to our app and an easy way to upload them. And it's been a fun day, and the turn we're making, though, is into the danger zone tonight, especially for places where we may see some black ice, which Cassie just let us know is imminent.
That's right. The temperatures are starting to fall. And guys, we are starting to see situations play out on the roads and beyond with these falling temperatures. And in some cases, the water turning to ice.
Yeah, I'm just going to come on over in the weather bar because we've been in long-form coverage, and Cassie can talk in my mic right here, but long-form coverage of this winter storm all day long. The concern, big concern actually, is that water freezing. A flash freeze in southern areas, even areas had rain. We've had the snow, beautiful, but it's all going to be a mess. And Cassie, I'll let you talk about the traffic right there.
There's the traffic map right now. We do have an accident at I-75 in Callahan starting to show up. And we also were just talking about the weight of this snow because we've seen so much of it. Where it is sticking to power lines and on trees, that's starting to weigh them down. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start to have some power outage issues in some of those areas that have seen some of that heavier snowfall. Again, with traffic though, that's our big issue at the moment is the roads have deteriorated very, very quickly, not just in and around the Knoxville area, but area wide. And particularly on the bigger roads, that's what we're seeing here, I-75 and I-40. In and out of the Knoxville area. Notice how those are orange, seeing more of the slowdown at this moment. You got to remember, I-40 and I-75 are interstates that people from the west and the east go through, and from the south and the north. So those poor folks down in Atlanta that are not having the system drive north, and if they were not prepared, hello and welcome to a winter wonderland that is East Tennessee at this moment. Same from people coming from the north and people coming from the west as well. So just so you know, this isn't all local traffic that's causing a lot of these issues on the roads, but nonetheless, please stay home if you can. There's that incident on I-75 in Callahan. Looks like traffic is completely stopped on the northbound side of the road right there. We can see flashing lights in the distance. The other thing I want to point out is the low visibility. Because of the heavy snow that we have moving through right now, that also is causing an issue. Please don't drive if you have not driven in snow before. If you don't have the right vehicle to drive in that snow as well, please do not do that. And also, if you do have to be out, take it very, very slow. Leave extra room between you and the car in front of you. Please, we don't want anybody to get hurt. And we're trying to show you everything that we can here from our studios so that you don't have to go out if the curiosity is getting the best of you right now.
Yeah, well said, Cass. Thank you so much. That's the serious part of the storm. We want everybody to get off the road, be home, be safe in your nice, cozy, warm home, enjoy the snow. But that's a live look. As you said, I think that's northbound on the right-hand side, southbound coming toward us. Northbound traffic really slowed up. Let's take a quick check, if we have a moment, of the radar, the heavier bands coming in. And here's what we're looking at. Where you see these darker blue bands from north of Huntsville, right up near Knoxville. See that? Those are that's still to come. So, Cassie, you took a measurement. I had a 7.5 probably about 45 minutes ago. You just did one that was around 8.
Yeah,
but then you had a drift.
And I don't know why it would have drifted because it's not windy, but there's a pile of snow on our porch that has accumulated. That's like 10 to 11 inches deep. And I was thinking about that for like my car, for example, that's been in the parking lot all day. I'm gonna have to dig it out tonight if I want to go anywhere.
Yeah, that's impressive. Again, snow's going to continue at least through this evening in the Central Valley. If you're seeing rain, you're likely going to see that change to ice and snow as we get on into later this evening, especially closer to midnight. You'll get the freezing rain, the sleet, snow, and hazardous roads likely. It's unfortunately, not to say this lightly, it's going to be a mess on the roads tonight and early in the morning, so please stay safe, stay off the roads. John and Robin, back to you.
All right. On this 10 weather impact day, and every day for that matter, we want to keep you informed as the weather changes. So download the 10 News app. There you'll find all the details, the time frame. You can download it from the App Store, and it's free.
Again, a great day to get outside and walk to your destination. And yes, Vinay has had a great time in West Knoxville. He's at Lakeshore Park. We check in once again. Hey, Vinay.
Hey John, I know you've been competitive about snow totals, so I want you to know I am measuring right now and it is just over 7.5 inches, almost 8 inches of snow that we're seeing here at Lakeshore Park. So John, just to let you know, 8 inches more than the 7 that you all are seeing at the station. It's covered my snow boots and everything like that. Folks were out here at Lakeshore Park all day today, sledding, throwing snowballs at each other, having a lot of fun. They've all now started to head back home as the sun starts to set, and that's probably a good idea. The roads do not look good here, and they are snow covered, and we've gotten about an inch of snow in the last hour, so it's still falling at a pretty fast clip. I want to tell you though, John and Robin, if you don't know what to do with the snow when you come back inside, here's my suggestion, something that we used to do when we were kids. This is my audition for having a cooking show. You take a little bit of snow, put a little bit of honey on top, maybe some maple syrup, and you've got a delicious snack.
Okay, after we wrap up this newscast, I'm gonna go out to the parking lot. Maybe not the parking lot, but we'll find some snow and some
Vinay
syrup.
Simlot with a cooking tip on a snow day. We appreciate it, Vinay. We're going to be back with more.
Make sure the snow is white.
Yes,
Bon
that's
appetit.
a great point. We'll be back right after this.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Guardian Foundation Repair.
Eliminate moisture, keep critters out, and restore your air quality in your home. Call Guardian Foundation Repair today.
The 10 News Weather Team is always here to help. Download the 10 News app for the latest updates on winter storms.
0% financing, 0 down payment, 0 payments until spring. You'll save a ton at Airport Honda, the home of 000 during Happy Honda Days. Right now, for a limited time, get 0% financing, 0 down payment, or 0 payments until spring. 000 on over 500 vehicles in stock and ready to go. And it all comes with a lifetime engine warranty and 2 years of no-cost scheduled maintenance. Get to the home of 000 before it's over at Airport Honda.
You know, you've got it pretty good. Streaming this much stuff was never this easy. Yes! Nice eye thingies.
They're collagen boosters. Get internet on the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming for $20 a month for 12 months. And Add Now TV for $20. It's the best value in live TV and streaming.
You guys like this show too?
Yes, chef! Get way more into what you're into when you stream on the Xfinity 10G network.
Hot Wheels fans, don't miss the exciting return of Hot Wheels Monster Trucks Live Glow Party at Food City Center. Don't miss the debut of the all-new Hot Wheels 5 Alarm. Watch your favorite Hot Wheels monster trucks light up the floor, including Gungster, Bone Shaker, and the legendary Bigfoot. Plus the dazzling dance party, laser light show, and more. And special kids pricing available. Don't miss this one-of-a-kind Hot Wheels experience. January 27th and 28th at Food City Center. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com.
If you start to notice the signs of a settling foundation, don't wait. Don't risk damage to expensive renovations and new floors. Those can wait. Your foundation can't. Call Ramjack Foundation Repair for an on-site evaluation. If we discover unhealthy settlement, we'll engineer an affordable solution to stop damaging settlement permanently. A healthy foundation is a healthy home. Rely on the experts. Rely on Ramjack Foundation Repair.
They say post it or it didn't happen. But out here, in the places we were made for, you'll have to take our word for it. Find somewhere the internet's never been. With a family of Broncos designed to get you there.
Now get 0.9% APR financing for 60 months on a 2023 Ford Bronco Sport SUV.
We've been waiting for you. Wheel of Fortune is your passport to fun. Here we go! You're a smooth talker. Give her some money. Shut up!
Weeknights at 7 on WBIR.
We've been talking about those snow totals everywhere, including our backyard.
That's right. Yes, right over there where meteorologist Todd Howell is standing by. Todd, the snow, it's just inching upward.
Yeah, it is. And I tell you what, I don't know. Cassie Nall just did a video, both in real time and slow-mo. She's going to be posting that on our social media platforms. It's very impressive. Some of these flakes are getting bigger than nickel size, and it's coming down at a pretty good rate. This is the darker blue we're seeing on radar that's showing up. So this is going to be an inch per hour snowfall rate, probably for the next few hours. I mean, I'm looking at it's coming down fast. These flakes are getting bigger. And a quick check, we'll try to give an updated snowfall. Wow, let me do one more. The reason I laughed, that's 8 1/4 to 8 1/2. The first one had 9. I think it's a slight drift. About 8 1/4 to almost 8 1/2. This is an inch per hour snowfall. And again, that's unofficial, just out here on Channel 10 weather porch, but heavy snowfall. TDOT Smartway roads, there's a big flake. It's continuing to just plop down here in North Knoxville. Again, roads are snow covered. Icy conditions will be developing. If you've had the rain and the warmer temperatures, you've got the icing and then some sleet, freezing rain, snow coming on top of that. So we certainly want you to stay home, stay safe. Again, we're just looking at this is is the bands on radar showing those heavier flakes of snow. It's probably going to be with us for a few more hours and slowly wind down later tonight, and then frigid temperatures building in the next couple of nights and days. Stay home, stay safe, and we'll be right here to keep you updated. John and Robin.
Todd, thank you so much.
We'll be right back. Stay with us.
10 News is your resource during winter storms.
Down into the teens and into the single digits.
Stay safe on the roads during this weather event.
A lot of sleet, a lot of ice. Alcoa Highway was not as bad as we had expected.
Only on 10 News. Here's a look at what's coming up tonight on WBIR and NBC. This look at primetime is brought to you by Food City. Nobody does food like Food City.
Hey, it's winter.
And around here, that means you can go from this to this, just like that.
But if you've got a powerful new Tundra, you're ready, willing, and capable to take on winter.
Because Toyota has more all-wheel drive vehicles than any other brand.
And Tundra's got the best resale value in its class.
During Toyota's Ready for Anything event, get low 4.99 APR financing on any new Tundra.
Or lease one from just $439 a month.
Get yourself ready for anything.
Toyota, let's go places.
Hi, I'm Larry Janeski from Master Services. We're the all things basement-y company. Did you know that you can lift sinking patios, sidewalks, and garage floors instead of replacing them for a fraction of the cost? You know, settling soils and erosion can undermine your patio, sidewalk, or garage floors, making them crack and sink, creating tripping hazards and unlevel surfaces, and they only get worse over time. In 15 minutes, we can lift your concrete back to level. For a safe, secure, and level concrete slab, call Master Services today for all things basement-y.
Meet Clean Boss, the most powerful botanical disinfectant and cleaner in the world. No harsh chemicals and safe around people and pets. Clean Boss kills COVID-19 virus, cold and flu virus, and RSV. Go to shopcleanboss.com now.
Discover new opportunities together in a new Chevy. Meet up in an award-winning Equinox. Lend a hand in the Silverado with up to 14 available camera views. Or mix it up in the Trax with an 11-inch diagonal display screen. Find the Chevy that's right for you. Get 1.9% financing on all 2024 Silverado models. Or get $5,000 total value on LTZ and High Country models when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
See your East Tennessee Chevy dealers.
The staff at the Allergy, Asthma, and Sinus Center, they're so friendly. You get to know them, so you know everybody's name, they know your name. And so I say that it's, instead of being a doctor's office, they're like friends and family.
Well, the snow continues to fall in much of East Tennessee, and also the temperatures falling at the same time. That combination creating some unfortunate situations on our roadways.
We're seeing the consequences. We're going to check in with Chief Meteorologist Todd Howell with that traffic update. Hey, Todd.
Hey, John, Robin, thank you so much. Yeah, this is happening right now. We're seeing some slowdowns, even some stop traffic, including Callahan Road, northbound Interstate 75. That's one slow area. We're also seeing it at Pellissippi and Lovell Road. So first of all, our the TDOT SmartWay camera, yeah, there you go. You see, as Castanel talked about a moment ago, we don't know exactly the cause. We see the flashing lights. Something's off the road up there. And you can see the slowdown again. That's northbound I-75 at Callahan, just beforehand. And southbound coming toward us on the left-hand side is fine, but that's northbound. Again, and keep in mind, this is a Knoxville thruway for out-of-state motors traveling through. It's not just like folks getting out and enjoying it here at home in Knoxville. We know to stay off the roads, and so I hope you're doing that. This is 75 at Merchant. And again, this is going toward that Callahan, so they're going to start to slow down. Notice, look at that. There's only really one decent lane, it looks like. I mean, the far left-hand lane is certainly snow covered. So we are looking at heavy snow bands continuing to move through the region for the next several hours, and roads will continue to deteriorate. John and Robin?
Todd, thank you. And you may have seen us talk about this story. A Harvard professor is sharing his lessons on happiness with students at the University of Tennessee.
Arthur Brooks, he is a man on a mission to spread happiness, that former head of a Washington think tank, now crisscrosses the country talking about happiness, including at the University of Tennessee, where he is a fellow at the Baker School. Now, we wanted, unfortunately, to bring you this story today, but here, unfortunately, because of the weather, we're going to have to move it to another day, but we will be sure to let you know when it will air.
Again, more of our 10 Weather Impact Day coming. Knox County students out of school today, not even because of snow. Of course, this is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. It's a holiday, but it's also turned into a snow day, so we know a lot of students are enjoying it.
Snow days, I guess we should add there. 10 News anchor Brittany Bailey spoke with the Knox County School Superintendent earlier today about canceling schools the next 2 days. Brittany?
Yes, John and Robin, that decision came during the noon hour. So Knox County students will be out of school for both tomorrow and Wednesday. That marks 6 days in a row after that school closure on Friday for those students because of high winds. But Superintendent Dr. John Ricewick said students will be just fine. They'll pick up where they left off, and they should just spend time having fun in this winter weather.
We don't get snows like this very often, and I think, this may not be what the superintendent should say, but enjoy it. I think there's so many good family memories you can make right now, and we're seeing the same social media posts of people making snowmen, and we've missed for sick days and things like that in the past, and our kids still continue to do well because our staffs are very, very flexible in what they do. So we want our staffs to enjoy it too. We don't want them to have to be redoing the lesson plans and all that. There's some things you just sometimes have to enjoy.
That fun in the snow may not last too long, though, because we're about to be facing some really cold temperatures, and that could mean school leaders have another decision to make. They don't want students standing outside in frigid weather waiting for the school bus, so they do plan to make a decision about school for Thursday on Wednesday afternoon, and of course, we'll keep you updated on that. John and Robin.
Brittany, we definitely will. Thanks so much for that update, and we know those flurries have been flying and continue to do so as Todd's tracking them as we speak.
And the forecast really interesting as we push through the night. Meteorologist Todd Howell joining us. Todd, with these falling temperatures, of course, anything that's wet, it's going to freeze.
Yeah, again, a lot of concerns tonight, especially when it comes to the roads and travel. And the best thing we can advise, if you don't have to get out, certainly don't. Stay off the roads. Again, the roads are bad now. They're going to get worse because the temperatures are plummeting into the teens and even single digits on the plateau tonight. So anything that's, slushy automatically becomes frozen and icy and very hazardous. All the snow that's been accumulating, again, here in the Channel 10 on our porch, we're up to about 8.5 inches now. That's unofficial. We'll have official numbers forthcoming, but we got some widespread 7-inch plus amounts already coming in the valley. And so all that's going to be becoming a hard snowpack with freezing conditions and very icy layer underneath, even for areas that have had the rain. This is the biggest concern really for you, is all that water is going to freeze, and we're talking about a flash freeze. What does that mean? Well, by nature of the word, flash means a rapid freeze, basically, rapid freeze. It's going to freeze quickly as those temperatures drop quickly. Again, even though you've had rain, you haven't been that far above freezing, right? So it doesn't take too long to get below freezing. And so here's what we're looking at right now. 30 in Knoxville. This is at the airport where officially 3.1 inches of snow has come in at McGee-Tyson Airport. 12 miles to the north, we got over 8 inches here. 5 inches difference between the airport and here in North Knoxville. It's fascinating. 30 Lenoir City, Sweetwater, you just dropped a degree. 31, you're just like Maryville now. I see Pigeon Forge, Newport, and Greenville, you're all at 34. Above freezing, down to Tellico Plains, that's going to be changing. Look at the temperature in Crossville, 18, 17 in Jamestown. That's the air temperature. Look at the lows tonight. 5 in Crossville, 6 in Jamestown, teens everywhere else. Pigeon Forge, look at your low tonight, 12. You got a 34 right now, and you're getting down to 12. And you look at all that water, yeah, there you go. That's the problem. The icy conditions, the rapid freeze, and you're also going to get some winter weather on top of that ice. So you're going to see some snow in the mountains and foothills, even though you hadn't had as much due to a warmed layer that's moved up in your neck of the woods. And then highs tomorrow, look at that. It does not get above freezing. So whatever falls sticks and will continue to be a hazard on the roadways. for at least the next couple of days and nights and mornings. And then, of course, we'll talk about the refreeze. And there's a look at that wider band that's coming into our region. So here's a look at what we've been talking about. We've got those darker snow blue bands that are the heavier snow. One just went across North Knoxville, and now we're seeing some of those heavier snow bands showing up around Dandridge. You could be having everything from rain, sleet, and heavy wet snow, big flakes coming into Douglas Dam and Dandridge into the Lakeway area. That's heading toward Newport, and so that pink mix area will go to snow right there before midnight tonight and continue into early in the morning before we gradually see improving conditions. And I know we haven't had a chance to look ahead too much. I'll talk more about this in a moment. Your 7-day forecast, we're going to stay below freezing until Thursday afternoon. We're under a 10 weather impact day through Wednesday. And then we got another chance for a wintry mix and some Arctic air moving in this upcoming weekend. Most of next week looks like we'll have a January thaw. Let's go back to you now, John, Robin.
Todd, thank you.
We have just done this with the snow globe today,
yeah.
And it stayed that way throughout the day. We're going to be back in 3 minutes with another look at your forecast. And before we head to break, we want to take a moment to honor civil rights icon, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. We are celebrating his life, legacy, and impact on the history of this country. You can learn a lot more at WBIR.com right now.
Peanut butter and bacon may seem crazy to you, but this is just smooth peanut butter and crispy bacon asking a double cheeseburger with melty cheese and a shake to love them. It's peanut butter bacon time at Sonic.
Bruno! Bruno! Pup on the run? No problem. With 5 drive modes, Road makes this a walk in the park.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Now get a low $309 per month lease or get 1.9% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue.
The opportunities for aging in place have never been easier, especially when it comes to safety in your bathroom. It's Ashton, back with Darren Stiegel from New Bath Today, who's here to explain how his team is creating a safer bathing experience for customers and doing it with style.
Now, Ashton, you hear me talking safety a lot, and creating a safer, age-in-place solution is what makes New Bath Today exceptional. And with the Kohler Luxstone shower system, tub-to-shower conversions are by far the most common requests we receive.
Why tub-to-shower conversions?
Well, see, our customers express concern with their tub's high barrier, combined with a wet floor, could cause them to fall and hurt themselves. But with Luxstone, safety and functionality don't have to come at the expense of luxury. Now, follow me, because I'm going to demonstrate how people watching can have the best of both worlds.
This looks like the perfect example of someone who wanted to prioritize safety in the shower.
Absolutely, and as you can see, we took out the old tub and replaced it with a low threshold shower. Grab bars are positioned for an easy grip next to the folding seat. Finally, we have our customizable shower head features. This one features removable handheld shower attached to a slide bar. Now, the base, bar, seat, and shower head all work in tandem to prioritize your safety and comfort.
I really love this shower wall. Explain more about the options people have for wall surrounds.
Well, this wall surround, the gray and white stone design, is called Calcutta Crema. This is just one of a multitude of wall styles and patterns you can choose from. It's made of 70% crushed stone, grout-free, and has the look and feel of natural stone without the need of hard scrubbing.
What's the next step for those interested in a new walk-in shower?
Well, you call the number on your screen to schedule a risk-free in-home consultation. We'll bring the showroom to your living room with various samples, grab measurements of the bath space, and allow you to completely customize your safer, more luxurious walk-in shower.
Any special offers?
Well, for the month of January, I'm taking $2,024 off your new walk-in shower, plus no payments until 2025 and a $200 Amazon gift card with purchase.
Take $2,024 off your new walk-in shower, plus make no payments until 2025. And a $200 Amazon gift card with purchase. Call New Bath today.
Now for just $1.99, enjoy the Sonic quarter-pound double cheeseburger. Because we value value just as much as we value tasty burgers, we decided to shrink the price of this melty fan favorite. In finance, they call that one heck of a deal. $1.99 Sonic quarter-pound double cheeseburger.
It has been a long day of snow in East Tennessee, and night is falling with that. The temperatures and the concern now being freezing on the roadways.
We're already seeing the impact of that on travel. Todd joins us once again for an update before the top of the hour.
Yeah, thank you so much, John and Robin. And we'll get to our drive times in a moment. Let's start with these TDOT SmartWay cameras. And this is northbound Callahan 75 moving along. Again, law enforcement up to the right. Looks like maybe some type of tractor or vehicle off the road there has got things backed up. Southbound traffic doing okay. This is, again, at Cumberland and Alcoa Highway, and yeah, I believe that's near Cherokee Trail. Look at the roadways. You can tell it's been treated, but it's being snow covered because the rates of snowfall are continuing to have an impact on the roads. Now we go to drive times, and again, we are looking at very slow go. Again, that at almost stopped traffic, 75 northbound near Callahan, and also we got reports of very slow traffic, Pellissippi, Level Road, and of course, where you see the orange, in and through downtown Knoxville, throughout West Knox County, down to Loudoun County, all over, it's slow. Even Oak Ridge Highway, again, Pellissippi into Anderson County is also very slow. So if you can stay off the road, stay home, we certainly highly recommend that. There's a look at the drive times, again, from the split to downtown. It's going to take about 48 minutes. The snow continues. We're going to have a full update coming up. How long will the snow last, and how low could those temperatures go tonight and the next couple of nights? That forecast coming up. John, Robin?
As we near the top of the hour, you can download this, your 10 News app, and that'll keep you posted throughout anytime you want it in the palm of your hands, staying up to date on the forecast.
And that is our time for 10 News at 5, 10 News at 6, and our continuing snow coverage coming up right after this.
Hey folks, it's Greg from Rusty Wallace Toyota, and I've got some great news for you. We're having our winter savings sale, and we got a great selection of new Toyotas and some of our best deals ever. Choose from our biggest sellers like Toyota Corolla, Camry, Crown, and the rugged Tundra 4x4 truck, all with 4.99 financing for up to 60 months. And every new Toyota comes with Rusty's exclusive 200,000-mile warranty. Hurry out today. Rusty Wallace Toyota in Morristown. You'll love what you drive.
West Shore Home is growing and is looking for shower and bath installers. Whether you are an accomplished installation expert or looking to grow your career, we want to talk to you. Visit work@wsh.com to learn more.
Ten News in High Definition is sponsored by Premier Family of Dealerships. 10 News on WBIR starts now.
Good evening. Thank you for watching us on this 10 Weather Impact Day. I'm Robin Wilhoit.
And I'm John Becker. We hope you're home, safe, and warm. Tonight, we continue our coverage of this winter storm and its impact across East Tennessee. This is what many of us saw heading into work, and other folks getting a chance to enjoy this snow day.
We have our crews out and about all over East Tennessee this evening. Vinay Simlot in Knox County, Lauren Davis is in Blount County, and Maria Guzman in Sevier County. But first, we want to get a check of the traffic.
And this is going to be critical, not just now, but throughout the evening. Chief Meteorologist Todd Howell joining us with the very latest on what the roads are looking like. Todd?
John, Robin, thank you so much. And first of all, folks, good evening to you. How are you doing today? Hope you're enjoying this beautiful snow day, but on the serious side, we got traffic issues. Yes, as you can imagine, when you get over 7 to over 8 inches of snow some areas already here in the valley, including Knoxville, we got problems on the roadways. Ice and snowy conditions will continue tonight. Travel discouraged. Going up 75 northbound, Callahan Road, very slow conditions from the split to downtown. It's going to take over 48 minutes. Here's a check of what we're seeing on TDOT SmartWay camera right now, and you can see that we are looking at that traffic is very slow just at Callahan Road and also at Cumberland. We've got another TDOT SmartWay camera view that shows it's also very slow conditions there coming into Knoxville. So that's what we're looking at right there, and we'll keep you updated as far as what we're looking at going forward. Now, here's what we're looking at for tonight. Again, we do have that snow continuing across the region, and moderate snow is going to continue. We'll get to radar in just a moment with your futurecast. This is downtown Knoxville, and there's a look at the moderate to heavier snow continuing. Again, low visibilities. The sun has set. Temperatures are dropping. Right now in Knoxville, we just dropped 2 degrees. We were 30, 28. Feels like 22. The winds are going to start kicking up. It's going to be very cold. We're dropping the teens tonight. And so here's the issue. While we've got more moderate to heavier snow that will continue, and we've had it all day long here in the valley, Areas across the southern parts and the mountains and foothills, you've seen the rain showers, and we also are looking at warmer air that's been pushing in right in this area. So while you've had the rain, colder air is moving into your neck of the woods, and you're going to be seeing the moisture on the roads freeze. We call that a flash freeze, and rapidly freezing conditions on the roads with freezing rain, sleet, and snow likely in the mountains and foothills. So I know you've had rain and above average freezing temperatures so far, but that's changing. Look at Pigeon Forge. You were 34, you're now 32. Maryville, you just dropped to 29. Sweetwater below freezing. And look at the lows tonight, teens in the valley. All that water's going to freeze. A hard freeze likely tonight, and we stay below freezing tomorrow with teens and 20s. So again, the biggest concern, the roadways, stay off the roads if you can. And then we're talking about those below freezing temperatures that are going to be lasting all the way into early Thursday afternoon, the next several days and nights. We'll be back to talk about how much more snow we could see before it ends late tonight tomorrow morning. Coming up, John and Robin.
Truly a tale of two different snow days, depending upon where you are in East Tennessee. Todd, thank you, and you can always stay up to date with the latest weather and traffic with the 10 News app.
We're going to get straight out to our other team coverage, and Vinay Simlot has spent the day at Lakeshore Park seeing big crowds and people having a lot of fun out there, Vinay.
And we've seen upwards of 8.5 inches of snow here at Lakeshore Park. A lot of them have cleared out now. The sun has started to set. The snow is still falling, but most folks are now back home in the warmth of their homes, getting dinner. Worked up quite an appetite out here. We want to show you some video from earlier today. We met a 5th grader named Ansel who had a good time building snowmen even though the snow was light and powdery. He started pelting his mom with snowballs too, his poor mom. We saw lots of sledders hanging out at Lakeshore today. Ansel used a pizza pan of all things to sled down the hill, and folks had a lot of fun, but county crews were working hard to keep up with the snow that's falling so quickly.
You know, we'll plow a road. By the time we turn around and pick up the other lane, you can't even tell we've done it. So unfortunately, it has got ahead of us a little bit, but the guys are out there, you know, working as hard as they can, and been out there now for about 16 hours straight.
And I want to show you the roads from this morning. We drove over one of them, and this will tell you the story. Squirrel, the driver, he plowed it. As we turned around to get the other side, the part he had just plowed was covered in snow again. So remember, tomorrow as you wake up, as you get out the door, the roads have a lot of snow on them. They're working hard to keep up, but it'll take them a long time. The snow is still falling, it is still fresh, and it is nice powder. And 7 hours apart, I'm ready for my second snow angel, John and Robin.
Abby Ham would be so proud. She's probably fast asleep right now.
Absolutely. We've been watching you throughout the day. All right, go get some rest. Thank you very much.
Again, the conditions are really getting worse in terms of the temperatures, and that's why we're seeing warming shelters open across the region today.
In Knoxville and Knox County, 3 sites set up at local churches. You can go to Cokesbury Church, that's on Kingston Pike. It's open from 7 tonight until 8 tomorrow morning.
Vestal United Methodist Church on Ogle Avenue opened at 5 this evening. It will close at 10 in the morning. And Magnolia Avenue United Methodist Church opened at 5 o'clock today as well. They will close tomorrow at 10, and those churches will all close their doors tonight at 8 o'clock.
A warming center also opening in Blount County. It is at the First Baptist Church of Maryville. That center will be open until Thursday. That's the 18th. It will be open from 7 in the evening until 7 in the morning. Well, so many of you have been enjoying snow days, and you are showing us just how much fun you've had.
Oh,
check these out. They keep just outdoing each other.
They're do.
Amazing. And we appreciate you sending them to us.
Let it snow. It says it all in that wreath there. And so many people sending us these photos of their dogs enjoying the snow, the videos. Keep them coming. We're having a great time with you.
So another person who's had a great time outside in the snow, our 10 News reporter Lauren Davis. She is in Blount County tonight. You've been making snow angels, making us snowmen. Just a fun day all around, right?
Yes, John and Robin, we are still in the Foothills Mall parking lot. Me and Katie Edmond have been here since 11:30, and so much has changed since 11:30. We've seen sleet, we've seen rain, we've seen snow. When we first got here, you could see the grass, but now you can't, except for where my friends Tenley and Kyla made, or they're beginning to make a snowman. I'm just recruiting all the kids I can to make a snowman because I've actually never built a snowman. So I really want to see as many snowmen as I can today. Just looking at the roads, those are starting to be covered by snow. Earlier in the day, it was a slushy mix. I'll go actually stand and see what we're seeing now. It feels like snow on top. It feels pretty much like snow, but you always have to be careful because there could be ice hiding under, especially as the temperatures get lower. People have just been out all day having so much fun. I actually sledded. We saw Katie sled a lot, and I did it during a break because I didn't want to fall on camera just in case, but thankfully I didn't. We've had such an interesting day out here. It's nice for it to finally be snow and not rain, but we're going to send it back to the studio.
All right, Lauren.
Where y'all are staying warm.
Thanks so much.
Yes.
We want you to get warm as
Yes.
well, and Katie Inman as well. And she articulated it so well. They have seen so many different phases to that storm system.
That's right. Some of us have had snow all day long. They just now getting it. Okay, earlier this afternoon, we spoke with Knox County School Superintendent John Ryswick about school closures. Knox County students, they will be out of school once again tomorrow and Wednesday.
10 News anchor Brittany Bailey joining us with more. You were on that call, Brittany. He ran through some key points parents should keep in mind.
He definitely did, John and Robin. So school leaders made the call during the noon hour today so that students will be out of school both tomorrow and Wednesday, as you mentioned. But there also is a chance that stretch could last even longer. That is because of the dip in temperatures in our forecast this week. The concern is not necessarily about students being in school. It's really about what they need to do to get there and to get back home again.
You know, all 91 facilities checked out fine today. You know, we have our maintenance people who are there even on days when other folks aren't. Schools make decisions on playground time and all that kind of go in, you know, inside play time as versus outside, those kinds of things. I think the bigger is the fact that, you know, 20,000 students are on buses and they're waiting at a bus stop somewhere, and not everyone has a, you know, heated car to sit in or a parent who has the time to do that. So I think those were going to be considerations we were going to take regardless of snow, but with the snow here too, I think it's probably compounded that.
So again, another quick reminder, Knox County students are out of school both tomorrow and Wednesday. As for Thursday and beyond, school leaders say they do plan to make that decision on Wednesday afternoon, and we'll let you know what is decided. John and Robin.
We certainly will. Brittany Bailey in our newsroom. Thank you, Brittany.
And coming up, we will talk more about the cold temperatures tonight and getting even colder over the next couple of nights and days. So just checking the latest, see how much snow the airport got. We'll have those latest snowfall totals for you coming right up.
And we're in Sevier County, where the area expects about 8 inches of snow. How the county is preparing if you need a warm place to stay in tonight.
It just keeps getting worse.
These are telltale signs that water is shifting your foundation. But it's okay. We got it.
Oh, this is done growing in this house.
Okay.
Cracking drywall is just one sign your foundation is compromised, but you can. Put water back in its place with a free inspection from AFS. For a limited time, get $525 off any repairs when you call or go online today.
Hey y'all, it's Elise from Rusty Walsh Chevrolet. We're kicking off the new year right. The price won't be the problem with deals like these. Rates as low as 1.9%, $6,000 off new Silverados. Plus, every new vehicle comes with Rusty's exclusive no-charge 200,000-mile warranty. Don't forget, the price won't be the problem. So find your roads to Rusty Walsh Chevrolet in Clinton or visit us online at rustywashchevrolet.com, where Chevys cost less.
Believe in the Smoky Mountains, the Mississippi River, and all the good people in between them. Believe in the corner stores, sidewalk shops, meat and threes, and mom and pops. Believe in doing things the right way, even if it's not the easy way. We do, because we believe in you. We're Farm Bureau Insurance, and we don't just believe in Tennessee, we believe in Tennesseans. Farm Bureau Insurance, Tennessee's insurance company.
Bruno! Bruno!
Pup on the run? No problem. With 5 drive modes, road makes this a walk in the park.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Now get a low 309 per month lease or get 1.9% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue.
Knoxville Wholesale Furniture proudly presents American Home, a new collection designed by internationally renowned artist Bob Timberlake. The handcrafted Amish furniture features solid cherry wood with several custom finishes, 100% made in America. Visit the new Bob Timberlake Gallery at Knoxville Wholesale Furniture and see this exclusive limited edition collection. Need a new sofa with over 10,000 fabrics to choose from? Design a custom sofa as unique as you are, starting at the low price of $8.99. Knoxville Wholesale Furniture. You just can't do any better.
Hey, it's winter.
And around here, that means you can go from this to this, just like that.
But if you've got a new Toyota Highlander, you're ready, willing, and capable to take on winter.
Highlander is the most dependable SUV and one of the safest.
Or step up to something grander, the bigger, more powerful, more fuel-efficient Grand Highlander.
Now, during Toyota's Ready for Anything event, get a new 24 Highlander with 4.99 APR financing.
Or get up to $1,000 APR cash on Grand Highlander.
Get yourself ready for anything.
Toyota, let's go places.
The 10 News Weather Team is always here to help. Download the 10 News app for the latest updates on winter storms.
And welcome back. We are going to talk about our traffic update coming up. This is on our main computer. We'll look at Max 2 and switch sources and give you that traffic update right now. We have, as you can see, these are some updated snowfall reports. But again, as far as the traffic conditions go, we are looking at, the slowdowns on the interstates and byways. And we'll show you much more about that coming up. Again, Interstate 75 in Callahan, Pellissippi Level Road, very slow conditions. Stay off the roads if you can. And I'll be back to talk more about those snowfall reports coming up in just a few moments. John and Robin?
All right, Tom. Yeah. Thanks so much. And again, we're continuing our winter weather snow coverage tonight. Those roads, a big concern in the hours ahead.
Yes, the snow continues to fall. The temperatures are falling. Anything wet's going to turn into ice. Now, we have some school closures. Knox County schools closed tomorrow and Wednesday. For the latest on the closures and delays, you can always go to WBIR.com.
We have a lot of crews out trying to bring us the very latest on conditions across East Tennessee, and we're joined now by reporter Maria Guzman. She is in Sevier County and seeing some snowfall there. Maria.
Hey, John. Hey, Robin. Wes, as you mentioned, we're here in Sevier where the snow continues. As you can see, this playground has turned into a winter wonderland. Now, the county is expecting about 6 to 8 inches of snow tonight. Now, in response to that, they are opening up a warming shelter. Now, that starts at 8 p.m. until 8 a.m. and it'll continue from Monday to Tuesday to Wednesday. Now, the county is urging people that if you are going to be driving, especially in those back roads and in high elevation, just to be extra cautious, to leave obviously with extra time. And our coverage here in Sevier County is going to continue tonight. John, Robin.
Maria Guzman in Sevier County for us. Thank you.
From Sevier County back to Knox County, 10 News reporter Ryan Connors. He spent the day in downtown Knoxville and caught up with some folks who are out enjoying this snow day.
Right now, we're on a balcony overlooking downtown Knoxville, and you can see how it is just painted white. In the last 2 hours, it's really started coming down. Roads are becoming icy. Less and less cars we're seeing throughout the day traveling down the roads. And we spoke with a few people who braved the winter storm and were out on the streets today.
We'll go sledding. Sledding? But we're just going to play in the snow for a minute.
One Knoxville man this morning out for a jog, saying that the winter weather couldn't get in the way of his marathon training.
You can't really miss out on your training when you're trying to do something that big, and it was either run in the snow today or it's going to be, what, 10 degrees, 20 degrees colder tomorrow.
Some families making the most of the winter day.
The only thing you did is you went to about 5 Targets yesterday looking for sleds.
I did. I got the last 2 sleds in Knoxville.
One thing that we saw a whole lot of today was dogs.
I'm taking Amelia out for a walk to the dog park to play in the snow because she was dragging me around this morning, excited to play.
Reporting from Knoxville with Olivia Daig, I'm Ryan Connors.
That right there was priceless.
Yes, it was.
That's priceless as well. So many of you have been so great to share with us.
The goat.
looking like Santa, actually.
Yes.
But thank you once again for sharing all these wonderful snow pics with us. Keep them coming because they put a smile on our face.
They certainly do. And we've wanted to celebrate this day with you because we talked about the timing of this winter storm is about as good as it gets when you already have most people off for the day and you can just say, please stay home, and people say, no problem, we've got it. It worked out.
It worked out perfectly for some Knox County students. Tomorrow's going to work out perfectly, and other students who are off tomorrow. We want to turn once again to the man who's been keeping an eye on how this system has played out throughout the region. It's been very different depending upon where you are, Todd, right?
Yeah, it really has. You know what? We've all endured this together, haven't we? I mean, a beautiful snow day in East Tennessee on the fun side, which we're going to show you some more fun pictures coming up. Yeah, it's been a gorgeous snow day here in the valley. On the serious side, traffic. Yeah, we'll get to all those details coming up. All right, here's what's going on right now across the region as we are looking at, again, the temperatures. That 31 degrees for the high temperature was the high today, and the low this morning, 27. And we're looking at, again, the temperatures that will continue to drop on down. 87 100s across the airport, which has measured just over 3 inches of snow. Okay, so here's a look at some pictures. Christy Henderson, that's a perfect Channel 10 snow angel right there. I give you a 10 right there for that. That is a gorgeous picture. Look at Travis Dennison in this picture. The kids out throwing snowballs, dogs having fun, playing in the snow earlier today. Brian Case, look at the form here, sliding down, stop, ready to throw a snowball. Thank you, Brian. Snow day indeed. And take a look. This is this cute picture. Kim Smith shared that with us. That's just wonderful. Some younger kids, probably young kiddos, maybe their first snow of the season and experience rather. Emily Wakefield sledding down the hill, her kiddos just enjoying a beautiful snow day. All right, let's talk about snowfall reports. Again, Blaine has 7 inches from earlier. This is in Granger County. Corryton 6.3. Cassie, that may or may not be updated. If you can check on that for me. We're just getting in some of those new reports, and we'll show that for you coming up in just a moment. I think we have some new totals that we'll be taking a look at in a moment. That may be correct. There we go. Thank you, Cass. Carnes just coming in with an 8-inch snowfall report. We've measured about 8.5 inches here at our Channel 10 weather porch, outside on our porch. Blaine, 7 inches. That's the same from earlier. Oak Ridge, 7 inches. Kingston, 6.5. Lenoir City and Loudoun County, 6 inches being measured, and Mascot 7 inches. Lenoir City 6 inches for you. Morristown 5.5. Jacksboro and Campbell County 5, and Eagleton Village and Blount County 3 inches. A little bit lower earlier because of the warm air. More snowfall totals. Clinton 7 and Wartburg 6, and you can see Farragut earlier 5.5, probably more than that now. Winter storm warning through 7 a.m. tomorrow. Wind chill advisory tonight through Wednesday morning for Cumberland and Fentress counties. So hazardous roads will continue. We've had heavy snow. The snow's going to continue before winding down later tonight and early tomorrow morning. Tomorrow will be dry, but staying below freezing with hazardous roads continuing. This is kind of a beautiful scene, isn't it? You're looking live from our downtown Knoxville camera. 28 feels like 22, snowing. Winds are north at 6, and we're still looking at some of these darker blue bands moving in. These are going to give us more moderate to heavier snowfall rates, and where you've had the rain due to the warm nose of air moving in for the mountains and foothill counties, you're going to see that change, and you're already seeing that change probably right now in the southern areas, from rain to freezing rain, sleet, and then snow. As temperatures will continue to drop, those current temperatures going down into the teens and even single digits on the plateau and staying below freezing tomorrow. So again, that's a look at our radar, and we are looking at those snow showers that will be tapering off late tonight, but not before we see more accumulating snowfall possible as we get late tonight and early in the morning. Then we'll see a dry but below freezing day. We're going to stay below freezing even until we get into our Thursday afternoon. Quick check of your 7-day. 10 weather impact day will continue Tuesday and Wednesday below freezing all the way to Thursday afternoon. A chance for a wintry mix Friday and very cold air for the upcoming weekend. I got to give you a little bit of good news if you don't like the snow and cold. Next week, last week of January, we're going to have a nice January thaw. John and Robin, let's go back to you.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. That's whiplash right there.
It is.
Todd, thank you.
Whiplash, a great term for it. On this 10 weather impact day, and every day, we want to make sure you're informed of any weather changes. Right now, you can download the 10 News app for free. It's in your app store.
And coming up later tonight, we'll give you the very latest on more snowfall that can impact the roads overnight and those frigid temperatures. We're talking single-digit temperatures tomorrow night and Wednesday morning. Stay with us. More of 10 News at 6 after this break. The weather team, we're constantly communicating to keep you up to date.
Covering severe storms is something that we thrive on. The 10 News weather team is always here to help.
Your home deserves all the love you can give it. Transform your home with Window World, America's exterior remodeler. Our team of local pros is here and ready to help. Get a free consultation and quote on custom-made, custom-cut windows, doors, siding, and more. Installed by courteous, efficient professionals. Love your home with help from Window World.
Discover new opportunities together in a new Chevy. Meet up in an award-winning Equinox. Lend a hand in the Silverado with up to 14 available camera views. Or mix it up in the Trax with an 11-inch diagonal display screen. Find the Chevy that's right for you. Get 1.9% financing on all 2024 Silverado models. Or get $5,000 total value on LTZ and High Country models when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
See your East Tennessee Chevy dealers.
You know, you've got it pretty good. Streaming this much stuff was never this easy.
Yes!
Nice eye thingies.
They're collagen boosters.
Get internet on the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming for $20 a month for 12 months. And Add Now TV for $20. It's the best value in live TV and streaming.
You guys like this show too? Yes, chef!
Get way more into what you're into when you stream on the Xfinity 10G network.
Foundation damage can be serious. Cracks that start here can soon appear here and here. Don't let foundation damage jeopardize the value of your home. Considering new floors or home renovations, more settlement can ruin that investment. Your home's foundation comes first. Rely on Ramjack, the foundation repair experts for over 40 years.
Joseph, I feel kind of funny.
Oh, you're fine. It's part of our new Total Transparency Promise. It comes with our new iPacket vehicle records.
It kind of tickles.
Well, it definitely tickles our customers, as they can buy their vehicle with full confidence from their premier family of dealers.
You got that right.
This weekend only. Save up to 20% or 2.9% financing on new Jeeps and Ram trucks during the Start Something New sales event.
North Knox and Secret City Cross the Dog Jeep Ram. At your premier family of dealerships, we give you total transparency, not like those cheesy other guys. You can see right through their nonsense.
Secret City and North Knox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
And welcome back. Oh boy, this is a look at Alcoa Highway at Cumberland. And you can see that is, well, everything stopped because it's frozen right now actually. But that was earlier and it was just like that. So that's a frozen picture. This is a live picture, 75 in Callahan. And yes, that's still blocked. Again, recommend stay off the roads, stay safe, stay warm, and we'll keep you updated. John and Robin, we'll get to you in just a moment. Here's a look at what we're seeing across the region. We've got the snow showers that will continue through at least most of this evening. It'll start to wind down late tonight and in the morning. More accumulating snowfall likely. If you had the rain in the Southern Valley, you're going to see that transitioning to freezing rain, sleet, and snow. And what we're talking about, a flash freeze is likely as we get into tonight for the mountains and foothills. I know you've had the rain. We had a warm nose of air that pushed up into the region and eastern areas. That's changing as we speak. There's going to be a hard freeze with ice underneath and some sleet and snow on top of that. And a mess, an icy mess area-wide tonight and probably looking at over the next couple of nights, mornings, and the next couple of days. We stay below freezing all the way even into early Thursday afternoon. And so, yeah, we've got very cold temperatures. We're going to talk about dangerously low wind chills moving in tomorrow night and early Wednesday. We'll see a little bit of a warm-up Thursday. We'll talk about that for late this week and the weekend later on. We'll focus right now on staying warm and enjoying the snow. We'll have much more of that coming up tonight. John, Robin, now let's go back to you.
Todd, thanks so much. And remember, that 10 News app is always handy to have in your pocket.
And our winter weather coverage continues tonight on 10 News at 11.
Hot Wheels Monster Trucks Live Glow Party will be at Food City Center January 27th and 28th. You can win 4 tickets for January 27th. Just visit the WBIR contest page and enter a photo of your kids and their Hot Wheels Monster Trucks. Wake up with the B Morning Show with Ashley and Roger and get 10 News weather updates throughout the day on B97.5. Closed captioning is brought to you by Guardian Foundation Repair.
Eliminate moisture, keep critters out, and restore your air quality in your home. Call Guardian Foundation Repair today.
Toyota Camry has been America's best-selling car for over 20 years.
Hey, everybody knows that. But here's something you may not know. It's now available with all-wheel drive.
To give you the confidence and peace of mind to handle any kind of road conditions.
And of course, Camry's assembled right here in the USA.
Now you can get 4.99 APR financing on an exciting new 24 Camry or lease one from just $305 a month.
The more you know, the more you'll drive Toyota. Let's go places.
The opportunities for aging in place have never been easier, especially when it comes to safety in your bathroom. It's Ashton, back with Darren Stiegel from New Bath Today, who's here to explain how his team is creating a safer bathing experience for customers and doing it with style.
Now, Ashton, you hear me talking safety a lot, and creating a safer, aging-in-place solution is what makes New Bath Today exceptional. And with the Kohler Luckstone shower system, tub-to-shower conversions are by far the most common requests we receive.
Why tub-to-shower conversions?
Well, see, our customers express concern with their tub's high barrier, combined with a wet floor, could cause them to fall and hurt themselves. But with Luckstone, safety and functionality don't have to come at the expense of luxury. Now, follow me, because I'm going to demonstrate how people watching can have the best of both worlds.
This looks like the perfect example of someone who wanted to prioritize safety in the shower.
Absolutely, and as you can see, we took out the old tub and replaced it with a low-threshold shower. Grab bars are positioned for an easy grip next to the folding seat. Finally, we have our customizable shower head features. This one features removable handheld shower attached to a slide bar. Now, the base, bar, seat, and shower head all work in tandem to prioritize your safety and comfort.
I really love this shower wall. Explain more about the options people have for wall surrounds.
Well, this wall surround, the gray and white stone design, is called Calcutta Crema. This is just one of a multitude of wall styles and patterns you can choose from. It's made of 70% crushed stone, grout-free, and has the look and feel of natural stone without the need